Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. We had a long weekend. I hope you had a good one. I hope everybody's doing well. Good morning to all my people. Well, we've got some interesting stuff happening today. We got the Karen Reed motion hearing coming up in about an hour or so. Hi, Dawn. Hey, Kathy. Good welcome. Late start. Well, it's 8:30. And the Zachary Hughes trial is just started. But I wanted to touch base with y'all before we hop into that. It's a little different this time. If y'all remember, the defense wanted to postpone their opening statement for the beginning of their case in chief. So I imagine today we're going to be hearing the defense's opening statement, and then they will start presenting witnesses. This is going to get a little interesting, y'all, because right now I feel that the jury is on the fence about his guilt or not. I know some people may not agree with me, but it is super, super interesting. They do have a tad bit of evidence, but I don't know if they have enough to lock it in. So let's see what the defense has to say. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to get ready for that. We're going to get me where I need to be. There we go. And let's go in. Now, remember, we do have audio issues with this courtroom. So don't kill the messenger if you're struggling with audio. I will do the best I can to curve said audio issues. Good morning, Haley Mouse. I see you've been all over the place at Grandma's house. I saw you all over the place at Grandma's house. I'm going to come off real quick. I did not get my coffee, so let me go get my coffee as we listen.
Okay, I understand that y'all have y'all need to take something up with the court before we bring the jury back in.
Yes, Your Honor. We had a chance to meet with defense counsel yesterday as we are about to call a forensic technician that processed the scene at 122 Canebrake. She was responsible for taking all the photographs of the scene as it was. And like I said, we went through each of them with defense counsel, and there are a few where they've raised an objection that specifically states Exhibit 63, 64, 65, and 66. And I'll pass them up to the court. I'm also going to pass up to Your Honor a copy of State v. Haight or Hawes, and that is 423. That is 423 SC 118. As well. The state believes that based on Hawes and based on the circumstances of this case, that the specific photograph should be introduced to the jury as is. State v. Hawes is a very similar case with regard to the cause of death, and that it was a stabbing death, and the Supreme Court confirmed that the admission of the photographs was proper, and I'll direct the court specifically to Head Note 6, where the photographs of the victim who was stabbed to death should have been admitted. It was not an abuse of discretion, where they went to show the circumstances of the crime scene and the location of the body. They go towards the issue of malice in this case. The state intends to elicit testimony from the forensic technician as to the significance of where the body was found, the actions that were likely to have taken after Ms. Parcell was stabbed with regard to the body, and the significance of what the blood pattern indicated. Again, I believe State v. Hawes is on point with this specific issue, and especially where we are offering testimony to extrapolate inferences that we would provide to the jury as to the circumstances surrounding Ms. Parcells' death.
Defense counsel?
Your Honor, our position is just under a 403 analysis. I'm not sure there's any, I'm not sure what the relevance is. They say it goes to malice, but they can certainly describe the crime scene without having to show those photographs. So I would say under a 403 analysis, very little probative value to those pictures, and whatever probative value is outweighed by the potential prejudicial effect. I would also note the state has prepared for 2 of those photographs. They've prepared another set of photographs with the deceased blocked out of the photograph. So if Your Honor does see probative value, we would ask that those be substituted for the those 2 photographs. And I would also add, they have other photographs of that room that are taken from a wider angle and from that are not close-ups of the of those areas that they are seeking to point out. So we would ask that that those other photographs that they have, which I think they can show to the court if the court needs to see them, but they would be sufficient to point out what they want to show to the jury.
I mean, obviously, this is the first time I'm looking at the photos. What is, I guess, the difference between 63 and 64 is you've got the victim is in it.
That's correct, Your Honor. These photographs all go to show, and what
I know, right, Haley?
is the actions that were taken after.
You see into our
So,
future, my love.
And it specifically goes towards the placement and the actions taken towards her body after that stabbing. As you know, the state is charged with proving.
That is their video, not mine.
The actions that the state is alleging Mr. Hughes took, obviously during this incident and afterwards, are highly probative to show his state of mind and the deliberation that he took before committing this murder and the steps that he took afterwards. In a normal instance, if this were simply a spur of the moment stabbing or an instance where there isn't evidence, or the state would proffer that there is evidence in this case that actions were taken after the act itself to go to show premeditation, I could see where it would be a different analysis. But these specific photographs are clearly probative of those actions that we are arguing that Mr. Hughes took in this instance. So again, the state would argue that while we do have several photographs that show different angles, they are all probative. And I don't believe that the danger of unfair prejudice or spurring the emotions of the jury substantially outweighs that probative value that we're putting forth to the jury.
Okay. I'm going to take a quick break and then I'll be back. Okay.
And Your Honor, we would ask that there are some other photographs that we are not objecting to. We would ask that Your Honor be allowed to view those as well, so you can look at those in conjunction with the ones you've been given to see if those are necessary as the state says. And also, I would just add that premeditation is not an element of murder, so they don't. I think that's not a correct statement to say they have to prove premeditation.
Yeah, I'm happy to pass these up.
Any response to that?
I will say that
Malice is definitely
an element that the state is charged with proving, and evidence to that effect. It's obviously extremely valuable, and the evidence from this crime scene
getting on the mic.
is a huge
Oh, sunny day.
what the state wants to offer to the jury for them to
Oh,
make
sunny
that
day.
inference as to malice in this murder. So again, I passed up all the photographs of the specific crime scene that the state intends to introduce, as well as the 2 photos upon Your Honor's ruling that those 2 specific photos need to be redacted. We have done that.
well, you've redacted 67 and 68, and those are coming in by agreement.
Well, only if you rule the other ones are not.
I got you.
Y'all don't forget to put the I liked. It's up and running.
Yes, we would not have an objection to the ones where the deceased is blocked out of the photograph.
Okay.
Okay, so now we're on break. I am trying to get all my other housekeeping done. Um, we did not hear an opening, did we?
Ms. Ford, good morning.
Good morning. Done nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes. Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, thank you. Please state your name for the record. Caitlin Ford.
Ms. Ford, good morning.
Good morning.
Could you tell the jury where you currently are employed
I work at Albuquerque Police Department.
and what do you do for them?
I'm a crime scene specialist.
Okay. And how long have you been doing that for the Albuquerque?
What was your name?
About 2 years
Where were you working in 2021
here at Greenville County Forensics
and what specific role?
as a forensic technician.
And could you describe for the jury, what kind of actions you take, what your duties are as a forensic?
They didn't call her name. Dude, you're messing up. Okay, let's see if we hear it here.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Caitlin Ford.
Is that Caitlin Ford? Closed captioning is on. Why is it not
The
picking
state
it up?
calls Caitlin Ford.
Caitlin, yep. Okay. We got her now. Thank you very much. I'm trying to do this, guys, because I know a lot of people like it.
Please stop at the end of the bench. Place your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, thank you. Please state your name for the record. Caitlin Ford.
Ms. Ford, good morning.
Good morning.
Could you tell the jury where you currently are employed
I work at Albuquerque Police Department.
and what do you do for them?
I'm a crime scene specialist.
Okay. And how long have you been doing that for the Albuquerque Police Department?
About 2 years
Where were you working in 2021
here at Greenville County Forensics
and what specific role?
as a forensic technician.
And could you describe for the jury, what kind of actions you take, what your duties are as a forensic technician when you were with the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
So we respond to crime scenes within the county limits. Depending on the crime scene, we can do things such as take photographs, process for fingerprints, collect evidence, just depending on what that specific scene is.
So it's safe to say that collection of evidence on specific crime scenes is one of your primary roles.
Correct.
And same thing would be taking pictures in accordance with that.
Yes,
duty. Were you in that role on October 13th of 2021?
I was.
And how are you involved with the present case specifically related to the crime scene on October 13th of 2021?
I was the primary crime scene investigator for this case.
So you were tasked with processing the home at 122 Canebrake.
I was.
And in your role as a forensic technician, are you subjected to trainings and continued education for that role?
Yes, I have my bachelor's in science and forensic and investigative science. In the past, I've held certifications in bloodstain pattern analysis and fingerprint analysis, and I am currently part of a specialized unit called the Major Crime Scene Team in Albuquerque that responds to all homicides and officer-involved incidents.
Approximately how many crime scenes do you process in a given year?
I would say over 400.
So can you describe for this jury, specifically related to October 13th of 2021, what your process was on arriving at 122 Canebrake and steps you took with your specific role?
So when I arrived on scene, I met with officers and detectives on scene just to get a brief run through of what was going on. After that point, myself and officers did a walkthrough, an initial walkthrough of the scene just to see the layout of the house and where things were located.
So when you were doing the layout of the house and going through there, did you take photographs of the outside of the house?
Yes.
And if I show those to you, would you recognize them?
Oh, wow, Dawn.
Let's show.
Early morning.
Is States Exhibit 69
Sorry.
through 84.
Guys, I will have a separate live for the Karen Reed trial.
84. Did you take your time to review those?
It'll be on this one,
Letting know
and
those are the pictures that you
I'll have
took
two going at the same time.
at the outside of the Canebrake home?
Yes, these are the photographs that I took of the exterior.
So that was what the Canebrake home looked like when you arrived on the scene October 13th of 2021?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence States Exhibit 69 through 84.
I might go to bed at 6 a.m., but I'm
Objection.
not getting up at 6 a.m.
69 through 84.
Ms. Ford, I'm going to go through these with you. And if you like, I have a pointer here. You need to use it. Starting with States Exhibit 69. Okay. What is States Exhibit 69 a picture of?
So that is a photograph of the gray Lexus that was parked in the driveway.
Were you able to identify in the course of the investigation there who was driving the gray Lexus that day?
Yes, it was the victim.
Showing you States Exhibit 70.
That was the red Mercedes that was parked in the driveway as well.
Who was driving that vehicle?
Mr. Post.
States Exhibit 71.
That is the front side of the residence showing the windows along the front door.
72.
That is a close-up of the front door.
73.
That is a photograph of the exterior side of the front door handle.
74.
That is the gate on the right side of the residence. If you're standing facing it from the roadway, just showing the gate into the backyard area.
So is that, are you staring at Canebrake Drive there?
Yes.
Is that the red Mercedes in the driveway?
Yes.
75.
Hold on, my thing's being a little difficult. Got it. You didn't miss anything.
That is a photograph of you standing at that gate that we just viewed, looking at the end of the end of the backyard.
78.
That is just showing a close-up of the creek and what you can see from the backyard.
We're going to go to State's Exhibit 80.
That is the gate on the opposite side of the house, leading into the backyard.
That's looking into the backyard.
Yes,
81.
that is just showing another close-up of the backyard along with the second-story porch.
82.
That is a photograph of the nook that is underneath the second-story porch on the back side of the house.
Now, you called it a nook.
Yes,
If I'm standing on Canebrake Drive, can I see somebody under there?
no, you cannot.
And if I'm standing, let me go back to State's Exhibit 78. In the backyard there, what was the collection of houses like, I'll say, with relation to the backyard of the house?
It was
Or how close in proximity were other neighbors?
They weren't that close. They were separated by both of their own backyards, including that woodsy area and a creek.
Go to State's Exhibit 83.
So that's just another close-up of that nook area.
State's Exhibit 84.
And now we've moved out into the front yard, and that's just showing a broader photograph of that gate on the left side of the house.
So from where you're standing there, taking State's Exhibit 84, could you see into that nook there that we were just reviewing?
No, you cannot.
After reviewing the outside of the house, did you thereafter go inside the house and do the same process of taking photographs and reviewing the inside the house?
Yes,
If I showed you those photographs, would you recognize them?
yes.
I'm going to show defense counsel what is State's Exhibit 40, excuse me, 40. Let me get this right. States 38 through 62 and states 63 and 66.
More dead space. This trial has more dead space than anything I think I've ever seen in my life. There, how long that is.
Let me know those are the photos you took.
Hey, Cameron, how are you? Oh my God, good to see you, girlfriend. Good to see you.
Yes, these are the photographs that I took.
Hope you have a good day.
So that
And
was the
going
state
to
of the
sleep.
scene when you entered that day?
Yes.
During this time, the state moves into evidence, State's Exhibit 38 through 62, as well as 63 and 66.
I'm sorry, Aaron, one moment, please. Your Honor, just subject to our objections that we discussed earlier and the reasons behind so on exhibits 63 and 66, no other objection.
Okay, and you're protected on the record. So, 38 through 62, comes into evidence as well.
Oh, you poor baby. Is it today 5 or 6 of this trial? I could have sworn it we're in day 5. You just said they thought it was 6. I'm like,
State's
no.
Exhibit 40.
So that is a photograph of the interior side of the front door, which is in a room that I referred to in my report as the front sitting room.
Wow, what a
Yes.
dirty door frame in that one area. I hope that was
Exhibit
them.
38.
That is a close-up of the door handle to that front door, showing
Oh,
that it was
wear
in
and
the
tear.
locked position.
Very long work week, Cameron.
State's Exhibit
From
39.
Carmen. I'm not
So
aware.
this is a photograph of the interior of that front sitting room, where you can see the victim and you can see some apparent drag marks as well.
She testifies well.
Exhibit 41.
That is just a different view of the same thing, showing there are stains, apparent blood stains on the couch, as well as the pulling underneath the couch, the drag marks, and you can see right
I got to go get water. And
is one of the flower stems.
So you noted, you said drag marks
Yes.
in this photo. Could you explain that a little bit more, how you derived that based on the pattern of the blood that is displayed in this photo?
So yes, as I referred to earlier, there's a pool of blood right there underneath of the couch. From that pool of blood, that blood being on the victim's clothing, when she was moved from that original location, it created the drag marks that you can see there on the floor. And then on top of these drag marks right here are what we refer to as drip stains. That just means that an object or person or thing that had blood on it, that blood volume dripped on top of those drag marks.
You said you identified some flowers or flower stems in this photograph. Could you show me specifically where they are? Is this what you're referring to right here?
Yes.
Okay. Show you State's Exhibit 42.
So that is a close-up of the victim's right hand, mainly noting the chipped thumb fingernail, which is something that really stood out to me on scene.
Why does this stand out to you?
Broken fingernails can be a sign of a defensive, that the person tried to defend themselves. So that's what that broken fingernail kind of portrayed to me.
Are fingernails something you commonly collect in processing a murder scene?
Yes, it's standard procedure, but considering that one of them was broken, it became apparent that we would really need to focus on those fingernails.
Show you State's Exhibit 49.
So this is another photograph of that far wall in the sitting room, again, just showing that blood pooling underneath the couch. And then in this photograph, you can also see some more of the rose petals and the leaves that are leading into the hallway.
Were you able to find the victim's phone at the scene?
Yes, the victim's phone, it's kind of hard to see, but it is right there in that blood pool.
Right here?
Yes,
Were you able to collect it?
yes, it was collected.
Who did you subsequently give it to?
I gave it to Investigator Starkman.
I want to bring your attention specifically to the couch
Yes.
there. What do you notice about the accumulation of blood and what the significance of the location of the blood as it relates to the couch?
So with that blood volume being located there, we call that a pooling of blood. The coagulation of the blood tells me that that a major artery was hit, and that also that is the site of where the initial incident occurred. Along with that, you can see some disturbances in the blood there. That also signifies that the couch was most likely moved after the incident.
Show you States Exhibit 50.
So this is a close-up of that couch and coffee table area, showing the flower stems that were partially located underneath of that orange pillow and underneath the table. And it is also showing additional blood spatter that was caused. The location of that blood spatter, since it goes under the table, and the size and shape of those blood stains showed me that the table was also moved back into place after the incident.
Is that the victim's phone there in the bottom corner?
Yes.
Badass machine.
I'll show you States Exhibit 46.
So this is a close-up of those rose petals and leaves that are leading from the doorway to the sitting room from the hallway of the house.
I don't think my coffee is measuring correctly. That is more than what I put in there.
So that is the view of the sitting room from the hallway, just again showing those rose petals and leaves.
So that's the hallway looking towards the front door?
Yes.
States Exhibit 43.
So this is a photograph of the hallway while standing in the living room, just showing how some of those flower petals go into the hallway, and also the discarded pair of sunglasses that was located in the hallway as well.
Exhibit 47.
This is a photograph from a further point in the living room, again, just showing that entryway into the sitting room in the hallway.
So inside, that is the sitting room in that room.
Correct.
Show you States Exhibit 51.
So this is a photograph from on top of that console table sitting in the sitting room where the victim's purse had been located. And it's just showing that some of the rose petals and stems had made it onto that table.
Looks like she beat him with the rose petal.
States Exhibit 52.
This is showing the victim's purse that I was just referencing, and showing that the rose petals were also inside of her purse.
Just for approximately how many murder scenes have you processed?
Say close to 150.
You ever found flowers near the body?
No.
And I'm just gonna go back really quick to 52. To the location of these flowers, were there some found inside her purse?
Yes.
Inside the items on top of the table?
Yes.
It's Exhibit 53.
So that's just another vantage point from the sitting room of all of the rose petals and the leaves that were located in that doorway.
I'll show you States Exhibit 54.
So that is a blood stain that was located on the wall by the curtains on that front wall of the sitting room.
Were the curtains opened or closed?
The curtains were closed.
55.
So that is a close-up just with scale of that blood stain. That blood stain to me appears to be what we refer to as a transfer stain, meaning that an object or thing with blood on it touched a surface that did not have blood on it.
56.
That is a close-up of one of the gray sitting chairs next to that window on the front side of the sitting room, just showing the blood drops that had gotten into the surface of that chair.
Been there, done that, love.
57.
This shows those blood drips that I was referring to earlier near that gray chair.
Yay!
The reason that
for
those are so
promotion.
significant is because they are farther away from that initial pooling that we saw underneath the couch. So what that means is that the shape of those blood drops tells me they're about 80 to 90 degrees, which means that an object with blood on it was directly over that area of the floor when that blood drop was created.
58. Where is this in that room?
That is over by the wall where those curtains and windows are located.
Congratulations.
And that's the same, you're talking about the angle with which this blood was most likely transferred. That's different than what you were saying the drag marks were in the earlier exhibits.
Yes, drip stains are created by a blood drop just falling in motion from gravity, kind of if you had a nosebleed and the blood was just falling out of your nose. Because that area of the living room was so far away from the initial blood pool, that was not caused from the incident. It was most likely caused, again, like I said, from an object or a thing.
I would object to the opinion testimony that's being offered. I mean, this witness has not been offered as an expert, nor do crime scene techs get offered as
Cameron,
qualified as experts.
allegedly,
The pictures all speak
but
for themselves.
Cameron,
I would object to
I
opinion
want to
testimony
pause
being
right
offered.
here. Allegedly. Okay, but the photos that we saw earlier in the trial, they showed the stems, like 3 or 4 of them, still with a rubber band around them. Now, in my mind's eye, after seeing the rose petals in the purse, in a basket, kind of in and on everything, it wouldn't be surprising to me if she was not trying to fend him off with the roses and they got shredded. If you look at the stems, they were not cut. It was like they were torn and broken off. So violently, in my humble opinion. So if I'm on the juror after seeing those, I'm looking at those, I'm going, dude, that is, if he was going to scatter the rose petals, he would not have destroyed the stems in the manner in which they were destroyed. He would have pulled them off and just scattered them, and the stems themselves would have not been void of thorns and leaves and be looked like they were violently ripped in half. I hope they showed the picture of the stem so you could see what I mean. But in my humble opinion, after seeing that, I think that those were used to try to ward him off.
Testified to her experience in processing hundreds of these scenes and the training she's had. While this is not being offered as expert testimony, she's speaking to her rationally based perception of the angle that these blood droplets came from. As to Mr. Moyer's concern, it's right for cross-examination if he wants to offer a contrary opinion or pry into why she derives her opinion, but she's simply speaking to her experience.
Before we go any further, I just saw something that reminded me. I just saw the video of when that airplane in Canada flipped upside down. One of RA's mods, good mods, husband was on that flight. Thank you, dear Jesus, that he is alive and all of them are alive. And that's one hell of a good pilot. I don't care what anybody says. It could have been a whole hell of a lot worse, and it took some skill of that pilot. So, FYI, today we are rejoicing and not grieving for her and the fact that her husband is traumatized and alive, but not deceased. So just prayers of thanksgiving on that end.
So as I was saying, those blood drops were most likely created from an object or a thing that was in that area.
Show you States Exhibit 60.
It would be on, I think, day 1 or day.
So that is showing a
Well-
clump of hair suspected to be the victim's that was found in an area of blood in the sitting room.
Is that area of blood what you described as the drag marks?
Yes.
I'm sure you State's Exhibit 62.
So that is a blood stain that was located on that interior side
Yeah,
of the
they
front
show it.
door. That is once again what we
like
refer
they
to
have
as a
a dog
transfer
ripping
stain,
up that
meaning
door.
that an object that had blood on it touched
That
a surface
window.
that did not.
The other window and the frame on the other side is in really good condition.
Finally, State's Exhibit 66.
So this is a photograph of
Yeah.
that front sitting room again, where you can see the victim that's located at the.
Do you know what, guys? I'm going to show you all this. If most of you, this is fairly new footage that's just coming out. I'm waiting for the ad to finish.
Upside down at Toronto International Airport. This is one of the new vantage point. The other one is this. I'm just seeing it for the first time as well.
Oh, no.
They were getting gusts of wind as they were coming down, and they smacked down pretty hard, according to the eyewitness or the ear witness reports and those people on the plane, right at the end of the threshold of the runway. And at that point, what looks like might have happened from very grainy videotape from other cameras is the landing gear, the rear gear, might have snapped off at that point, along with the right wing, which with the left wing still on the plane, lifts the plane, causing a plane to roll.
Okay, we're going to go back to here, but I just wanted to show that because sorry, I had some weird music in my head. I wanted to show that because Ahmad on RA's channel's husband was on that freaking plane. Miracle that they got out of that alive. So we are thanking and praising God, or whatever you do, whatever your good vibes, good thoughts, whatever, that he's okay. All of them are okay and safe. That cheers me up a little bit.
End of that drag trail,
Yes, man.
and
I wouldn't
additionally
fly
another
after that.
smaller pool of blood, just signifying that wounds were still bleeding at that time.
So you spoke to flowers that were found at the crime scene. Did you collect those and identify those?
I did.
If I showed
One
you
of them
pictures of
that was
those,
a wildflower.
would
It
you
was
recognize
really
them?
the
Yes.
rose without the petals.
Show defense counsel what's marked as State's Exhibit 85 through 93. Showing you what is State's Exhibit 85 through 93.
He may show it.
Are those photographs that you took of the flowers, or some of the photographs that you took?
Yes, they are.
This time the state moves into evidence, State's Exhibit 85 through 93.
No objection. Objection 85 through 93.
show you State's Exhibit 86.
So that is a bundle, those are bundled stems with a rubber band that were located underneath of that
There you
orange
go.
pillow in the living room.
There you go.
That rubber band was on those stems,
Yes,
on collection.
yes.
87.
That is just a different view of those same stems showing the leaves. So that is a close-up of one of the flowers that was found on the sitting room floor.
See, those are ripped. That is not cut.
You said wildflower.
Yes, it is a wildflower.
That's
Correct.
not a rose?
No,
It was a mixed bouquet. That's a rose.
that is just a close-up of that same wildflower, just showing the
That's a
coloring on it.
rose, baby girl. You don't know your flower. That's a rose.
Expand on that a little bit. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 93. Are those the same stem?
Yes.
So.
Here's
the
what
stem on
you
the right
can
is
impeach her.
not a rose?
She doesn't know the difference.
No, it's a wildflower.
Exhibit 90.
That's a rose stem. I knew he was
Just
going to
another
do it.
close-up of that wildflower.
I knew he was going to do it. I knew it. That is a rose, not a wildflower, my love.
How many of the wildflowers did you collect?
I'm not sure.
6, say several.
Oh, just
Yes.
admit it was a rose.
In your processing of the house and looking through everything, did you find any vases,
No, I did not.
containers for flowers?
No.
Why did I have that? It says motion to dismiss, so that's what I have.
And in processing that house, I assume, did you take several collections for potentially DNA testing or blood testing?
Yes.
Look at this. See, even on court TV, they're saying motion to dismiss. That's why I put that. So if it's different, I'll correct it. Thank you so much. You guys can always get a hold of me in Discord if you see something I need to correct.
After you process the scene, what are your next steps upon leaving Cane Road?
So I secured all the evidence that I collected, and then the next day I responded to the autopsy.
Okay. Did you take some pictures of the autopsy?
I did.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 109 and 10.
Haley Mouse. Okay, thank you, Kale. Haley Mouse. I will have it here and a separate live.
Are these two of the photographs you took at the autopsy?
Yes.
What do they show?
They're showing the decedent's hand, left hand, which contains her engagement ring.
All right, this time the state moves into evidence, State's Exhibit 109 and 110.
Without objection.
Objection.
What are your duties when you're at the autopsy? What kind of things are you doing there?
So at autopsies, we take additional photographs of the victim and their injuries, as well as collecting clothing, DNA swabs, otherwise known as buccal swabs, fingernail clippings, head hair samples, and pubic hair samples.
Did you collect buccal swabs and fingernail clippings from Miss Parcell?
I did.
So I
When I showed you those
babe,
collections,
but
did
you got that
recognize them?
flower
Yes.
all wrong.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 94, 95, 96, and 97. Showing you 94, 95, 96, and 97. Starting with 94. What is 94?
94 is the fingernail clippings from the victim's right hand.
And could you describe to the jury, when you're taking these fingernail clippings and autopsy, what is that process like?
So we have a sterile set of nail clippers that we remove from the packaging. We then place a piece of paper towel underneath of the victim's hands. I use those fingernail clippers to clip the clippings from her left hand. And then I do the same process with a different paper towel from her right hand. Those are packaged individually. And then the fingernail clippers are packaged and submitted as well.
And is that what you did here
Yes.
with both her right and her left hand with respect to 94 and 95?
Yes.
What about 96 and 97? What are those?
So these are the buccal swabs that I collected from the victim at the autopsy.
I know we've had some testimony to that effect, but what exactly did you do there to collect those?
So we take a sterile cotton swab and we swab the inside of the person's cheek to collect those cheek cells and get DNA from them.
You collected 2 of those?
I did.
All right, at this time, the state moves into evidence. State's exhibit 94 through 97.
No, I object to the introduction at this time in that the chain of custody has not been established. These are fungible items, so it would not be proper until the chain is.
There you go. I saved them. I made changes just to
We'll have
make
testimony from
sure.
the
Okay,
chief
Kale.
of the
Thank
side.
you.
Until that time, they'll just remain.
Yeah, I know, right? There's an app for that. But you know what? It really doesn't matter. I mean, in the end, those things were beaten. Those things weren't pulled off the top. I mean, you could tell that those things were beaten.
I'm taking these samples, the
Kale, good morning,
fingernail
Kale and
samples and the buccal swabs. What thereafter do you do with them?
I take them and I submit them to our property and evidence section.
Presumably for
Well, I
testing?
changed it.
Yes.
I changed it. Okay, guys, if you need to get a hold of me, I'm in Discord for any corrections or live stream issues. Please go to the live communication in Discord if you're a mod. We're all good right now, I pray. Oh, it's supposed to get down to wind chill of 0 to 10 degrees tomorrow night on us. So that means it'll be about 10 degrees, 20 degrees. Let me look.
Good morning, Ms. Ford. I just have a couple of questions for you.
Okay.
Clarify it. Tuesday morning it's going to be 19 degrees. Tonight it's
Flowers that were
24.
talked about quite a bit during your testimony. First off, the ones that you testified are not roses. Was any determination made as to what particular species of flowers, what kind of flowers they were?
Just wildflowers,
When you say wildflowers.
Who determined that? That's a
what
rose
exactly
petal,
is
boo.
that?
things that you could just find in someone's yard,
Okay,
just wildly grown in a field.
okay. And that's
You're
just
wrong,
based on
honey,
your training, or is that based
Wrong.
on just your experience?
No.
Knowing about flowers?
Just
over the years?
experience about flowers, yeah.
Okay, and the way they were
You
positioned.
have
in
no
the house, they were
experience
just
with
kind of
flowers,
randomly
honey, boo,
scattered
because
throughout
that is
the
not
house.
They were scattered, yes.
Yes, I mean, they weren't in any kind of
Like any
arrangement
other
or
name.
pattern or
It's
anything like
still a
that.
rose.
Yep, they were just scattered.
Okay, one moment. Oh, and I'm sorry, just to be clear, when I said scattered, we're talking about the roses and the wildflowers. They were just randomly scattered throughout the house. Right?
They were scattered throughout the front sitting room area, yes.
Okay. And so they went basically out into the hallway just a little bit.
I got a
but it was
thing that
mainly in
up on my back.
area where the deceased was found. Right?
Yes, there were some in the front of the sitting room and then there were some located near the decedent as well.
Okay. And again, not in any kind of pattern or arrangement or anything like that.
Got all these cords behind me.
Thank you.
No redirect, Your Honor. We would ask to recall this witness at a later time.
Oh, she's like, crap, a third go around? This is going to suck. 35 there, huh? It's 58 right now. It feels like 50.
Thank you, Your Honesty.
Yes, I know Mark Pedro joined. I saw that, Kale. She has the dream team. The dream team taking it for another run. I know, right? That's what I'm looking for. Well, that is true, my dear. Roses do grow wildly. That is a wild flower. You are right. Their initials spell dream. Hale, give me a list of all of those lawyers. Let me see that. Let me see that. Give me the 4 names. I want to see it. I want to see it. Y'all, please share this live. I know I ask y'all to like all the time, but please share it. But
Stop at the end of the bench, sir. Please place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right
they
hand.
did
You
impeach
solemnly
her,
swear
and
or
any
affirm to
female
tell
on
the
that
truth,
jury
the whole
knows
truth,
that
and
that's
nothing
a
but the
rose.
truth, so
By
help you
any
God.
other name is a
Please.
rose. But you are right; they are grown wildly. Please state your name for the court reporter and the
Please
YouTuber.
state your name for the record.
Eric Turner.
And sir, what is your rank?
I'm a deputy.
Deputy?
Yes, sir.
And who do you work with?
The Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
And what do you do for the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
I work in the school enforcement unit. I'm a school resource officer for several elementary schools in Greenville County on the east side.
And is that typically called an SRO?
It is.
Is that a
Yes,
school
sir.
resource officer?
Yes, sir.
Deputy Turner, I'm going to refer you back to October 13th in 2021. Were you working that day?
I was.
And were you called out for 122 Cambridge?
I responded out there. Yes, sir.
Can you tell this jury how you responded?
Sure. I was in between school.
That is
I had
so
just left
cool.
Let me go back.
David
At
Roberts,
the time, I had
Isaac
4 elementary
Allen, and
schools.
Mark.
So
Oh my
I
God.
had just left a school and was actually headed to Buena Vista, right near where the scene was.
That's the goat
And so on my way, the call came out.
for
I was close by. I said, hey, I'll run by there and check on it.
name?
It's right there at my school. I just want to make sure there wasn't any threat towards my school. So I responded there, notified dispatch that I was on the way.
About what time did you arrive to the location?
Within, I don't know the exact time, within just a few minutes of the call coming out, I was right behind the first arriving deputy. He was
By the
already
way,
at his
these
car.
are native made earrings.
And once you got there, what did you
And
do?
I stood by with a gentleman later identified as Mr. Post and spoke with him while Deputy Robinson and his trainee went inside to check the residence.
And did you learn
I know,
that,
right,
the
Gail?
victim Christina Parcell had a daughter?
The green team.
And what was your role in regards to her daughter?
So as soon as I found out that she had a daughter, I was like, I asked, do you know how old she is, where she goes to school? And he goes, actually, she goes to Buena Vista right there. That being my school, I immediately switched roles and went to, I've got to get to the school to make sure that the school is safe. He gave me just a little bit of background, family background. So I was under the impression, hey, there may be an issue with this child. So
They're
I
not taking a penny.
stood
The
by for just
lawyers
a few
are not
minutes, and then
taking
I
any
left and
lawyer
went
fees.
to the school to make sure that everything was okay. Prior to me leaving, I actually called our front office at the school and asked, was this student there? And she said, yes, she's here. I said, do not let her leave with anybody. I want the school locked down until I get there. I'll be there in just a minute. So the school handled their protocol, did what they were supposed to do. And then I arrived and made confirmation that she was there, she was in a classroom, and she was safe.
So, so as soon as you found out about Christina Parcell's daughter,
Good for you.
arrived at
Not that was
when you arrived there, did you talk to anybody?
Just the administrator.
y'all. That was very smart thinking. Extremely smart thinking on his behalf. I don't know of how many other school officers would think to do that, but thank you for doing that.
And they confirmed back to me, hey, she's in the classroom. She's good. I'm like, let's leave her there. I don't want anything to disturb her
There's
normal day.
money that was
until
raised
we
to
figure out
take
what's going on.
care of a lot of the
And then how did y'all decide
experts.
when and how.
That's
the
why they were
kindergarten
fighting for
stars
that
were
money
gonna
to
be.
be returned.
We kind of discussed what was going on. I told them, as far as I was concerned, just let her have a regular day. There's no need to take her out of the class, and let's just
Told
let her
her
proceed with her
home,
day, leave as normal. I
living
spoke
with
with
mama and
a
daddy.
couple of the investigators, and it was determined just she can leave with the family member like she normally does.
Oh, by the way, on Friday, I'm going to be recording a show, so I'll have to leave this live temporarily. Um, and I'm going to be recording a show with another podcaster, Tanika, and I'm going to be talking about the Karen Reed, and they just have a full hour and 15-minute interview where she states that she's not able to pay a single dime towards any of the legal fees and all of the supporters that she has and the money that's been donated, most of which came from her former co-workers, is there for all the expert witnesses and all of that. Hold on. It's for all the expert witnesses and such. So the lawyer said that they are all attorneys are very clear that there's a good chance that they will not see a dime of income from this, and they are okay with it because they know that her life is on the line and they believe in her innocence so much that they said that they would not take a dime for their hourly fees. They do have to pay the experts and all of the staff and all of that, but there's a lot of people donating their time on this. And that came out in the interview that just hit the market.
They
For
walk them
TV
up to,
world.
it's called the front path, goes out of the front of the school, and they walk home because they live right there. And
Hey,
so
Gabby.
we just allow that to proceed on as normal.
Good morning.
She does
Hey,
every day.
Gabby.
Please answer any questions. Ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
May it please the court. Deputy Turner, you had body worn that day, did you not?
I did, sir.
And did you take steps to record some of the activities that you engaged in or around Canebrake on that afternoon?
I did. As soon as I got out of the car, I believe, shortly after getting out, it was on.
So what time is Buena Vista let out of school typically?
2:15.
Okay. And so, maybe it's a silly question, but on that day when school was let out, Ida would be coming home, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And being a school resource officer,
Just so you know,
I'm
Karen
familiar
is
with
heading in court.
issues related to children's attendance at school, is that correct?
It's really none of my business. If the attendance clerk brings it up, I may do something about it.
Deputy Turner, if a student at Buena Vista, let's say she didn't want to go home, would the law make her go home?
Depends.
You know, our speculation.
I'm just asking if he knows that.
I mean, it has happened before, not with me.
But if a student says, I don't want to go home, I'm not going home, must the student go home?
Again, we're going to look into it, probably contact DSS, get them involved in it, our investigators, our crimes against children investigators, and figure out what's going on, why this child doesn't want to go home, stuff like that.
Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
It's now a good time to take a little break.
The next witness is going to be quietly.
Okay, you may step down, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a morning break. Again, no discussion about this case amongst yourselves.
We have too many morning breaks.
The state calls Tina Parcell.
Hopefully I spelled that right. Oh, I have the wrong name up there. Thank
Do
you.
solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you. Please be seated.
There's Kleenex if you need. Just push the button on top.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Lutina Parcell. I go by Tina.
Ms. Parcell, where do you reside?
I would prefer not to give my home address, but I do live in Greenville County.
Greenville County?
Yes.
And what is your relationship to Christina Parcell?
She's my younger sister.
And so,
Is this
can you
a
tell
repeat?
this jury a little bit about y'all's relationship going back to the 2000s and kind of taking us through that?
Sure. She was 2 years younger than me, so we were close.
Guys, we're on the wrong freaking day. How did that happen? We are on the wrong freaking day. How did that happen? I clicked on today's coverage. Are they? Did they put the wrong coverage up? What? Give me a sec. We're going to go over here, put this up. Wow. Do we not have a live? Is that why you put that up? That is weird, y'all. That is weird, y'all. I'm looking for it, you guys. I don't know what happened. I know I'm better than this. Forgive me, guys. I don't know why this is not. There is this trial not showing right now? Yeah, it is boosted all the way. It's a bad courtroom. Are you hearing me better? Um, I am looking. I don't think they have it up and running. Well, I'm glad we saw that flower part because that was one part that I really wanted to see again was the flower part because they were going on and on about I guess let me do this. They were going on and on and on about the okay. Well, I don't think it's live yet. That's part of the problem. And the Sementilli trial is not live until 11:30. So we're just a few minutes away from the Karen Reed. We're going to stick with the Karen Reed right now. Thank you guys for being patient and understanding. I am sorry about that. I will correct everything on my thing later. But they are going to go live for day 5. They haven't yet. That was my confusion. Thank you so much, Haley Mouse. But the one thing that bothered me about all of this rose petal thing is how the petals were found in the purse. A few were found on top of the body, not a lot. They were found under her. They were found in a basket. They were found like someone had just slung them all over and they just fell into the crevices of the room. So interested in, yes, thank you so much, Carmen. You know, you bless me so much. You were so amazing. Oh, Carmen, yay! Woohoo! 3 months, my love. Yay. I'm gonna be creating something cute here. I just am learning how to do some things with AI. I don't know much about AI, but I am learning to do things with AI. So, yeah. So, thank you, Carmen, for doing that and being a part of us for so long. You were so awesome, and I just really appreciate you. The the big issue for me in this case is the rose petals, and I understand it's not a huge deal if it was a rose or a wildflower, and roses do grow wild. You are correct on that, Kale, but, no, it hasn't started yet. I have a live stream waiting thanks to Miss Hay to, my fabulous mod, Haley Mouse. I have asked all my mods to send me a photo of themselves that they really like in Discord in a private message, and I haven't gotten them from anybody. I really would like a picture of you that I can use because I like to do some things sometimes. So send me a pic. Okay. What is my, there we go. Also, I have to admit, I am so sorry about Sunday. One moment. Oh, okay. You think the rose petals were message, Karate Cat Mom? I'm questioning either he or she just shook them like this because when they showed the bundle at the very top where it's separated, looked very aggressive and torn, not cut. And I would think if they were sprinkling the rose petals, all of the stems would be in that bunch. There wasn't all of them. Some of them were scattered around and that they would have pulled and done that. I don't know. We'll see. Thank you so much, Carmen, for doing that. Um, it may be message. I haven't heard enough yet to see that it was a message, but the rose petals were an issue for me from day one. Day one, rose petals were an issue for me. And I can't do that. Everything enlarges. I'm on the fence about the rose petals. I'll be honest. On a royal fence about the rose petals. So for me, that's a question. I'm trying to look up some information. Everybody's talking about the moon changing its colors next month. Hello, Karate Cat Mom. Thank you so much for joining. So, what do you think the message was, Karate Cat Mom? If you think they were a message, what do you think the message was? The one thing that gets me about this guide unaliving is anybody knows about any professional pianist? They don't like their hands damaged or messed with. So my question is, why do you think he did this for somebody else? Oh, let me see. Oh, love it. I love it. Thank you. Thank you. You're so awesome. You are so awesome. What's your, I know what favorite color is your favorite color. I still have your Yeti. I have the Yetis here. I'm going to send them to one of my mods, but she's kind of on hiatus right now. She's going to do all my mail outs because I do not have a quick and easy access. And that's why they haven't been mailed out to why can't I find that shade of green? To a post office. Because if I do have access to the post office, they're closed. I don't have access to I can't get the green I want, love, so that's the best I can do. So, I really struggle with accessing post offices. It sucks. I agree, the flower delivery, I very much think that could have happened. Definitely think that could have happened. Absolutely think that could happen. Definitely think that could happen. I'm not doubting that one bit. Um, that is not something that I do not disagree with at all. I absolutely do too think that very well could have been the way into the into the home. Don't disagree with that at all. Yep. I'm trying to do something now that I got my picture of her. I got my picture of her. I got my picture of her. Yeah. I'm having fun now. I love creating pictures. It looks like the judge is coming into the courtroom. You know what? I kind of believe in what's called happy accidents, and I believe that us replaying that part was a happy accident because that has been to me the most in question thing. It really has been. And so we're going to have both courts start at the same time, but I will tell you that Karen Reed will come first. We are all waiting for the court to begin, and then I will also go live on the Karen Reed. I will have a separate live as well as a joint live. I want to do that because I I'm just cleaning out some tabs. Because some people don't want to watch all this. Some people just want to watch the live stream. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to have both. We're going to have both. Yes, we is. Yes, we is. So now they changed it to 9:45. They're 4 minutes late. I did see a video of her walking into the courthouse. I sure did. Court expert analysis. Okay, let me go ahead. I tell you what, guys, I'm going to go ahead and go live in the other one, so you're going to hear that. I guess that's okay. Let me get live in the other one, okay? Let me share screen. Karen Reed. Get up and going. Live stream it. Thank you very much. Okay. Going live on the other, you're going to hear it. Welcome, welcome. How are y'all doing today? We are waiting for the Karen Reed motion hearing to start. Let me pop it up on screen so you can see. I am doing a dual live. So I have a live right now going with the Twisted Secrets murder trial, South Carolina versus Zachary Hughes. Yay. That is such an interesting trial. If you've not been watching, you might want to come hop on over after this. I have this stream going live, and I also have the other stream live. So we are doing a dual live. Yay! Dual live, dual live. So we are waiting for Miss Karen Reed to hop in. We are waiting for the trial to start on the other end. So it's just a lot of waiting. I feel like I'm in the military. Hurry up and wait. Hurry up and wait. Go figure. So thank you guys for liking and being a part of this live. I greatly, greatly appreciate it. This one's gonna be over here. Uh, For those of you who have not watched Channel 25's live interview with Miss Karen Reed and her attorney, y'all are missing out. You guys are royally missing out. And I mean royally missing out. Did I just accidentally? I've got a lot up and running right now, y'all. A lot up and running. Let me see. Okay, sorry, that has nothing to do with me. Yay! We're all good. Can you imagine how good we are, y'all? We are so good. Y'all, we are so good. We're good. We are so good. I started to say this on my other stream. I'll go ahead and do it on both of these. I am so appreciative of everybody's understanding yesterday. I could not go live on Sunday. Yesterday, I couldn't teach class. I've been sick since Friday afternoon. And I actually took a COVID test, and the first test said positive. The second one said negative. I didn't blow up into a full COVID symptoms. I come to find out I was starting a rheumatoid arthritis flare up along with intracranial hypertension flare up along with allergies. That's what it all ended up being. That's what all of this ended up being. Yes, Miss June is a military personnel, retired military personnel. We thank you to all of our veterans. We appreciate all that you guys do. We love our military. Ah, the proverbial fan. We got it. I'm a military brat. I did not serve physically in the military, but I did serve along with my father. Mm. As always, thank you for your service. All right, here comes the judge. I'm gonna turn that down for a minute. That's a little bit extra loud. Mute all that.
No, I understand. I'm saying the mic.
Also, I learned something that I
Yeah,
did
no,
not
no, just let us know when you're live. Thank
second
you.
day of trial on Zachary Hughes, that the school protection officer, school officer went to the school, put it on lockdown in the Zachary Hughes Rose Petal murder trial to ensure that the child of the victim was safe. That kicked butt. I don't know. That fan was pretty nasty and disgusting. I just saw by accident a man getting bit by an alligator. Took a chunk out of his side. Wow, that's creepy and scary. I hope you guys stay warm. I know we are getting ready to get into some really nasty weather. All of you, please stay warm, stay safe. Don't do or get out unless you absolutely have to. Oh, Karen Reed. Something that was said in her trial, in her interview that got me a little bit suspicious. Do you know in this county, the trooper, the state troopers are in charge of the jury, and the person who is supervisor over all the state troopers was also supervising the jury. Is that not a conflict of interest here? I just want your humble opinion on that. Is that a conflict of interest? I thought, I have I don't have Navy, I have Coast Guard. My father was in the Coast Guard, God love him. He was a coastie, and, dang proud of him. A lot of people, um, don't realize what the Coast Guard does for our country.
Yeah, exactly.
I, sorry about that. I'm looking up some stats here, trying to figure out what's going on with both trials.
There's probably some distortion on that, so listen to that one.
Navy retired.
How are you? I'm gonna get you fist bump. Last time I shook hands,
Well, we appreciate you.
yeah.
Yeah, a lot of the military look down on the
Can't
Coast
complain. How about
Guard as
yourself?
far as my personal
You gonna be speaking
experiences.
today?
I'm sure there's a lot of military personnel that like the Coast Guard, but there's a lot that don't. But you people don't realize it's hard to
There's
get
a
in
lot
the
to
Coast
cover.
Guard. Many people don't make the cut. They're very selective. My father was a chief petty officer, something another. I don't remember what all, but um, he had an important job. I do remember us constantly. Well, we moved. Every year of my school year until my ninth grade year, I went to a different school. I never spent more than a year and a half in one place. Oh, thank you, baby girl. My puppers just came up and gave me some loving. Gave me some loving. What did I get loving for? Go lay down. Go lay down. What do y'all think about my new thumbnail for the Karen Reed trial? I was trying something new. I really like the black and white, but I thought about putting some color in there somewhere, but I didn't. So give me your opinions on the new thumbnail. Uh, oh, I gotta find a better.
That's right, the HVAC system in those buildings. And we spent all our time in the courtrooms, close. Oh, you should.
What's taking them so long? That's what I wanna know. What's taking them so long? Let me put that over here. Now, all the trials, we're on a pause. We are on a pause. What are they doing? It sounds like they're rearranging the room. Hello, are you getting ready to move the camera and the microphone around a little bit?
Just a reminder about cell phone use today. Make sure everybody's cell phone is in the mute, please.
What is going on, y'all? Okay, the fan is we're having a merry-go-round with the fan. Just FYI, that's all we're doing here. We're having a merry-go-round with the fan, the proverbial fan. And I want to sing the wheels on the bus go round and round, round and round, round and round. Oh, I want to do that so bad. I hate that song. I hated it as a kid. I hate it now. And look what popped up on my no sooner did I say that, this popped up on my phone. Let me get to it. The wheels on the bus, it showed it going around and round. That was so funny. Okay, I did it. Let's see if I can bring it up. Okay, it looks like we've got something.
All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Kenobi, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the County of Norfolk.
Can you all hear
Give
that
your
okay?
attendance and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. Please be seated.
Judge 22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves starting with the Commonwealth? Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Adam Island for the
Morning,
Commonwealth.
Mr.
Morning,
Brennan.
Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Hank
Morning,
Brennan
Mr.
for
Potter.
Good morning, Mr. Brennan.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson.
You're singing
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
little.
Morning, Your Honor. Robert Alessi for Miss Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Alessi.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Unetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Unetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. All right, I was told council wanted to see me outside.
Oh,
Briefly, Judge.
Okay. I want to take this moment to give a huge shout out and thank you to Ms. Carmen Sponovece for being a fabulous mod and for being here when she can, because her work schedule is so cray-cray, and the fact that she loves us enough to spend her free time with us and helping me out. I love you. I appreciate you. You are simply amazing, my dear. Ugh, I hope you like it. What you thinking, doll? Oh, now we got a close up of. See, now you know why I want your photos, so I can actually thank you guys publicly. Uh huh. Good morning, Miss Cameron. Good morning, Case One. Good morning, Sunny Day. Good morning, June. Good morning, everybody. We're here again for my shite show of a court to see what. Oh, good morning, Haley Mouse. Oh, I just hate the way she sings it. Like, good morning, good morning, good morning. I would just say collectively, good morning, y'all. And that be the end of it. But they have their formalities. Come here. Over here. Go over here. Lay down. Sit down. Down.
All right, so what I'd like to do is start with, now I don't know if you all have the paper numbers on these. You probably do if you've been looking at Mass Court. So Commonwealth's motion for records, WFXT TV, Boston 25. This is paper 479. Mr. Brennan?
Good morning again, Your Honor.
Good morning.
I spoke to Mr. Albano last week and again last night.
Okay.
And on behalf of Fox, Boston 25, they're agreeing to my motion in its entirety. They've asked for the courtesy if I could wait until March 1st to receive all of the information. I expect they'll file it with the court.
Okay.
And so with the court's permission, I would ask Your Honor to endorse that agreement. Attorney Albano expresses his regret he couldn't be here. He had another engagement.
Okay. All right, I will. So March 1st before they can get it here? Was that
Yes,
the
they
date you
They'll
said?
have it on or before March 1st.
Okay. All right, so that motion is allowed by agreement and the order is right here, Mr. Clerk. All right. Next, I did amend the scheduling order, so we don't need to hear that anymore, right? And I tried to do it, Ms. Little, to save you from working an entire weekend. You got it early enough to do that, right? On the 10th of February?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So paper number 483, this is the motion to compel production of a forensically signed copy of the January 29, 2020 video surveillance footage in law enforcement custody. And the opposition, Jim, I don't have a docket number on this. I think it was just filed. The Commonwealth's opposition in response. Do you have a paper number? Okay.
I didn't get all of that, but I got a lot of it.
I'm sorry, the opposition to.
Defendant's motion to compel production of a forensically sound copy. We'll get started in the argument and you can give me that.
506.
Great, thank you.
That's the response.
Right. Okay. Who's arguing this motion for the defendant?
I am, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. My comments will be relatively brief. We filed this motion basically because we had no choice. We were following the court's instructions, meeting with Mr. Brennan after court the last hearing, which was the 6th, about the download of the video footage that apparently has been stored, or at least we believed at the time last week, had been stored on some sort of an iCloud. We were told that this was an account of a retired detective, as explained by Mr. Brennan. We met after court. Mr. Brennan told us that we did not need, we told Mr. Brennan that we did not need an expert to fly out and go through all the machinations of having someone present if all the information was a download from some iCloud account, unnamed iCloud account. As long as that was videotaped, we were fine with it. And that was basically the agreement. That was the information that we had at the time. We were predicating that on a conversation that we had with Mr. Brennan in January, I think it was January 22nd. He indicated that he went to Canton PD the same date, and the court will recall December 12th was the date of what I've referred to as sort of the wild goose chase, that we sent an expert out, et cetera. That same afternoon, apparently Mr. Brennan went to the Canton Police Department and found out that there was, in fact, additional video, which was news to us. He claims that it was news to him. And putting aside how odd that is, after 3 years of being told we have everything, he went on to explain in very specific form in a telephone conversation that he had met with a retired detective. At the time, he could not remember the detective's name. He said that the detective believed that he kept a copy of the January 29 video that we were looking for, and that he said that it was on a work computer's iCloud account. Mr. Brennan said that they intended to download it from the iCloud, turn it over, and that's the point at which we said, if you don't mind, just hold on that, because we're litigating ultimately this issue, which was the litigation we had on February 6th. So we had the hearing. The day after court on the 6th, after we reached this agreement that the iCloud would just be downloaded and videoed, we received an email from Ms. McLaughlin, and that changed the parameters of what we had believed and what we'd been told by Mr. Brennan. And it sounded more like this. The Commonwealth changed the story from some work computer iCloud account to the footage was being stored on what's called the, quote, department's video file system. It's very different than a retired officer's or a retired detective's work computer's iCloud, which is what Mr. Brennan believed at the time and what we were led to believe at the time. So we asked for clarification. Ms. Little sent an email saying, I'm confused. Now you're talking about something that looks like a much more formal system called the department's, the CPD video file system.
Why was
So we want, that's fine, no problem, download the videos, but we want the metadata and the log files.
Okay. Do you remember they sent an investigator down there to get all of the files and everything, the metadata, the file, the video, all of it, right? And they said that there was nothing to be had. The defense spent 12 grand for naught. And then Bev denied their ability or right to recoup that money because they were sent on a wild goose chase. Now they're saying that within the bowels of their system with that video was held. So was that a waste? I don't know. I would reiterate the need for reimbursement for that situation, because to me, I'm like, okay, honey boo, we have a problem, because we sat there and sent a private investigator, and I just lost my needle. Oh, I got it. Sent a private investigator to get the documents, to get the metadata, to get everything that we needed to get, and you guys denied having anything. And now you're telling us something has appeared out of the blue? I'd be fighting like hell for that money, because all that money is donated money.
That are associated with that. If it's on a formal file system, it's going to have metadata for the upload, for any access to the data, and for the download. We want the metadata and the log files as well. And that's the key entirely to the audit trail that we're interested in. historically, we have been asking for videos, for all this video surveillance to be preserved and provided for about 3 years. And this has been one of the centerpieces of this litigation. When we asked for that additional metadata and the log files, Mr. Brennan, in my opinion, took an odd position, which is, nope, we had an agreement. We met right back there in that room. We said that you could videotape the download of the videos. You don't get anything else. If you want anything else, go to court and file a motion, which is why we had to file this motion. We don't think that it was necessary. This is metadata that is literally in the Commonwealth's possession as we speak. They have it. We're entitled to it. It's simple. That's all we're asking for. Mr. Brennan referred to the video files being placed on Canton Police Department detective file, which is yet another name for where this mysterious video may be held. And we said, it's easy to get the metadata. Let's just do a quick forensic image. It'll take less than a day. And all we want is the metadata for the 24-hour period, 23 hours and 59 minutes to be exact. And we don't need to file the motion. The first question I have is, why would the Commonwealth even object to this? It doesn't seem like something that they would want to object to. This is in their possession. They know that they've got it or they've got access to it. Why wouldn't we get it? These videos, again, have been a pain point for this case. These videos have been a pain point for this case for time immemorial, since the beginning of the case. We've been demanding that footage from 2022, January 29th, 2022. We were told explicitly on December 12th that no footage existed when we went out and had an expert look at the DVR.
Yep.
Their analyst actually called Mr. Brennan when our expert, who was on the floor at Canton PD, asked, are there any original files that are in the possession of the Canton PD? The analyst went, I think her name was Colleen Crawford. It was Colleen Crawford. She went and called Mr. Brennan, according to our analyst. Mr. Brennan then informed Ms. Crawford to tell our expert, get it from the defense. Whatever, if you want original files, get it from the defense, knowing full well that we don't have it. If we had it, we wouldn't be there. And then it was that same day that miraculously the Canton Police Department revealed that, in fact, it did have some video footage on this either iCloud or video system. We take the position very clearly that this is Brady information, it's exculpatory information. The audit trail is also Brady and exculpatory, because the audit trail will tell us information that we won't otherwise have from the raw video. How did the footage end up on the system? When did the footage end up on the system? Who put it on the system? How many times has it been accessed? Has it been accessed at all? Has it been altered? Has it been manipulated? Has anything been deleted? Those are all data points that will be embedded in the metadata and the log files. The only way to answer those questions is for us to get it. That's all. And that's all we were asking of Mr. Brennan. We are surprised that he would object to that, because we would think that in point of fact, he would want those same data as well. Mr. Brennan made a point of saying, when he first came on this case, look, we want to give Ms. Reed a fair trial. We want to be as transparent as possible. And my hope is that was not just lip service for the media. I don't know why the Commonwealth would object to this. There's no reason to object to it. They have it. We want it. And now we're asking for the court to order it. I'll submit.
Mr. Brennan.
It seems like another effort to portray some type of injustice wrought upon the defense, that half the facts are left out of the presentation. So to talk about reality, the reality is that I invited them to come download the DVR, NVR, where they full well knew that I had no idea if there was still video on there, and why would they be 3 years later? And after they filed a motion making representations that weren't accurate, I no longer had the confidence to have off-the-record agreements with the defense. There has to be a certain level of confidence that when you have an agreement and you try to help the other side, that the memory of the discussion is going to be portrayed accurately. And in losing confidence, the best way to practice for discovery is motion. And yet the court asked me to meet with the defense after court, and I will always honor the court's request. So because of your order, we met with the defense. Now, as a matter of background, when they came out to look at the DVR, there was no motion. That was by invitation. It wasn't lip service. It wasn't trying to spin a story for the media. It was a good faith effort to accommodate the defense to an entitlement that they weren't actually entitled to. I didn't go on the 12th and speak to the police officers because we were here on Dr. Russell. I went after because I wanted to know more about the cameras. I had never visited the station. I wanted to know about the process. And I wanted to ask firsthand anybody that was there about the process because I wanted to do due diligence. And when I met with the chief and other officers, I was told by a retired sergeant who was there, DGM
Why
Petal,
would, whoa,
that
whoa,
he was the
whoa,
officer who would download.
why would a retired sergeant, why would you have a retired personnel in that office at that time? Why? I want to know, why was he there? That's not normal.
Video upon request. He never downloaded a 24-hour period. He was never asked to. There was never a motion to. When the government would ask, or state police would ask for a download of a particular event, like the Sallyport
Anybody
area,
want
he would download it.
same question I
What he
have?
told me is that that is
Why?
on the DVR, an independent unit that has all the metadata and the logs if it still survives time. He said when he would download it, he then had his own hard drive at his office, and there was different files. One was called detective file because he's a detective. And he'd simply click and drag a copy of whatever he filed or copied for the government or the state police before. It wasn't a full accounting of all the metadata or all the video. It was whatever he decided to copy because he was asked to copy it. And so I thought, well, there's more information that exists. It's not going to be a 24-hour period. It's probably going to be cumulative, but I wouldn't know unless I looked. Now, the standard practice is the Commonwealth would then just ask the detective to download a copy, and we'd meet our Rule 14 obligations by providing it to the defense. It's as simple as that. The defense is entitled to know more. There's nothing mysterious about it. There's no hiding about it. There's no story. It's just video on the detective file on his hard drive. But I called the defense, not only due diligence, professional courtesy, to say, you are already involved in the process with the NVR DVR. I've already invited you to bring an expert. I want to download this information that he copied over time and give you a copy. And they said, we don't know how we feel about that. Can you wait? I did not want to wait. I don't want any video being overwritten or destroyed. It was against my judgment, but I was deferring to the defense request to wait. And now it has become part of the spirit of their argument of oppression that somehow there's something odd or miraculously hidden about this. It is simply video that the sergeant clicked and dragged to another file that we can go in, click and drag it to a hard drive, and give them a copy. After you asked us to speak in the back room, the 6 of us were there. We had a conversation. We said we would simply copy the video, and then as another measure, which was unnecessary, we'd actually videotape it. Now, we did that because the defense wanted us to, and also it seems if it's on videotape, it can limit baseless allegations later. So we were happy to do it. And then when we got back to the office, the request changed. Under the spirit of Brady violations and due process, it was suggested that we were supposed to engage now in a different process, and that was metadata. I don't even know if the detective file has metadata. I don't actually know exactly what they're looking for. It is a simple click and drag process. Whatever video exists with the sergeant, we will give them. We're obligated to give them. The only delay has been because they've asked for all these different accommodations and different styles of doing it. And so we want to meet our responsibility, download the videos, and simply give them to the defense. There's nothing else about this issue. It's that simple. And technically, we don't have any other obligation other than to download it. It seems as though when I extend courtesies and obligations, it becomes complicated. It's not a complicated process. So we'd like to finish our Rule 14, download the video, give it to the defense, and then they can make any commentary or argument they want about it.
How quickly can you do that?
I imagine we could do it one day, but today is, we have done by the end of the week.
You want to maybe, I'll be heard briefly.
Yes.
Very, very briefly.
Take your time.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan's confidence notwithstanding, I don't know what to say about that, pretty immaterial. what his level of confidence is. I'm more concerned about his obligations as the representative of the Commonwealth. And he really didn't talk about the metadata in his argument. He didn't talk about the metadata in his written presentation, his opposition, because he knows that we're entitled to it. That's all we're asking. One thing I really agree with him on, this is simple. This shouldn't be a fight. He's got video data. He's got metadata associated with that video data, and there's probably, maybe, log files. If there are, we're entitled to them, and he should want to give those over to us. He just indicated that this detective file, whatever it is a hard drive. Every electronic storage device has metadata on it. So even if it's a drag and drop, makes it sound super simple, that electronic drag and drop will have metadata associated with it. That hard drive, every time it's accessed and the data on it is accessed, also will have metadata. Euphemistically, it's called electronic fingerprints. Every single, whether it's a thumb drive, a hard drive, or a server, every one of them have metadata on it. So it's not difficult. We're interested in the videos, but we're also interested in the data that is behind the videos as well. And I wouldn't be nearly so concerned. And Mr. Brennan makes this argument, well, the defense is just up here, again, pontificating about how they've been oppressed, I think is his word.
I think that he's right on this point, that it's not the video that he's concerned with as much as the metadata. So here's the thing. It is now on an external hard drive. It is no longer on the original format, right? Now it's in an external hard drive. That external hard drive is now been out of the chain of command. And if I'm wrong, Carmen, nail my butt. But who's had command of that external hard drive? Who's had command of that? Who's had control of that? Has that been sitting in the control of the retired officer? Well, number one, why would he maintain that? That is evidence. Number two, why is it such a big deal to give them the metadata on the hard drive? See, they're saying there's no metadata. Well, there's maybe not metadata on the original captioning device because it's been rewritten. But there's a lot of metadata on that external hard drive. And guess what else is on that external hard drive? A lot of things. And if they sit there and get the metadata for the external hard drive, they, i.e. the Commonwealth, risk opening up some things that they don't want to open up. If I'm not right, tell me I'm not right. You can argue it if you want. But the problem with the chain of custody, here we go. The problem with the chain of custody, it's easily could have been tampered with. It should have been sealed, stored properly. That's what I'm getting to. That it's been sitting in the hands of a retired PD person. You don't know what he's done to it. You don't know who else has had it. And so now this is tainted evidence that should have been given to them well before all this happened. It should have been given to them in the last trial. This data and all of this information should have been given to them over a trial ago. And they are just now getting to this. To me, this is really bad. And the fact that you have a retired military personnel who isn't in the books, who isn't being paid, who isn't working, and he's sitting in the office, why is he even involved? If he's a witness, fine, but he shouldn't be there when all this metadata is dealt with. He shouldn't be there when all the evidence is being talked about. He shouldn't be a part of this, especially if he's a potential witness. Carmen, tell me if I'm wrong on this. Carmen, how many times do you see an agency with a retired personnel bringing them in or allowing them to come in and sit in the department while they're dealing with a case? He shouldn't exactly. He shouldn't have knowledge or access of any of this. So that's problem number 1. Problem number 2 for me is the validity of this video, and on top of it, what's been changed. And again, it should never have been left in the hands of a retired personnel, ever. So I understand we have a new prosecutor on the case. I understand he's walking into a time bomb. I understand there's a lot of stuff that he didn't know happened, and he's playing catch up. And that's wonderful. Thank you very much for taking this on. However, it does not negate the fact that there's evidence that was not turned over originally to this team for Karen Reed, and it was known about, and it was hidden. Yeah, we would be fired, not charged if we allowed someone in during that round. Oh, yeah. And why is this still in the possession of a retired police officer or detective? He's supposed to leave any and everything well, he's never supposed to take anything home. He's never supposed to have external hard drive that he can take home. I mean, all of that is the property of the state. Why does he have that kind of unfeathered access to it? I would be fighting like a little witchy hyena on this.
Nobody's talking about oppression. We're talking about fairness. We have been told from day one, before the first trial ever started, Your Honor, this court recalls this. We don't have any further video evidence. Whatever videos we have, we've given them over to you. Then on April 4th, in the shadow of the trial starting, we get more video. Where did that come from? Then in the middle of trial,
yeah,
we get
where
more
did it
video.
all
That
come
was
from if
screen
it was
inverted.
rewritten over?
Where did that come?
That was the other thing. You would lose your clearance, fired, and probably prosecuted. Exactly. And what about this, Carmen? You're just days away from trial, even in trial, and this video evidence is coming about. Why? Where did it come from? If you guys say you don't have a master, what I call a raw data, a raw copy of the Sallyport video, then how in the hell are you reproducing all this for trial? If it was written over after 30 days, you're telling them, the defense, there is no raw file with the metadata, but yet you're able to produce all of this evidence and videos that suit and fit your needs? That's bullshit.
Then on October 24th, we get more video. This past October 24th, well after the trial, we get more video of Brian Higgins out at the location of CPD on his phone. Where are these dribs and drabs of video coming from? That's all we're asking.
Exactly.
And Mr. Brennan should want the
October 24th. Did that video come with the metadata?
No.
Whoa!
It's a video file. And I'll also, that's a great point, Judge. When you have a hard drive that's storing video files, my understanding, again, I'm no expert. My understanding is that hard drive will likely have some sort of an EXE program, an executable program on it.
Yep,
to
it
play
does.
the video or to store the video.
Yep,
It'll also have potentially some sort of video player, maybe a proprietary player on it, and then there's going to be the file. So that's what we're asking for. What's the metadata associated with all those things? It's not a hard ask. It's not a heavy lift. There's no reason to justify, well, you know what, I'm just going to drag and drop this and you get the video and nothing associated with the video. That's all we're asking.
Any further response, Mr. Brennan?
Your Honor, there's no attempt to deprive the defendant of anything. In fact, historically, if we look back, we
Look at her
invited them
smile on
to
her
come
face.
to the actual hard drive
Like, Bill, you're
and do
not
it themselves, and they
not.
declined. So this isn't an issue where the government is trying to hide something or keep something from them. If there was obvious metadata, we would provide it, but I don't understand this is that type of
How
thing.
do you not
So
have
they're asking for certain
metadata
things that
on all of this
I don't think
when
we
you're
can
producing it in court?
If they want to come, they're invited.
Yeah, at the tune of
Or if we inquire
$12,000 of waste.
a retired sergeant detective about metadata, I'll do that. But the issue is going to become that when we drag and click these videos And if there is no metadata or logs of what they say they're looking for, there's going to be yet another accusation. And I do not want to invite
You're right.
this
Why?
accusation
Why? Where's the raw
beyond our
data?
duty. Our duty is to provide the video. What more can we do
I'm sorry, I'm
to
getting
invite
hot,
the
y'all.
defense themselves to come into the Canton Police Department and take a look at the system? So if there's something they want, then we'll copy it.
Good one, Carmen. Good one.
Thank you very much.
She's like, oh.
All right, Ms. Giannetti, the next one should be fairly quick and simple. The motion for Pro Hoc Vici. I asked you before when Mr. Alessi joined us, you have a rather vague, good cause exists to grant this motion because Mr. Betterow, is that how you pronounce his name?
Yes.
Betterow has specialized skill and knowledge in representing defendants in matters of this nature.
What-
I asked you last time what you mean by that. I need another affidavit. As soon as I get another affidavit,
I want to go back to what she says so I spell it right.
fairly quick and simple. The motion for Pro Hoc Vici. I asked you before when Mr. Alessi joined us, you have a rather vague, good cause exists to grant this motion because Mr. Betterow, is that how you pronounce his name?
Yes.
Betterow has specialized skill and knowledge in representing defendants in matters of this nature. I asked you last time what you mean by that. I need another affidavit. As soon as I get another affidavit that has a little bit more in it, I'll likely allow the motion.
Understood. And would the court require further oral argument, or do you anticipate potentially allowing it on the papers, Judge?
I would probably allow it on the papers unless I know there's an opposition, but
Thank you.
it's rare. All right, but I need a more detailed affidavit.
Your Honor, may I have just a moment with counsel?
I don't know how to spell what that was. If anybody else knows how, please let me know. Pro Hoc Vici. I don't even know how to spell that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, the next one's paper.
Have you heard briefly?
Yes,
Have you heard briefly?
yes.
Like I'm so done with this stuff.
So I did just say unless there was an opposition. Is this an opposition?
It's not an opposition, but I have some thoughts that I want to share with the court.
Okay.
It's not an opposition because I think a defendant who's presumed innocent has the right to counsel of their choosing. I think it's a very fundamental right. And I don't think the Commonwealth should dabble in taking a position trying to prevent an accused from having counsel of their choice. That being said, as Your Honor may be aware, Mr. Betterow is also an attorney for Mr. Kearney. And that is something that I think the court should consider and be thoughtful about
Conflict.
for a couple of reasons. There is a history, a symbiotic relationship between Ms. Reed and Mr. Kearney. There is a history of documented evidence showing the sharing of discovery between the parties. And inevitably, that discovery is promoted in such a way that abuses, harasses, and bullies witnesses in this case.
But you're not the lawyer for the other
Not
side.
unmindful that there's over a dozen indictments against Mr. Kearney, which Mr. Betterow is representing him for. Now,
Whoa,
it's not great
snap.
clarity, but it's been represented that there is a relationship between Mr. Betterow, Mr. Petal, who's Mr. Kearney's other attorney, and the defense attorneys in this case. There's a
snap.
record
This is
that
good.
has been represented that the attorneys in Mr. Kearney's case, Mr. Betterow, Mr. Petal, have an understanding with the defense attorneys in this case, that there's an ongoing long-term implicit mutual assistance and mutual defense that they've been a part of for a long time. Now, the Commonwealth is not entitled to any product of a mutual defense, but it is curious in that Ms. Reed and Mr. Kearney are not co-defendants. It is curious that given the indictments, most of them that deal with witnesses in this case that allegedly have been harassed and intimidated, it is curious that that relationship exists and the nature of that relationship. It's not something that I think I'm entitled to, but the court certainly could delve into that ex parte. It's important because we'll later talk about, in a sanctions motion, a violation, a direct violation of protective orders in this case.
Oh, I know where he's going now.
And the discovery in this case was provided to
So much fun.
special attorney in Mr. Kearney's case to make sure that there was a thorough review of all discovery.
Trying to keep
And
that
much of
in
that was turned over subject to a protective order. And I expect there'll be a similar motion in Mr. Kearney's case. Within 24 hours of the violation in this case, there was a violation of different material in that case. And so inevitably, you have Attorney Betterow, who will be serving two masters. He will receive protected information in this case that is supposed to remain protected and not leaked and distributed to the media and the press and court pleadings.
Boy, he's making
And
a good
some of that
argument.
information will not be information that Mr. Kearney is entitled to. And being in a position of representing two different defendants who are not co-defendants, being in that position is going to be a difficult task to manage. And I am worried, and I have good reason to be worried about the privacy of our protected material. I have good reason to be concerned about the improper dissemination of our material. I have a reason to be concerned about the continued harassment and bullying of witnesses. And this information, if a court order won't protect it, then nothing will. Then nothing will. And so we know this relationship is substantive. We know it is a deep relationship. The attorneys, in fact, in this case, have direct communications or had with Mr. Kearney, over 29 calls each. And so, not to speculate, but having a mutual agreement, a mutual aid agreement, does not allow an attorney then to become one of the attorneys who is entitled to protection under a protective order in a particular case. It doesn't. And that concerns the government. And so while I do not object to Attorney Betterow, they should have as many lawyers as they want. I think the court should have some caution and some concern and should consider some type of inquiry ex parte without the Commonwealth present about the nature of this joint aid agreement and the history of it and whether protected information was ever shared prior to Mr. Betterow presumably joining this case, and whether there's protocol in place that if there is protected information in this case, that it does not leak again. It does not get shared with a non-co-defendant. I don't even know how to describe the relationship. I'm asking the court to consider assuring itself of those safety measures because this trial is going to happen. And these witnesses should be able to walk into this courtroom without fear, without bullying, without abuse. And that has not happened. For many reasons, it has not happened. And this makes it a more complicated issue. The defendant is entitled to a fair trial, which means she's entitled to another attorney. So I don't object.
Do you really believe that that they have been harassed to the level of which they are speaking of? I wonder because there's people on the state side that have harassed and bullied Karen Reed and their witnesses, have there not been? And you don't see them going up there and crying and shaking a fist and having a baby temper tantrum. I think that what's happening with Turtle Boy sucks. I don't necessarily agree with it. Do I think that he sometimes goes a little overboard? Do I believe that he sometimes has a mouth that will make a grown sailor blush? And some of the things he says are very crude and rude and very hard to hear. But if you listen to the underlying tone, he's correct. How is that bullying? I can't defend him. I don't know enough about his case to defend him, but I think what they're saying here is a bunch of babies.
But the Commonwealth is entitled to.
Wah,
The Commonwealth is entitled to a fair trial, and the witnesses are entitled to walk in this courtroom without being abused.
They haven't been abused. They've abused him. He's never abused them with them walking into the courtroom.
Ms. Giannetti, I have to consider everything that was just said, but I'll wait for your affidavit.
Right, we'll try to address those issues in the affidavit, Judge. Thank you.
Okay. All right, the next one I believe is paper 489, Commonwealth's motion to amend the December 5th order pertaining to audio recordings in possession of Gretchen Voss, and/or Metro Court. Relatively straightforward, but I'll hear you, Mr. Brennan.
Your Honor, you provided us the full audio between the defendant attorneys and Ms. Voss. I'd like to have it transcribed because I expect to use many parts of it for trial. The order was all the attorneys could listen to it. I can report none of the attorneys have listened to it other than me. It was sent to a transcriber, but I told the transcriber not to listen to it or record it because although I expect it might have been in the protective order, I want to be beyond caution on this and beyond reproach. So I'm asking permission for me to be able to make a copy, stenographer make a copy so that we can identify pieces that we expect to use for trial.
Okay, there's no objection to this, is there?
No, Your Honor.
Of course, I'll provide the defense a copy if they want.
Yes. All right, so this is allowed. All right, so the next is paper 490, Defendants Rule 14 and 17, motion for court order authorizing defense access to the Lexus and Traverse and to the driveway at One Meadows Avenue in Canton to conduct an independent testing and analysis. I did receive this morning an affidavit from attorney Mark Diller on behalf of the O'Keefe family in response to defendants Rule 14 and 17 motion for court order authorizing defense access to the Lexus and Traverse and to the driveway at One Meadows Ave in Canton to conduct independent testing and analysis. I assume counsel has seen this affidavit of Mr. Diller?
Yes, Your Honor. In the interest of saving time, I would alert the court that Mr. Brennan and I have conferred prior to today. And today he handed me a drive that appears to have the 3D scans that we were seeking.
Okay.
So that may well satisfy us. And I would ask that the court take no action on this motion until we've had a chance to view them. And we may not need to have action on this motion.
Okay. I do just want to say it's clear from this affidavit that there's the spirit of cooperation, even though unnecessary, frankly, on behalf of the O'Keefe family. So I would not do anything really other than what their lawyer has suggested.
Understood.
Okay. All right, so no action taken. So the next is paper 493, defendant's motion to reconsider reciprocal discovery order, and paper 503, the Commonwealth's opposition. So who is arguing this motion for the defendant?
I will be, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll hear you.
Would you like me to address both issues first or?
Both issues.
Okay. So, Your Honor, taking first the motion to reconsider the reciprocal discovery order, I start by acknowledging that the court has wide discretion in this area with regard to discovery orders and reciprocal discovery orders. I'm also aware of the court's ruling in the first trial whereby we were ordered essentially to turn over any evidence that we were going to use when impeaching Commonwealth's witnesses. And that's what we're asking the court to reconsider. It is our position, Judge, that, part of, and I believe I quoted a case on the last page of the motion, the effectiveness of page 12, Judge, of my motion. The effectiveness of cross-examination often depends on being able to surprise a witness, particularly an accusing witness, with evidence that contradicts or is inconsistent with his trial testimony. And with regard to at least two witnesses, the examples that we outline in the motion, we were deprived of that very legitimate exercise of confronting a witness and surprising them with an inconsistency in their testimony. with regard to, Ms. McCabe, it was never mentioned anywhere that she spent an hour at the home, the personal home of Mr. Lank from the Canton Police Department. That only came up after we were ordered and did produce, pursuant to the court's order, the geofence data, which revealed that that meeting did take place. And so, the Commonwealth, armed with that information, went and talked to her about it, obviously, because she was very well prepared on cross-examination to address that issue and came up with a very detailed explanation that appeared to diffuse the fact that she hadn't mentioned it before. She was very well prepared for that. And secondly, with regard to the juvenile witness, as the court remembers, I'm sure from the first trial, we had that video of the steak tips incident, and it clearly did not show the type of animosity that had been originally prepared. And so when it came time for trial testimony, it turned into something different. It turned into, well, that was a takeout incident, which, we question what was done behind the scenes to, arrive at that conclusion as well. And, I also, include in the motion, and just to be clear, Judge, this is something I will start with in addressing the motion for sanctions. This is my motion. I drafted it. None of my co-counsel saw this motion before it was filed. So I take responsibility for everything that's in there. But, we also make the point that with regard to, Trooper Proctor, it appears as though there was, he was monitoring the trial. At least that's the inference that we draw, because he specifically says the one part that he didn't want to watch was Mr. Jackson's closing argument. And he obviously uses derogatory language toward him as well. If we turn over this information in advance, not only does the Commonwealth get a chance to blunt this information by having the witness be given an opportunity to mold their testimony to take into account the impeachment information, but this is I won't say unique trial, but it's a rare trial that is streamed online. There's obviously a lot of press
careful
interest.
here. You may
People-
talk your
some people
way
are
out of
watching,
having it live.
everything
We're
that goes
allowed
on. The court has issued sequestration orders. We don't know for sure whether they've.
Okay, here's the problem with his argument. Right now, he is putting it in the boat that she could just say, okay, no live stream. We took care of that. Bye. Done. Please, God, don't let
been
that happen.
complied with. And to the extent that we turn over this impeachment material and the Commonwealth uses it, it's another opportunity for a witness to see potentially in advance something that could otherwise be damaging toward cross-examination.
You're treading on very thin ice here.
Switching to the Commonwealth's motion for sanctions.
You know what, let's wait. When I said both, I thought you meant 2 points that you made up to.
Understood.
All right, so, Mr. Brennan?
The court shouldn't force reciprocal discovery. You shouldn't force it, Your Honor. Trial by ambush is simply that, trial by ambush. There were many instances when I reviewed this trial where the defense came up to sidebar, they had pictures, photos, things they didn't turn over that they expected to use for impeachment. And the rule requires them to do that. The reporter's note to Rule 14 talks about reciprocal discovery. Quote, even-handed discovery to both sides will improve both the administration and the delivery of justice. A witness has a right to look at information before their testimony.
Thank you.
Just like the Commonwealth provides all evidence to the defense should do the same. Now, it's notable in the rules, although they're changing March 1st. We look at Rule 14A1A. That has a limitation in discovery for the Commonwealth under the person's direction and control. The reason for that is because the Commonwealth, unlike the defense, must provide all discovery in their possession and control. So for example, if the Commonwealth is going to call an expert, they have to provide everything. Although the rules are a little bit more limited, it is the best practice to provide everything. If the Commonwealth is not going to call a witness, they still have obligations. And that is why that language is in Rule 14A1A. If the Commonwealth seeks consult with somebody, they're not going to call, they need to produce it to the defense. For example, I get random emails from unknown people, anonymous, or sometimes there are names on them, talking about theories of the case. I give it to the defense because it's in my possession, custody, or control. I have no intention of calling an anonymous person, but because I have the information, because I am the Commonwealth, they're entitled to it. If you look under 14B, it's different for the defense. If they're going to call a witness, they have an obligation to produce evidence. If they have evidence they're going to use at trial, they have an obligation to provide it. And so allowing the defense to simply hide information because they think it's impeachment at trial is uneven-handed. It's not fair play. It's not in the interest of justice. There is no caveat or exception for the
And you've
defense
been
that
a
they're
fair
entitled
play
in
vote,
state
right,
court
you,
anyways. Federal rules are very
not been
different.
fair play.
In state court for them to withhold reciprocal discovery. The order of the court at the first trial, even though it wasn't followed religiously, was that reciprocal discovery was an obligation of both sides. And that should not change.
Yeah,
It
it wasn't
it's
followed by
going to
your
create
side more than
chaos.
their side.
It's going to create delay in the case, and it's going to create an unfairness. It will be trial by ambush. It will be. And so since there is no caveat or exception for the defense, and since there's no entitlement to withhold impeachment material, we should not make an exception for this team. They should provide it like everybody else. So I'm asking you to maintain the reciprocal discovery order that is already in place.
Nothing's going to
and then
be
hopefully at this
on the
trial,
side of
will be abided by.
Nancy Bev is going to decide for
Okay.
the prosecution the whole way.
Was there any follow-up to that? The motion for sanctions will be a little bit later.
Right. No, the only thing I would point out, Your Honor, is that with regard to the report of Jen McCabe, or Jennifer McCabe, I should say, revealing this link meeting, that report wasn't provided to us until after she testified. And I think this court remembers from the trial that there was sort of a rolling discovery that we received even as the trial was going on. So I just wanted to make that point.
Okay.
Your Honor, I've tried my best, and I will continue to provide all discovery timely to the defense.
Thank you.
I've been on the side where late discovery.
Oh, don't give me
and I
that
never
crap.
want that to happen.
I'm so
Sometimes this
good.
happens on both
I
sides.
came in
That's not
late.
intended to the Commonwealth.
I'm doing my
Commonwealth is doing
best.
everything possible
I'm doing
to
everything
give
I
the defense
can.
more
It's not
discovery than they're
me,
entitled to
it's
or
them. Oh, sit down
All
and
right.
shut up.
Thank you. Next is paper 495. This is defendant's motion to compel discovery, and then there was a response from the Commonwealth. Paper 502. So who's arguing this for the defendant?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, we filed a motion to compel certain discovery that is still outstanding. There's 10 items. I'll address those in turn. The first request deals with,
So you have the Commonwealth's response, right?
Yes,
Where it doesn't object to some. Are you going to skip over those? Or
yes, of course,
okay.
Your Honor. For those, I'll just ask that the court allow those requests. For request 1, Your Honor, we've asked for all chain of custody logs, reports, evidence logs, and other documentation regarding how the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office and the Massachusetts State Police came into possession of each distinct production of Canton Police Department video surveillance footage from January 29th. As the court has heard many times, we have received 3 separate productions. One before trial, which was missing the precise time Ms. Reed's Lexus was brought into the Canton Sallyport garage. Another production in the middle of trial, which included an inverted video showing only the left portion of Ms. Reed's taillight, not the condition of the right rear taillight in the Sallyport garage when it was first brought in. Then we have a third production, which was not turned over until after trial in this matter. In that production, we have video surveillance footage from outside the Canton Police Department, where it shows Brian Higgins on his cell phone talking to someone at 1:30 a.m. outside of the Canton Police Department. The only report or documentation associated with any of those 3 productions is a singular report from July of 2024 that details an IT person, Colleen Crawford's, review of video surveillance footage and summarizing information about what she looked at. We have no chain of custody logs, no evidence logs, no reports regarding the download of that information. We don't know who the custodian of records is with regards to those three productions, or how this information magically appeared in the Massachusetts State Police and Norfolk County DA's possession. We are entitled to that. We're simply asking for what we have in all the other video surveillance footage, evidence logs, a copy of when that was booked into evidence. The Commonwealth cannot skirt their discovery obligations by simply failing to memorialize evidence that doesn't help them.
So does the Commonwealth have an obligation to create a document if that's not already in existence?
That information is in their possession. It's Brady, right? We have Canton police officers who handled this footage. We have Massachusetts State police officers.
Yeah,
who
that's
handled
why
this
I'm thinking
footage.
about going to law school.
They know that they downloaded the information. You cannot skirt your Brady obligations by failing to memorialize things in reports. We are asking for basic reports from the witnesses who recovered this evidence. They can't avoid cross-examination on evidence that they're admitting at trial by failing to disclose who obtained it and when. And I can understand why they might not want to do that. There's an ongoing federal investigation. No one seems to want to take ownership of these videos, but that does not absolve them of their Rule 14 obligations.
Good for
We
you.
still don't know who the
Good
custodian of
girl.
records is.
That's a great point.
The Commonwealth cannot skirt its mandatory discovery obligations by refusing to memorialize this material and relevant evidence in a report simply because they don't want the individuals involved to be questioned about it. The Commonwealth is intentionally subverting its obligations under Rule 14. We're asking that this request be allowed.
For those of you who do not
The
know,
second category of information, Your Honor, is information that relates to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office investigation clearing Officer Matthew Farwell of the murder of Sandra Birchmore. There's certain names that this court will recognize. First responding officer, Sergeant Link. Detective, Kevin Albert. Trooper, Mike Dunn. Trooper, Zach Clark. Colleen Crawford. Lieutenant John Fanning. Trooper Garino. Lieutenant Brian Tully. Trooper Kathleen Prince. And Norfolk County District Attorney Michael Morrissey. All of these individuals are material and relevant witnesses in this case. They are also material and relevant witnesses in the investigation that cleared sworn peace officer Matthew Farwell in the murder of Sandra Birchmore. The parallels in these two cases could not be clearer. It's the same material witnesses, same investigators, same prosecutors, same failure to investigate a law enforcement officer who should have been a suspect.
woo, she opened that can of whoop
Specifically in terms of our requests, we've requested an unredacted copy of MSP report number 26. There are certain reports in this case, Your Honor, that deal with material witnesses that are so heavily redacted that we can't make sense of what is even in them. It deals with an interview conducted by two material witnesses in our case, Lieutenant Fanning and Trooper Kathleen Prince, and we're simply asking for an unredacted copy of that report. As to request 3, we're asking for an unredacted copy of public record responses regarding email correspondence and communications associated with the Sandra Birchmore investigation. The communications we've received in our case have been revelatory, material, and exculpatory. Given the consistency and parallel type of investigation, the communications between and among law enforcement officers and the Norfolk County DA's office with witnesses who are material to our case are relevant and should be turned over in discovery. Finally, we've also asked for an unredacted copy of all reports, communications, and handwritten notes and other documents from the Sandra Birchmore investigation concerning material law enforcement witnesses in our case. Your Honor, the reports by investigating officers that led to the improper clearing of Peace Officer Matthew Farwell in the Birchmore case go directly to the credibility of those law enforcement officers and their reports. The reports that they drafted in reaching certain conclusions, clearing Officer Farwell, directly go to their credibility. In our case, which again deals with the clearing of a fellow officer. And I would cite one example, Your Honor. For example, Massachusetts State Police Trooper Garino, the same person who obtained and analyzed the electronic devices in our case and reached certain opinions and conclusions, also analyzed electronic data in the Birchmore investigation. As it turns out, Trooper Garino made certain ultimate conclusions in at least one of his reports, stating that really there's nothing to see here. I found some text messages. They corroborate that Matthew Farwell had a consensual relationship with Sandra Birchmore. No evidence of improper conduct, nothing to see here. Yet, when the federal investigators looked at the electronic data, they recovered tens of thousands of text messages between Birchmore and Farwell that implicated Farwell in her murder. The text messages, which are publicly available and referenced in federal search warrants, affidavits, are incredibly disturbing. They establish that he had sex with her as a minor when she was in a cadet in the Stoughton Explorers program. They detail violent fantasies. It's clearly implicates Matthew Farwell. It's not even a close call. Is it relevant and material to us that the same expert would analyze a fellow officer's electronic devices and make those types of conclusions? Of course it is. This information goes directly to Garino's credibility, bias, competency, and ability to conduct an investigation in this case, where there were law enforcement officers who should have been suspects. As to request number 5, Your Honor, we're asking for documents related to the internal affairs investigation into Trooper Michael Proctor. As the court knows, we have an ongoing Rule 17 motion as well with regard to these documents. The Massachusetts State Police is an agent of the Commonwealth. The internal affairs investigation happened quite recently. We're asking the court to go ahead and order those documents because we are on the eve of trial. The administrative hearing that took place deals directly with allegations of misconduct by Trooper Proctor in this case. If Attorney Brennan's position is that these documents are not in the Commonwealth's possession, we're asking the court to go ahead and just order that information be produced so that we're not having to scramble on the eve of trial to obtain that information.
So if it's Rule 17 instead of Rule 14, the third party has to be served, right?
So there is an ongoing order, Your Honor, under Rule 17 as well. We already filed that, a Weenus motion back in 2022, and it was ongoing.
All right. If somebody can tell us the paper number so we can find that.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will. The Commonwealth has indicated that they do not object to requests 6 and 7, so we'd ask that the court allow those requests. As to requests 8 and 9, those deal with a request for communications between the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office and its law enforcement agents on the one hand, and all experts retained by the Commonwealth in connection with this case. We find the Commonwealth's response to this request objecting to it particularly interesting. They claim the request is overbroad, that it is beyond the scope of Massachusetts Rule of Criminal Procedure 14. And the reason it's interesting that they're objecting to this request is because our discovery request is copied verbatim from Attorney Brennan's request as to the ARCA experts. Now that he's on the receiving end of that request, he's objecting to it. All we're asking for are the material and relevant communications that the Commonwealth and its agents have had with their experts in preparation for this case. Ms. Reed is entitled to that, and it's proper in terms of being able to effectively cross-examine those experts. And as to request 10, Your Honor, there's no objection. We'd ask that that be allowed.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Brennan.
All right, here comes the crybaby. Well,
It's important
Carmen,
to represent facts accurately. And the court has ordered in the past when representation.
Carmen, one thing that people are forgetting was when the victim passed away on the lawn of a police department. They, i.e., the Commonwealth, the PD, the state troopers, all said that they were going to be calling in an outside agency, that they were going to step back because it's a conflict of interest. But what did they do? They did not step back. The feds are in for they're not in investigating the unaliving of John O'Keefe. They're there investigating the department as a whole. Two totally different investigations. And people said, well, the feds haven't done anything yet, so everything must be fine. Oh, no, the feds have done a lot. In fact, they've turned in certain evidences that they have that they can turn over to both sides for the case, i.e., the reconstruction of the vehicle that night, all of that. And the witness for the feds said that they could find no evidence that John O'Keefe was hit by a vehicle. After all of their reconstruction. The problem is that the feds are lying in wait. So I imagine, and you can tell me, Carmen, if I'm wrong, that sometimes feds will sit there and watch what happens in a court proceeding in a criminal court to gain more evidence and to see what comes up before they put their own case in chief up and go after people. This case will be settled and done, and then I suspect we'll have the feds hopping on the boat, and it will be sinking very quickly for Canton PD. I understand. I don't disagree with you, Carmen, at all. I've had the same question. I just don't have an answer.
Have been made that they be accurate. We hear an echoing of a claim of Brady, but we hear no substance behind that claim from the defense as to number one. Commonwealth is not going to make logs up that don't exist. They're not going to make a record of something that is not in writing, that there is no witness for. The defense has asked a chain of custody, logs, evidence, reports. If they existed, they would get them. I told the defense in an informal discovery request I would look into any chain of custody information, and I did. I've spoken to a number of witnesses, including the retired sergeant, and I expect that I will have him write a report to give to the defense, and I'll provide them all the information that I have about what I could find out about the tapes that were provided in this case, where they came from, who downloaded them, who touched them, and who they went to. But there are some things the Commonwealth cannot do. They cannot simply invent a log when a log does not exist, and they cannot
Why does it
a
not exist?
chain
It's
of
supposed
custody
to
that
exist.
is not in writing and there is no
Hi,
witness to.
evil queen. Hi,
I've done my best to be thorough and diligent, and
Oh,
they will receive a
sunny
report and
day.
have all the information that we have. It's odd that it's important during argument to mention that there's an ongoing federal investigation and then list a number of witnesses for the Commonwealth, implying somehow something's nefarious, that these witnesses are involved in this other controversial case that has nothing to do with this case that the defense would like to parasite onto. And so they just throw out terms and words for our audience that's here on our right to try to create an illusion of impropriety. There is nothing that they have provided about the Birchmore case that will provide a basis for the Commonwealth to then now go scramble and search for information that there's no good faith actually exists. It's easy to throw out a name and attach it to the Birchmore case, troopers, the DA, malign their name the way they know how to do. But when you're arguing a discovery motion, there must be a factual basis for it, a factual basis, a good faith basis. We hear the defense say that Trooper Guarino says, nothing to see here. I have not seen that report where Trooper Guarino says nothing to see here. I don't know what report they're speaking about, when they suggest Trooper Garino had done something wrong in a different case. They imply it. They're suggesting that's the basis for you to compel discovery on a case that has nothing to do with Miss Reed's case.
His credibility has everything to do
And
with
so you should reject outright an argument that tries to imply impropriety when there is none, with no factual basis or good faith basis, because they want to entertain our audience.
Oh, what?
And so the reality is the Birchmore case is
No.
being investigated by federal authorities.
Did he bring us up? Did he just do that? Did he just say that about us? Did he just throw shade? Oh, that was some shade.
There's been a number of disclosures by the Commonwealth for information that has been public record. And there is no good faith basis that there is something in that case that is relevant in any way to this case. Ms. Birchmore was a victim.
Careful what you say about her case, because it's
Number
under
4.
investigation too.
Unredacted copy of all reports, communication, handwritten law enforcement notes, again, in the Birchmore case. Why?
Oh,
Why that
you are
case?
so right about that, Carmen. I've missed you,
Troopers work
Carmen.
on many cases. That case certainly has a public appeal to
We
it
still need to do another Sunday Night Live.
because of the
I had some
harshness
fun
of
with
it,
you.
the sadness of it. But what does it have to do with this case? Nothing.
Oh, it has a lot.
But invoking it is helpful for the defense. So they do. You should reject it outright, Your Honor. Number 5, all communications, documents, reports, memorandum regarding Trooper Proctor administrative proceedings. Any information in the Commonwealth's possession and control, we would and we do turn over. In addition to what's in our possession and control, we know that there's likely statements that would be helpful for the defense. So we have an affirmative obligation under
Well,
Graham.
I still can come up
I
there
had a
and see you,
conversation with
girlfriend.
defense counsel, and they asked if I would join them in a phone call and speak to counsel for the state police to try to encourage the production of materials in this case, whether they're exculpatory or not, even material irrelevant. And I agreed I would do that upon request. Now, that call has not been set up by the defense, but when
Oh,
it is,
again, you blame
if
me.
it is, I will be there and I'll advocate for them for this information. In
Oh,
addition, there's a
bullshit.
Rule 17 that has been ordered by this court
I
that
don't believe
imposes
it.
an ongoing duty separately upon the state police. Now, state police have certain protection where it's an internal affair investigation by law. I cannot usurp that law. I can only earnestly try to my best of my ability.
Which
I
means
sent
most of
an
my
email
abilities
on January
will have to do with
28,
my ability.
2025 to a number of attorneys at the state police.
Once my grandpa, I don't know who said it, but somebody said something to my grandpa. Oh, I'll do it to the best I can or best of my ability. He goes, the best of your ability is what you choose your ability best to be. So you best do your best ability or I'm going to be on you. That was very wise. Your best ability is what you choose it to be, not necessarily what it is.
And I informed counsel in view of the Commonwealth's responsibilities under Brady v. Maryland in Giglio, and most recently set out in McFarland and Graham. The Norfolk District Attorney's Office is inquiring whether the Mass State Police Legal Department and law enforcement officers assigned to the State Police General Headquarters in possession of any relevant materials, statements of Mr. Michael Proctor, witness statements, and any findings relative to the department investigation and hearings relative to this matter. The Commonwealth is under a continuing duty to inquire and obtain all relevant evidence pertaining to witnesses in the matter of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Hello, good evening.
All potentially exculpatory and relevant evidence must be disclosed to the defense. Exculpatory evidence is any evidence that would tend to exculpate the defendant or tend to diminish credibility. Exculpatory evidence also includes any allegations of misconduct that bear upon the truthfulness and the integrity of the investigation or could be read as suggesting bias or would question one's credibility to be impartial. In addition to any obligations under Mass Rule 14, Commonwealth alerts Internal Affairs Division of Massachusetts State Police to an ongoing Mass Rule Criminal Procedure 17 order for the production of records regarding the investigation of Trooper Michael Proctor To the extent that any records beyond that was initially produced in March 19, 2024, please provide forthwith to the Commonwealth and the defense. So we are and have made best efforts to provide all of that material.
I doubt
The
that
defense
we
is
have
entitled to it.
here.
We cannot force them or compel them, but there is the Rule 17 motion, and we'll continue to abide by our obligation and duty.
How many of you, by
Number
the show of
6 and
hands?
7, we do not object.
Give
Number
me-
8, there is a difference between ARCA, and we'll discuss that in more detail when we get to the ARCA motion, and expert discovery. We have provided, there is a difference between ARCA as an expert witness and typical expert witnesses. I can assure the court that we provided our entire case file for our accident reconstruction expert. We provided all of our materials for all of our experts. The discussion between the experts, the oral discussion between the experts
I
and
agree with
me
Tom.
cannot be replicated. If there was anything inconsistent or exculpatory or helpful for the defense, I would reduce it to writing and I would provide it to them. They have all the materials our experts relied upon. They have all of the reports. They have all the raw data. They have the research material. I do not believe that tracking phone calls for a regular expert is possible, number one, and has any relevance whatsoever. It is different for ARCA, and again, I'll delve into that when we talk about ARCA because that is a very unique situation. We have been very broad in our expert disclosures. Written communications, number 9, email, text message between Norfolk County DA's office, law enforcement, and any expert. Again, there's scheduling issues. I've been through emails and text messages, and I have given a healthy production of materials that are relevant, would even suggest any type of bias. And in addition, I've asked for a production of any statements whatsoever with any witnesses in this case so that I can review them. And I've received production from 2 troopers in this case that I have to review. I received them at the end of last week, and I'll continually look through all correspondence available to me for Rule 14 materials and provide it.
Are we believing his BS, yes or no?
All right. Any follow-up, Ms. Little?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So I'll take that under advisement.
Oh, of course, you won't give in.
Do you have that Rule 17 paper number?
Your Honor, we don't have the paper number yet for the motion.
Yeah, we'll have to find, I mean,
I
we're
can
over
give that to the
500 at this point, so.
Yes.
All right. All right, so next we'll move on to the so-called ARCA motion, Commonwealth's motion to exclude employees of ARCA, paper 497, and the opposition 505. So, Mr. Brennan?
How do you spell ARCA? ARKA? ARCKA?
Sure.
ARI, okay, got it. We got it. I'm trying to do in the description motions in order so people want to zoom, they can. I'm trying to be a little better YouTuber by providing a little more information.
Your Honor, my purpose is not to deprive the defense of an expert
Yeah, it is.
or deprive the defense of an ARCA expert in this case. But there has to be a minimum requirement of reciprocal discovery and discovery before a party can call a witness. It's not enough to say that the witness is helpful or unhelpful. There has to be full disclosure when calling an expert.
To the gym without your concern.
It's interesting.
If you feel tired, this is why.
That the defense's
that's good.
position is that the information's unavailable to them, and that since there's been a voir dire and trial testimony, that should be enough. Well, what the government worries about is that there is other things that are relevant, like compensation, promise, reward, inducement, whether there's collaboration between one side or the other, and that expert
Oh,
witness
I
that
knew
they don't
money
know
was
about
gonna come
and
into
can't ask about. That there's some type of bias or favoritism that the expert might have towards one side for whatever reason. So if that information is not disclosed, then it is not only an impediment, it creates a position where it is an unfair examination. It's not the ARCA witnesses that I have the issue with. It's the fact that I don't have adequate discovery. If the defense is going to be
Oh,
a
now you're
proponent
throwing
of
disgrace.
those witnesses, they have obligations, Rule 14 obligations for basic discovery.
Back to Rule 14.
Now, I wasn't at the last trial, but I've read the transcripts. And on June 10, 2024, you asked the defense about ARCA, and it was represented, these experts were hired by the federal government and they provided a report to us pursuant to a TUI request.
Yep.
It was specifically outlined and ruled that they could not prep with us for trial. Could not prep with us for trial. And so Your Honor said, so I am to believe that the defense is calling 3 witnesses that you've never spoken to and putting them on the stand here. And the answer, that's essentially it. We've spoken to them only for purposes of coordinating their testimony and their background. We've not been able to interview them regarding their findings, which are outlined in detail in the reports that both sides have. Your Honor said, see, I don't see that as being the report. I don't see that as being detailed. It leaves a lot of questions as the gatekeeper as to what they can testify. And you have not complied with your Rule 14 obligations. And the defense says, we can't, Your Honor. And Your Honor said, so you can't, but you haven't. So I'm left with that you have not complied.
So transcript is this.
On page 2812 and 2813 of June 10, 2024.
Oh, wow, he's throwing a lot of shade.
Now, having some familiarity with the federal government, it seemed to me, based on my limited experience, there was much more to the story. So I called the federal government and I tried to encourage them to provide full discovery so that the experts could testify. I was resigned to a TUI letter. I've been down that road many times. It's a dark road that never sees the light of day. So I filed a TUI letter, comprehensive TUI letter. And it was delayed. And over a long period of time with requests and deadlines, I finally received a response that was unresponsive. And it was striking that it wasn't noted as unresponsive, just when I read the materials and Attorney McLaughlin actually identified them. They didn't respond to our request, so Attorney McLaughlin wrote back. And then we got new materials, just some. But these materials are the very reason why the defense should not be able to call witnesses without giving full discovery. Having not been at the last trial and reading the transcripts, I only have a flavor for the last trial. So there is email correspondence between the defense,
Not our problem.
not only the federal government, but the ARCA witnesses
It's a personal
themselves.
problem to me, sir.
A recent request for their appearance pursuant to TUI, which I have no issue with. But if we look back earlier in the relationship, what we see back in March 22nd, 2024, is that there are conversations between the defense, Attorney Jackson, and Daniel Wolf, who's one of these ARCA witnesses. Thank you so much for taking the time to get on the phone with me this morning pursuant to our conversation. Please feel free to forward an engagement letter to this email address. I will get that countersigned and return to you forthwith, along with your retainer as required. The Commonwealth, as I understand it, was not aware of any promised rewards or inducements or payment. They relied on a reciprocal discovery order of this court for that information. Response, hi, Alan. Subsequent to our conversation on Wednesday, the U.S. Attorney's Office asked we pause any further conversation until we received additional information from their office regarding how our involvement will move forward. Now, it's not the opinion that troubles me, it's the relationship, and the Commonwealth should have an even playing field. Saturday, June 22nd, Daniel Wolf writes, Alan, I spent some time this morning putting together a brief outline of my qualifications, also attached my D&T list. I obviously won't say what the response is verbatim, but I gave you a general sense of what my response would be. Again, I thought your questioning during the voir dire was fantastic, so please feel free to make whatever changes you feel necessary.
So do it again, Sam.
Now, this isn't information provided by the defense in reciprocal discovery. This is information provided by the federal government after numerous requests, 2 requests, and an insistent, the best I can, to get as much information as I can. We then are provided an outline of questions and answers for a direct examination. The Commonwealth did not have the luxury, the privilege, did not even know that there was an outline that was being disseminated by this totally independent witness who took no side other than that of the truth. What follows from this outline is then the outline with remarks from this independent expert who knows nobody. So we see in the margins in the notes, this fair-minded objective witness says, so not being able to inspect the vehicle is something that's not uncommon in your line of work. And he writes, absolutely not. And then he comments, not sure if you want to put this somewhere in the direct examination. I have a feeling they, the Commonwealth, are going to argue I didn't personally inspect the vehicle. I had enough information from the material I reviewed, so it wasn't necessary. Need to show the jury it doesn't matter in this case.
What's the date of that?
It's not dated. It's not dated. The TUI request is a recent February response, but they send random documents. There's no real accounting. Now, I'm not saying that undermines the conclusions of ARCA, or not. I'm not saying they're not qualified witnesses, but it certainly shows some bias. I've turned over a lot less in this case than this. Another comment. Would be fair to say because you had a lot of nighttime visibility work, your cases frequently involve pedestrians. Yes, unfortunately, there is a direct correlation between the time of day and pedestrian fatalities. Statistically speaking, most pedestrian fatalities occur during the evening and night hours. That would have been nice to have. So my specialty in the area of lighting and human factors results in a lot of my cases involving pedestrians. Pretty important stuff in this case. And then he comments, if you don't want me to say this, that's fine. That's fine. Shh. Don't tell them.
This does not look
Have you
good.
qualified as an expert in
This
court before? Yes.
look-
I realize my testimony, I said it 20 times when you asked how many I've been qualified. I misinterpreted the question. My fault. 11 trials, 7 depositions. Not sure if you want me to clear that up. I don't know if it was ever cleared up.
It is
And
now.
then a bill from ARCA to the defense for $23,925. That's not trample. That's not trial by ambush. That's getting duped. So I didn't know any of this, but I've tried a few cases. I've been around the federal court a little bit. I know how it works. Sometimes parties pick sides. It creates an imbalance and unfairness, and then it allows the ability to one side to use ghosts.
How much you want to bet he wins
Illusions and
this
shields
one?
and say something's
They-
there and something's
they lose.
happening, a federal investigation and this person, and then this happens. I don't care if the ARCA witnesses testify at trial. I don't care about their opinions, but I care that it's unfair, imbalanced, and hidden. And the
Then why
Commonwealth,
do you
like
care?
the defense, is entitled
We'll see that.
to discovery. So if they can produce the
You don't
discovery,
trust the jury?
I welcome ARCA.
All right, I'm going to take a recess before the response.
Court, all rise, please.
Whoa, potty break, stretch break. What do y'all think? They're going to have a lot of explaining to do about that piece of paper. That's how I feel. I feel that that paper, what he just read, could be a little damning. But what was his response? No, you need to tell the truth. We don't have secrets. I think the fan is still dirty. What do y'all think? Is the fan still dirty? does the fan need to still be cleaned? You would think they would have cleaned it before, especially after all of us joking about how nasty it is. Just saying. Wow, that last one's a good one. That didn't look good at all. But what was his responses to all those questions? Should I have informed them? Should I tell them? It's yes. If asked, you answer every question asked of you. And to the honest as possible. Yes. I mean, if he was hiding it, how did he get that paper? The defense had to give that to him. Still dirty. All right, Ms. Carmen, you want to hop on? Oh, dang it. Every time I poke myself, it's because I look away. That diaper's starting to stink a little bit. I am wondering how many, this is what I have in my head. Maybe I should take a poll. What percentage of the motions are going to be granted for the Commonwealth, and what percentage will be granted to on the side of the defense? I don't have very much hope, y'all, because I don't see Auntie Bev. All right, refresh my memory, y'all. Where, if any, how many of the motions on Karen Reed's side has the judge granted versus on the defense's side? On the Commonwealth versus the defense. What do y'all think? I would guess only maybe 5 to 10%. I know, right? This is the only argument that I think really hurts the defense in this. And what he read did not look good. Although I remember went on a case that I was to testify on. Hold on, I gotta ask my son a question. Bye. All right, my son has an appointment today, and I'm gonna later on help with the shop, so I had to find out when all that was gonna happen. My question is on a lot of this is, um, I don't know why Auntie Bev takes so damn long to come make up her mind on anything. My document fairies, we're gonna have to be on the ball. I have tried my dangdest to access records for this case, and I don't know why I cannot. I can get to the website, I can see stuff, but I can't get the documents, and are they paid for? Can someone answer me that? Are these documents paid for? I didn't know. Hey, Haley Mouse, you nodded off listening to him? Girl, I wish I could nod off. But I am on a time crunch with this beadwork, y'all. I was on a time crunch. And I have got to get this stuff done. I did 3 of them yesterday. This weekend, I did 3, maybe 4 out of the 10. I got 4 or 5 more to finish out of the 10. That's these. I'm blacking out. I think this takes the longest is the blackout, the bead blackout, where you go in and you stitch every other bead. But it's okay. It's worth it. In the end, it's lovely. So, just FYI, this Friday, just a reminder, I will have to make some time where I'll be off camera for about an hour. I will need a mod because I will be filming a recorded show with Tanika. Everybody remember Miss Tanika? We will be talking about the Karen Reed, and it will go live on her channel. I'm going to see how we can get it live on my channel. When it goes to her channel, see if we can get it on my channel so we both can benefit from people watching it. But Miss Tanika is a sweetheart. But we're not going to be on Sarah Boone, y'all. We're not going to be boondogging it. We're going to be doing Reed. She's going to be talking to me about the Karen Reed trial. Hence why I'm so involved. Well, I've always been involved. But Miss Carmen, do you want to hop on with me? Gladly have you come on. If you choose to. I know you're probably getting ready to go to work. I don't know how you're doing it. This weekend, I did get a lot of sleep. I really have been struggling since these cold fronts have been coming through with the arthritis pain. Y'all, it's getting real. I mean, if you don't know what RA pain feels like, you are lucky. This stuff gets real. If I had to go do any kind of major walking, I will definitely be what's called wheelchairing it. I will be in the wheelchair because it is that painful right now. We have, I am in the process. I'm going to take a break from this. I'm going to try and make some cute little things. I want to give a shout out to Grandma's house. I had fun the other day, yesterday. I beat Haley Mouse. She had a game where she talked about it was all about the presidents of the United States. I can't believe I got 22 out of, was it 30, 35 of the questions correct. I guess the history class I'm forced to take is helping. For those of you who don't know, I am going to college right now. I should be doing some work right now, but I'm putting it off for tonight. But I am studying criminal justice. Who knows? I may be the next Carmen. I have this thing that's on my seat that heats up. Feels so good, but now I have 2 wires hanging from my back. I got my ears, and then I got this thing. So I'm all plugged in. Okay. Let's get going. Why are we having I don't understand why we're having a short break, but I think what I'm going to do is, got that? Ooh. Excuse the yawn, y'all. That's what I let down. The Sementilli trial has started. We will watch that tonight. I want to watch this.
Kentucky Sheriff Mickey Steins has been locked up since last year after taking out the local sitting judge, Kevin Mullins, inside his chambers. The incident took place in the middle of the afternoon. Earlier that same day, the sheriff and the judge had eaten lunch together. After the shooting, the sheriff surrendered immediately, but what's still not clear is why he did it. Some people suspect it was connected to the sex extortion that was taking place inside the judge's chambers after hours, which brought charges against a deputy and resulted in a civil lawsuit against the sheriff. But now many are wondering if the judge himself was involved in this extortion for sex scandal.
There was this toxic mixture of sex and extortion in the courthouse. My client was forced to have oral sex and sexual intercourse in the judge's chambers.
But he does have some videotapes of some stuff in the judge's chambers.
What kind of stuff?
Just with girls, sexual and stuff.
What describe? Have you seen the videos?
I've seen one partly, and just him having sex with girls for the bill to get out of jail.
Who was having sex?
Ben and just some higher ups up there.
Who?
The judge and.
You saw the video.
Yeah.
What did you see on the video? I mean,
I've seen there's one having sex with a girl.
Who was the girl?
I don't know. Because I don't know a lot of people from over there.
Where was it at?
In his office, in the judge's chambers.
Is that the same place that you were meeting Ben? Is that how you know it was the judge's chambers? And this was Judge who?
This is explosive type of information. Talking about a judge, a sitting judge doing this. And she said she witnessed it on a video.
This audio you played, I was actually there. What happened was after we filed the lawsuit and before Fields was charged with the crime, the Attorney General's office made an appointment to come to my hometown of Prestonsburg and interviewed Sabrina. And what it is, Vinny, is called a proffer. And it's important to understand what a proffer is. A proffer is when the prosecution wants to find out every information they can find out. They ask all sorts of open-ended questions. Proffers are different from what's in a courtroom where you're only allowed to talk about what you think is admissible evidence. A typical proffer is tell us every rumor you've heard. Tell us every double, triple, quadruple hearsay. Tell us your speculation. So it's important for those talking about this release of this audio. First of all, we did not release it. As I understand from our friends in the media, the criminal case against Ben Fields is over because of the prosecution believing Sabrina. They indicted Mr. Fields, and he eventually pled guilty to basically every charge brought against him. After the proffer, the Attorney General's office, and I've had my differences with them over the past, but I give them high marks. They went forward and indicted a popular local figure, the bailiff, Ben Fields, who's referred to. They prosecuted him. They secured guilty pleas, guilty verdicts, and time in jail. So that's the context of how this video got out there.
But you saw the video of the judge. Any other videos that you actually saw?
No. They say that the Sheriff Mickey Steins is involved. I don't know.
Who said that?
Chad. He said he had videos with Mickey. So Mickey used to do the same thing when he was over house arrest.
How deep do you suspect the scandal goes? Does it go beyond this deputy? And could it have something to do with the actual shooting?
You know, the best way to answer the question is the clip you filed of the defense lawyer.
Do you know whether this is connected to the federal lawsuit he was a part of? Is there any connection between these?
I think that the timing of
what occurred is certainly something that is going to be a crucial point in this case. The timing of the deposition, amongst other things and other background information that will complete that story. But I do, yes, to answer your question, I do believe that that is a piece. This is a large story. That's a story that in some ways is difficult to tell. We look forward to sharing a more complete version of that as we go through this judicial process.
Mr. Former Sheriff Steins is well represented, very good lawyer, and the first question you would ask your client, why did you do this? He knows what Sheriff Steins told him. The video clip you showed seems to indicate that, yes, it is tied to my civil case.
And can you describe for us what happened immediately prior to the clip that we saw?
Sheriff Steins uses his telephone to make some phone calls. He then borrows Judge Mullins' cell phone and appears to make a call on that. And that led to what you just saw.
There is a point when Sheriff Steins asked for to see the telephone of Judge Mullins.
Yes.
Are you aware of any recent content that was up and could have been relevant at the time of their discussion?
I was told that Sheriff Steins had tried to call his daughter, and he had tried to call his daughter from the judge's phone also.
Have officers confirmed that the sheriff's daughter's phone number was on Judge Mullins' phone?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
So that number had been called from Judge Mullins' phone?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
He tried to call his daughter from Judge Mullins' phone, and it actually came out, we were under the impression after that hearing that the number of his daughter was saved in Judge Mullins' phone, but according to the local paper, the Mountain Eagle, the number was just dialed on Judge Mullins' phone. But when he got arrested, Sheriff Steins, his first statement to police was, they're trying to take my wife and kid, which is a direct correlation. Tried to call his daughter right directly before the shooting happened in those chambers. And then he sat around at the courthouse outside of his chambers, waited to turn himself in. And then the first thing out of his mouth is that they're trying to take my wife and kid.
I do think the really interesting point is, Vinny, Sheriff Steins does not want to change a venue. You know, think about that logically. If a random person who, for whatever reason, shot the judge, you know, usually when it happens, it's usually a domestic violence, somebody's irate. The last person, that random person, the last place, that random person who would want to be tried would be in a small county where everybody knew a popular local judge. That person would want to change a venue. It's astonishing in this case, not only to Mr. Bartley, who is a well-regarded lawyer. He said two things. One, he said it was related to my civil case. Two, he said, I don't want to change a venue, which tells me there's some sort of almost jury nullification defense brewing out there. You know, my thought really as a criminal defense lawyer, I've only been a criminal defense lawyer in Appalachia for 43 years. I think there is some sort of jury nullification defense. Self-defense is not in the cards, obviously. Him tying it to the civil case I filed. And the civil case I filed, it's a civil case. This is our side, not the other side denies it. Make some sweeping allegations.
The sheriff has not publicly revealed his motive or his defense, but is being evaluated by a mental health expert to determine first if he's competent to stand trial, and second, to determine whether or not he suffered from any reduced mental capacity at the time of the crime. I'm Vinny Politan. Thanks for listening.
Woo, doggy. This is going to be cray-cray. Okay, let's get back to the proverbial fan and get back into court. Y'all, this is going to be good. This is going to be good, good, good. All right, let's see. I'm just a few seconds behind. I did pause that briefly.
May have profound effects.
Oh, shoot. This may not be good. I'm nervous for this now.
With that session, may be seated, make sure your cell phones are off and put away.
All right. So the Commonwealth just provided the court with information that causes me grave concern. The implications of that information may have profound effects on this defense and defense counsel.
Oh, shoot.
So for that reason, I'm going to suspend today so that when we meet again to address these issues, all affected will be appropriately prepared. So I'll see you a week from today at 11 o'clock in the morning. You can tell me now if that is impossible for you. And where Mr. Brennan, where the federal authorities have been kind enough in the past to allow me to have copies of everything, would you be kind enough to call over there or check with
What
whomever
time did she say?
you were
11?
dealing with to see if I can in fact get a copy of everything that you just read?
I can, and there's a brief chronology I think Your Honor should be aware of. If I could add that right now.
Did she say 11?
Less than a minute. The chronology is just.
Let me back that up just to make sure I understand.
These have been kind enough in the past to allow. So for that reason, I'm going to suspend today so that when we meet again to address these issues, all affected will be appropriately prepared. So I'll see you a week from today at 11 o'clock in the morning. You can tell me now if that is impossible for you. And where Mr. Brennan, where the federal authorities have been kind enough in the past to allow me to have copies of everything, would you be kind enough to call over there or check with whomever you were dealing with to see if I can in fact get a copy of everything that you just read?
Wow, what do y'all think?
Chronology I think Your Honor should be aware of. If I could add that right now.
What are y'all's
less
thoughts?
than a minute. The chronology is December 4th, we sent another tour request, 2024. January 6th, we filed our notice of intention to exclude ARCA experts. January 30th, 2025, the United States Attorney's Office sent a response to both ours and the defense requests. Without any prompting on February 6, 2025, the defense and the prosecution received an email from the U.S. Attorney's Office saying that the contract had ended with the ARCA experts.
Bingo!
And
That's
that
the problem.
if either party want to engage, the original materials are still protected. This was a change in position about whether a party could engage.
And
On February 11th, we filed the motion to exclude.
And it hurts the defense. Why? Because now they're going to have to pay them to be an expert witness. And they can no longer say this is a non-partial, non-biased group because we are not paying them. So now this will change the demographics on how this information is received by the jury.
The 13th, the defense provided us the emails that I read, February 13th, 2025. I think I said the federal government. It was the defense. February 13th, 2025, they sent us the emails and the direct examination outline. We reached out to the federal government again because I was curious about the change in position on February 6th, that the contract has ended, but that parties could contact ARCA. Obviously, the Commonwealth is in no position to contact ARCA because that would naturally preclude the defense from retaining them. So we've refrained and we will not reach out to them.
All right, so the information that was provided to you, not from the federal government, I'd like a copy of before you leave the courthouse today.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, 11 o'clock a week from today.
Your Honor, is it possible to move it one day to the 26th instead of the 25th?
It would have to be at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Here, if I may hand up the discovery that was
Thank you.
provided by the defendant reference by.
Oh, great, thank you.
Is there any way we should use this month for today?
We can do the afternoon of the 25th if the morning doesn't work.
The problem I have, Your Honor, is I've got a hearing on the 24th. I have to fly on the 24th even to be here.
So you can be on Zoom for this if you want, Mr. Jackson.
I'd rather be here, but I have to accommodate whatever the court's calendar is. I have to accommodate the court's schedule. If we could do it live, I'd rather do it live, but I will accommodate the court's calendar.
Are all parties available at 9 on the 26th?
I'm not.
May I have just a moment?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Her sighing really gets to me. Woo! She turned around quick. By the way, Karen Reed's highly involved in her case. In fact, she's so involved in her case, it impresses me why she's not a lawyer. She may become one after this. She's got an analytical mind because she's in finance. She's a teacher. I don't remember what she taught, but I know she's very analytical.
Your Honor, we'll accommodate the 25th, one way or the other.
All right. So we'll see everyone.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. Just on behalf of Mr. Alessi, is there any chance the court would entertain the motion that he's doing today or no?
No.
Okay.
All right, 11 o'clock on the 25th.
Thank you.
All rise for the court, please.
Now I got to get that on my schedule. Okay, everybody on the Karen Reed Live, thank you so much for joining. We will be back here on the 25th at 12 p.m. Central Standard Time, 11 a.m. on the East Coast, and we will pray that some of these motions come in favor of the defendant. But the majority of the time, Auntie Bev ain't playing for the defendant. So we'll see what happens. Thank you again for joining me. I greatly appreciate you. If you would like, come back over to the Twisted Rose Petal trial of Zachary Hughes, Day 5. We will be beginning that in just a few moments. Thank you for watching. Bye-bye. Okay, guys. I am back over here with you guys. Thank you so very much for letting me do the joint live, and that is so awesome. So thank you so very much. I do have the giveaway tools on both of those shows. We'll do at the end of the hearing. Let me go ahead and try and get this hearing back up and running. Pull that off. Let me get the trial up and going. We are on day 5. We are coming in. They didn't come in for the longest time. It was a very long wait. They were an hour late. I don't know why, but they were. Here we go. There we are. Let me get that back over here. Let me get everything set up. I appreciate your patience. Everybody, thank you so very much. Now, if we're back over here to this trial, this is a trial with this very handsome redheaded man who's went to Juilliard as a pianist. Is being tried for unaliving Miss. Oh my gosh, I haven't watched this case in so long. I went brain cramp on him. My apologies. The victim. comment. I don't know where that is. We'll put this one down here. All right. Sorry, guys. I am in the process of revamping my entire thing. There we go. All right, change of cases. Get our minds switched. That was an interesting halt.
Welcome back, ladies and
I
gentlemen.
was not
hope that y'all
expecting
had
that.
a nice rest and break.
Christina Parcell, that's
As I've
right.
indicated
You
before,
got
I
it.
do need to ask you, has anyone seen anything on news, done any kind of investigation, found out anything about this case? Okay. No one from the jury has indicated they have done such. Okay. Thank you. May it please the court.
Long weekend. May it
Good
please
morning,
report you
ladies
on
and
Todd.
gentlemen. Now it's our turn.
They're going to
Laura and
open
I have
up
been waiting for a long while.
Okay,
At this point, I was going to say it's been.
let's refresh. I apologize. This is the first time I've ever seen a defense decide to wait to offer their opening statements until it was time for their case in chief. So that is what we're hearing right now. I it'll be interesting to see if he gets on the stand and who they bring on to the stand. So this is not the beginning of the trial. This is the beginning of the defense's case in chief with their opening statement. Finally.
In a week, but it's been longer than a week. It's been years. Our client, Zach Hughes, has been waiting for a lot longer than that. He's been waiting over 3 years, some 3 years and 3 months. As Mr. Mormon told you at the outset of this case, we are honored and privileged to be representing Zach. You can hear that he's a very gifted and accomplished young man. He's 32 years old now. He was 29 when this happened. He's from a wonderful family. You've probably seen them seated back here in the courtroom throughout this trial so far. You're going to hear a little bit about his life. He was born in California. When he was still a boy, his parents took Zach and his brother, moved him to southwestern Virginia, where they moved into a small farm. And then they took on 5 orphan children who lived there with them. And you can hear that Zach was homeschooled. He learned the value of hard work and discipline as he grew up around the family farm. He helped his young siblings. His family moved to Greenville when Zach was a teenager. In Greenville, he finished high school, being homeschooled still. And you'll hear that his hard work and his discipline paid off. And he was accepted into a very fine college with scholarships. He went on where he studied music, and he won piano competitions. His emphasis was on piano performance. As an adult, Zach has had an accomplished career performing classical music and even recording classical music. So this is the time now for our case and for Zach to testify. But understand, ladies and gentlemen, that we have no obligation under the law or the Constitution to be doing this. This case actually could be over when the state rested. The state has the burden of proof of proving this case in every element of every charge beyond a reasonable doubt. We would not have to put up anybody. Zach wouldn't have to testify. Wouldn't have to put up any witnesses. In fact, if Zach were not here, his honor would instruct you that you couldn't use that against him. But we are going to do so. And Zach is going to testify because Zach has been waiting for this opportunity to tell a group of people like you what really happened, which is that he took the life of Christina Parcell. And crucially, he's been waiting and wanting to tell you why. Now, the why to a case like this is very important because it goes to the heart of the matter, and that is malice. Okay, malice is what makes a homicide a murder. And we heard from the prosecution's opening, as you recall. The prosecution said that Zach was mad. They said he had an angry heart, that he wanted to inject himself into this custody dispute of somebody he knew. But that's not why it happened. And that is not what you were going to hear about why this happened. Now, as we turn to our case now, it's important to realize that we could have handled this case extremely differently. Okay, we could have attacked the sufficiency of the state's case. We could have brought in an expert to talk about the DNA. Okay, we didn't do that. We could have challenged the identification evidence. And I want you to consider the professional from law enforcement, from the state law enforcement division, who testified about the enhancement that they did on the videos and the photographs, and how they were able to use this fancy technology to enhance and to account for the differences between sunlight and shadow and the distance. And after all of that, and after all of the technical work that was done, the conclusion was that the guy on the bicycle was 6'5", a big guy like him. Well, as you probably noticed, and as you will see, Zach is shorter than I am. On a good day, I'm 10 foot. I'm 6 foot, 5 foot 10 inches. Okay, he's shorter than I am. Consider the other professional. There's one who spent a great deal of time looking at the enhancement of the person on the bicycle. And after all that time, what was that conclusion? That this person had a beard. It has to be a man. And they enlarged it, and they used, again, all of that technical information. Take a look at it. This guy had a beard. This is before they had any suspects. Well, what do we know about Zach and what we learn about Zach? He was clean shaven. We know that from a couple of days prior, and we know that from a couple of days after. We could have attacked that. We could have attacked the identification from the neighbor. As you remember, a neighbor, after 3 years, came into court. And all of a sudden, after 3 years, was able to identify the man whose picture had been on television.
Carmen does it like this. Papa. I do it like this. Papa.
For the past 3 years.
Yeah.
And never told anybody even that.
Mother knows best.
And this was somewhere between 8 and 8:15 in the morning. And what you're going to find, ladies and gentlemen, is that couldn't have happened because the person on that bicycle was not even in that neighborhood for at least an hour to an hour and 15 minutes later. But we didn't attack that. We could have done that, and we could have made mountains of objections throughout this trial. And as you heard, we made very few, and we did not do it. And why is that? Because Zach wants to take the stand and tell you what happened. Now, the prosecution has told you that they will prove this malice in this case by showing you that Zach was mad, that he was angry. And malice is a key part of this case because malice is the very essence of the definition of murder. Okay, so what is murder? Murder is the killing of somebody with malice aforethought. And what is malice?
Well,
the prosecution told you it's anger, that is madness, and that is a component of it. The definition, though, it is the killing of a person without just cause or excuse, the intentional doing of a wrongful act without just cause or excuse. And I want you to think about those words, that definition, as you listen to the testimony that you're about to hear in this case. The why to the homicide is very important because it gives insight into the person's heart. In this case, you were going to hear that the why was not jealousy or greed or a crime of passion or some other emotion. You're going to hear that Zach did not act like an angry heart like the prosecutor conjectured. You're going to hear that this was not done for money or any other personal gain or benefit, not to help out any kind of friend. You're going to hear that this was done for a just cause. And that's
she
not
is
malice.
rolled up underneath my desk so cutely.
Thank you.
You just go so good, girl. Would it help if you got off my slipper? Ah, there we go. I wish y'all could see my puppers under my desk. I am gonna work on getting one of my GoPros set up if I can get the thing to recognize it. I may have to order a special cord. So I'll have the critter cam. I got lights. I got everything I need for critter cam. For critter cam. So yeah. Critter cam. We are sidebar. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to do something cute. Let me show you what I just did. I just made this. Look at that. Look at that. Thank you, courtroom junkie. Isn't that cute? And then there's this one. Oh, what do y'all think about that? They'll need the pedicure, not me. No, you're good, love. I know, right? I caught it you. I'm on with you, girl.
The witness is just making a phone call. He'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to send you back to the jury room for a moment, and then I will be back with you. I really want to also thank you just for your patience. We've had a lot of legal issues that I've had to take up with the attorneys, okay? So I will be back with you shortly.
Okay. I was hopeful. I was hopeful. She is the channel's mascot, y'all. She is the channel mascot. FYI. I have now I have 2 ceramic and 2 stuffed animal ones. Heidi, the Highlander. I thought about all right, I know some people don't like the name Harold, but one of my favorite preachers was Harold O'Chester, and he was kind of a jokester in disguise. So Heidi and Harold, the Highlanders. H&H. Harold and Heidi. Someone wanted me to do Henry, and I said, I don't have the best of lucks with people with that name. So we're going to change it. I did want an H name to match Heidi. So it turned out to be Heidi and Harold. Oh. No. I'm saving some images that I'm generating, trying to not Hamish. That's really a Scottish name. Not Hamish. I never thought about Hamish. Hamish, Heidi and Hamish. I'm Irish. Hamish. That's interesting. Okay, let's see what happens here. Are we gonna get the proverbial fire? I'd rather look at the fire thing than look at a dirty ceiling fan any day of the week. And we're still on this. Hamish. Hamish and Heidi. What do y'all think? I kind of like that, Hamish and Heidi. Uh-oh. Gotta get that back up there. Hamish and Heidi. Hamish and Heidi. Heidi, Hamish and Heidi. Oh. Mooch. I'm making, what if I'm put one of it that says, thank you very much for your support? I just like my Heidi. I love the Highlander. And hydrangeas are all right, these are my most favorite roses. I'm very picky. And also, I also adore hydrangeas. So the hydrangeas and those particular roses are my favorite. And I hate carnations. It's okay if you want to do a filler, but I'm not very big on carnations. And they're like, that's a little bit okay to have one or two in there, but I'm not a carnation. How about that, guys? What do you think? It left out a word. It left out a word. Let me get it right. I'm having too much fun with this. Well, here's the thing about carnations. I used to make a lot of those out of gum paste, and that may be why I don't like them anymore. I can make every one of those flowers you see in that picture out of sugar. So does it bother you? Thank you, Mooch, for your support, or should it be this one? I need you to vote. I need y'all to vote between these. I like the head tilt of this one, the first one. Number 1 or number 2. I love the head tilt on this one. Thank you, Mooch, for your support. Thank you so much for your support. I don't know which one y'all like. Number 2, also like the orange to yellow in this one, or number 1. Y'all vote number 1 or 2. Yeah, I made a shite ton of gum paste flowers, and I can make those roses, and I miss doing it. But that said, arthritis makes it very difficult to do all that. It really, really does. If y'all ever need to get a hold of me in a live and there's something we need to communicate in a live, please do so at the at my Discord. And by the way, I need to give a shout out. I just want to let everybody know how much I greatly appreciate as a guy with drops. If you love all the court documents that you see here and on every other channel out there, please go to Discord, Google as the gavel drops, join. You must validate your account in order to read the documents. If you choose to use those documents in any kind of public printed or video publication, please give credit to As the Gavel Drops, because most of these are paid for by their wonderful volunteer and mods and from supporters like me. So thank you very much, As the Gavel Drops. We love and appreciate you. Yes, we do. So in comment, do y'all like number 1 or number 2? Let's go there again. Here's number 1. Thank you much for your support. Or number 2. Thank you so much for your support. Which of the 2 do you like the best? I love the head tilt and the color on this one. This one just seems a little more washed out, but I love them all. I like this, and thank you, Courtroom Junkie. Aw. Oh, precious Courtroom Junkie. Yes, exactly. Can you just post their link, only the link, and then that way I can grab it and pin it? Why am I not seeing all of it? There it is. Maybe I can do it. Copy link. I got it. I figured it out. I can do it here. What? I don't want to post. No, maybe I cannot. Won't let me do it. It's a long link. It wouldn't let me do it. Can you post, Haley, just the clean link for Discord? And then I'll pin it. Thank you very much. Haley, you should be able to pin messages. So I pinned it at the top. We like also, just FYI, As the Gavel Drops also now are on YouTube and X. Ooh, they branching out. They're branching out. I can't play some of that music that I used to play because I gotta pay for the. Yeah, it's a membership thing I gotta pay for. I thought I paid for the whole year in advance. I'm gonna have to go look at that. I know I'm gonna get the cow off. There you go. You get my lovely face again. Hopefully this doesn't put y'all to sleep. I'm sorry, I'm trying to do 2 things at once here. Why are they taking such a long break already? I'll see what I can find. I'm trying to find something. I do want to. Yeah, I'm going to try that watercoloring. There is a lot of talk going on about the Karen Reed motion hearing, and I have to tell you that that was an interesting motion hearing. I'm looking. By the way, for those of you who are just joining us, we watched that airplane crash, and there's more information, of course, coming out with that. But y'all, there has been a lot of airplane crashes. Oh, I like that. I have another one I'm gonna add. Y'all are gonna hate me. Y'all never did help me with that one or two. I need your help. Y'all didn't help me with it. Y'all like number one, thank you Mood for your support. Or number two, thank you so much for your support. Which one do you like better? One, love that head tilt. Or two, I need your support. I need to know what y'all like. This is important to me. It's important. You's kind, you's smart, you's important. By the way, it is being reported that Wade Wilson has proposed to a G-blank-Y sugar daddy. He has proposed to his sugar daddy. OMG, y'all. Interesting. We have the death toll is rising in California amidst the mudslides. Y'all, that's super serious, y'all. Mudslides are being very much that's for California. They have all this stuff going on, and it's so horrible. See, that's the bad thing about having wildfires at the level that they did. Now everything is going to be mudslides. I'm going to show this again.
Received new footage of that crash as it happened. Let's take a look.
Again. One plane, tell me another. It looks like the rear wheel came off the wing. Right wing broke off and it flipped, and the left wing broke off. Why is this?
So you're seeing this airplane just crash into
Because one of our mods, one of his very popular mods, husband was on that flight. Yeah, that's why. We are so grateful today that she is rejoicing and that he is safe and that he is alive when it very well could have come up totally different. Totally different. I want to go ahead.
Look, they were able to knock down the fire. They're able to assist the passengers getting off the plane and then performing triage and then response to the hospitals.
Thank you. Next question.
Hi, I'm Alex Miller with Scripps News. I know you can't confirm what you saw on the runway, but can you confirm that the runway had been coded, specifies across the board as a wet runway for the pilots, which is a runway with light snow or slush?
Sorry, I don't know if I followed that question. Do you want to answer?
you want to repeat it? Don't forget it.
That is not her wheelhouse.
Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, because there's an active investigation, that will have to be directed towards the Transport Safety Board, please.
Hi, Jessica Murphy, BBC News. I want to go back to something Mr. Andrews said. You talked about difficult conditions that rescuers faced on the ground. I'm hoping you could go into a bit more detail.
Sorry, with who said? Sorry?
BBC. Oh,
No, sorry. You
Peel Regional Police.
Peel Regional Police?
Thank you for that question. The conditions that I was speaking of is the environmental conditions, the cold, the wind, the fact that we were still having the occasional snow, but those are conditions again that we're used to working in as first responders, and our people, along with the other first responders, did a tremendous job of responding in those conditions. It's part of the environment that we operate in.
Megan Fitzpatrick from CBC News. What can you tell us about the child that was airlifted to Sick Kids? Do we know if the child was on somebody's lap or buckled in? What can you tell us about the nature of?
We're not telling you
injuries?
anything.
No.
Without
No, we don't. I'm sorry.
You don't know if the
We
child
do
was
not
on a
know.
lap?
No, we don't have those details.
Can you give us an age range of the passengers on the plane?
We don't have that either. I would direct that to Delta.
We're going to take two more questions.
Okay.
And just one more. Of the two that are in hospital, is one of them the child?
We're not sure either.
I have a quick question for fire. Did fire responders fear the spread of the fire? And can you speak to the properties of jet fuel? How flammable is it? How much time did that give you to?
That we can do.
Okay. Did you hear the question? Okay. It's on the jet fuel, like whether they were.
Yes. Upon arrival, there was jet fuel and there was flames. We do have specialized aircraft rescue firefighting equipment that carries water, foam, and dry chem, and that it is utilized to smother and cover up the jet fuel to provide mean-free egress for the passengers. So we do have the appropriate equipment and the appropriate training to mitigate that emergency.
Okay, we'll take the last question.
Just like a last question on the nature of the injuries. The people who were more seriously injured, those who were at one point in critical condition, what type of injuries were those? Are we talking about like broken bones, serious sprains?
I think the paramedic did speak to that a bit, but he can come back and reiterate.
Yeah. So on the initial assessment in any mass casualty incident, we do a triage of patients. And yes, some patients were deemed to be critical at that time. And we make that assessment based on our initial contact, what the patient's complaining of, the fact that they were involved in a plane crash. And some of those determinations happen quite quickly in the short amount of time that we spend with that patient to ensure that they're receiving the quickest care possible. And there are times when further care occurs and those conditions get downgraded. So from critical to like serious and non-life threatening. There are times in scenarios like this where somebody may be complaining of like abdominal pain or a head injury, and we may err on the side of caution to deem them critical because we can't see inside their skull, we can't see inside their abdomen, but based on some of their vital signs and other determining factors, that's when a sort of the decision to make them a critical patient would have occurred.
So in terms of like the acuity of
Canada.
of injuries, perhaps the most acute would be that like the back sprain or the head injury possible.
Yeah, a head injury from an acuity state is obviously very dangerous. The issue is we obviously can't see inside the head at that time, right? So.
Well, thank you all for coming today. We really appreciate it. I really thank all the responders as well for their time to come today and explain the situation on the ground. We will continue to give more updates on operations, Toronto Pearson, but from this going forward now, it is an active investigation, and we can expect hopefully to hear some news from the investigators. Thank you.
Canada and the pilots during live operations. We are not pausing operations. We do have a slowdown in the operations due to 2 of our runways being closed for operations at this time. And those are the key contributing factors to the delays.
Last question. There's no Delta or TSB representatives on the stage with you right now. Are you able to speak to why they're not present?
We've been very much in communication with all of those involved, all of the agencies, Delta Airlines and others. We've all had quite extensive communication. They've been in our EOC, our Emergency Operations Center. So the system and the response to the accident is working as planned and going quite well with our partners.
We're still on a break.
John Worrell with the Associated Press. 2 questions. One is the 2 people who remain in the hospital. Any timeline on how long they may remain?
I do not have that information.
Do you know what condition they're in?
What we do know is that, again, 19 of those that were hospitalized are no longer hospitalized. The 2 that remain, none face life-threatening injuries from what we've been briefed and what Delta Airlines has released as well.
And just finally, Deborah, given what we saw from all the videos that are on social media, and I'm sure what you've seen internally, how is it more remarkable that everyone was able to survive this incident?
There are so many factors that lead us to have gratitude today. Again, I cannot commend enough the crew, the flight attendants, pilots, and our emergency responders for their quick and effective response. It's really incredible. And when you see that aircraft, it just makes you really thankful for all the safety checks that go into running this one of the world's safest air transportation systems.
Okay, we'll take questions now for the first responders, please.
Good morning, Momin Qureshi from 680 News Radio. My question really is, last check, the wreckage was still out there on the runway. I just wanted to know if we know how long that will be out there and what kind of impact that's having on service here at the airport.
Yeah, so as I shared, yes, that the remains of the aircraft will remain on the runway while the investigators are performing their reviews. We expect that could be about 48 hours. And so until that time, 2 of our runways will remain closed, and that is affecting the volume of traffic that we're having. So passengers should be looking and working with their airlines, checking our website for information on delays and potential cancellations as well for the next several days.
Just as a follow-up to that, then I've been upstairs, as many of us have, talking to passengers, and many of them, most of them, all of them really are understanding of the ripple effect, but are extremely frustrated by the lack of information or conflicting information. So just what do you say to your passengers right now who are trying to get themselves on flights to their destinations, but are left feeling frustrated by conflicting information or a lack of information?
We are here very much at the airport to support and provide passenger care for people that might find themselves here at their airport and have their flights disrupted. So we'll continue to provide that customer care for them. But in the interim, please do check with your airlines, check your website, and check your apps for your most updated flight information.
Thank you. We'll move now to questions to the responders. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. It's Shauna with City News. Can you talk a little bit about the response, how long it took fire trucks to get to the plane? And can you talk a little bit about the flame that we saw in the video and the smoke, and was it easy to put out? And just really take us through.
Thank you, Karen, and good morning to all. We are providing a third update this morning on yesterday's events as the accident transitions to the investigation phase, and I will share more on that investigation phase and what to expect shortly. First, however, it's really important to recognize how grateful we are that there was no loss of life or life-threatening injuries in yesterday's accident. You know, every time you board a flight, you are greeted by flight attendants and by flight crew often. It's their job to make us comfortable and confident about the flight ahead, and they do an incredible job with that. But we saw the most important role that they play in action yesterday. The crew of Delta Flight 4819 heroically led passengers to safety, evacuating a jet that had overturned on the runway on landing that was amidst smoke and fire. I thank each and every one of these heroes every flight attendant and crew member on Delta Flight 4819. I also thank every flight attendant and crew member across the industry. Thank you for all that you do every day and every night in service of safe air travel. In regards to the accident yesterday, at approximately 2:15 p.m., Delta Airlines Flight 4819 from Minneapolis to Toronto, operated by subsidiary Endeavour Air, was involved in a single aircraft accident upon landing at Toronto Pearson. The plane was carrying 4 crew and 76 passengers, among them 22 Canadians. Flight attendants, flight crews, and airport emergency workers and responders mounted a textbook response, reaching the site within minutes and quickly evacuating the passengers. At the time, there were 21 injured passengers ranging from minor to critical but not life-threatening injuries. A total of 19 passengers went to the local hospitals, with 2 more going to hospitals in the time period after. At this time, Delta Airlines has reported that 19 of those passengers have been released and 2 remain hospitalized. Our thoughts go out to all of the passengers impacted and their families. We have taken great time and care to extend care to each of the passengers that were here after the accident. That includes comfort as well as support in their emotional well-being in the hours since the crash. We have completed the reunification process for all of the remaining passengers, and we'll continue to care for them during this extended time. I will now give you more information about the operation and what to expect in the days ahead. From last Thursday to Sunday, Toronto Pearson saw extreme conditions, 2 separate snowstorms. On Thursday and Sunday, we got more than 20 inches, 50 centimeters of accumulated snow. That is actually not typical. In fact, it is more snow within that time window than we received in all of last winter. There were many delays and cancellations across this part of Canada and the U.S. Northeast during this time, creating numerous flight delays and backlogs. At Toronto Pearson, 221 of 974 scheduled flights were canceled on Thursday. 75 of 1,012 scheduled flights were canceled on Friday. 128 of 937 scheduled flights were canceled on Saturday, and 371 of 987 on Sunday. Monday was a clear day, though, and it was an operational recovery day for Toronto Pearson, with 1,006 scheduled flights. The results yesterday, in due part to the accident, were 462 scheduled flights canceled and 544 flights operated. Let's now talk about the investigation and what to expect in the next few days as we pivot to this phase. Last night, 7 members of the Transportation Safety Board of Canada arrived at Toronto Pearson to begin the investigation. 13 more of those investigators arrived today. Members of the U.S. Federal Aviation Administration are also here on site, participating in the investigation. As it is a Mitsubishi aircraft, Mitsubishi will be here on site as well, and Delta Airlines has sent their GO team who are already here on site. So what does this all mean for operations at Toronto Pearson today and in the days ahead? Our Emergency Operations Center does remain open, though operations on the runways resumed at 5 p.m. Eastern Time yesterday. We have been in recovery mode since resuming flights at 5 p.m. yesterday, catching up on delayed flights, and that continues into today as well. We are currently without use of our longest east-west and north-south runways. This and ongoing expected additional weather conditions today will affect how fast we recover operations, particularly with departure of aircraft. We do expect that the investigators on site will be reviewing the aircraft on its current configuration on the runway for the next 48 hours. And we are looking to get to support that investigation and the removal of that aircraft off the runway, at which point we can do our inspections and then return that runway into service. Toronto Pearson will continue to provide you all with operational updates, but this is now an active investigation time, and you can expect to start hearing more from the investigating authorities about the accident that happened here. We expect that the Transportation Safety Board of Canada will be issuing a statement with more information around that later this afternoon. In closing, I thank the industry, the community, and all of our employees here and across the sector for all the work that they are doing to support this incident and those affected, and that they do every day. Air travel remains the safest form of transportation. We are proud of that record here. And at times like these, we're very grateful and thankful of how the community and the industry comes together as one. Thank you.
We'll now take a few questions. Folks who maybe can come up.
Questions.
Okay.
Hi there, Alex Capriello with News Nation. A question about the conditions yesterday. Obviously, you just explained the extent of the snowstorms that came over the past few days. Wondering if there's been any developments or any comment about what exactly it was like on the runway in terms of iciness or wind gusts. Last night, we heard the fire chief say that he did not believe that that played a role in this crash at all. Is that still the theory here? And if so, do we have any developments on what caused the crash if it wasn't weather related?
Yeah, this would not be a time for us to have theory or to speculate on what caused the crash. So as I shared, we have a number of agencies that are here that are responsible for doing a thorough and full and complete investigation to determine all the causal factors. And we are looking forward to getting those results and to sharing those. And those will be shared very publicly once they are received.
And I understand that if you don't want to speculate about the crash, but can you tell us then what the condition of the runway was like at that time of the impact? I mean, was it slick? Have your teams been able to determine that?
I look forward to sharing all of that information at the proper time. Again, those are all the details that are going to be covered during this investigation, and that is active currently.
VOC side from the New York Times. I have one question and a follow-up. Does air traffic control handle CRJs differently than other aircraft in crosswinds?
The air traffic control is responsible, NAV Canada, for all of the aircraft activity here at Toronto Pearson and in the surrounding areas. They will have to respond differently themselves as to how they manage those aircraft uniquely.
And how do you decide to pause operations because of wind, and who makes that decision?
That is a cross-collected decision that is made between NAV Canada and the pilots during live operations. We are not pausing operations. We do have a slowdown in the operations due to 2 of our runways being closed for operations at this time. And those are the key contributing factors to the delays.
Last question. There's no Delta or TSB representatives on the stage with you right now. Are you able to speak to why they're not present?
We've been very much in communication with all of those involved, all of the agencies, Delta Airlines and others. We've all had quite extensive communication. They've been in our EOC, our Emergency Operations Center. So the system and the response to the accident is working as planned and going quite well with our partners.
Good for you, my dear.
John Worrell with the Associated Press. 2 questions. One is the 2 people who remain in the hospital. Any timeline on how long they may remain?
I do not have. That is made between NAV Canada and the pilots during live operations. We are not pausing operations. We do have a slowdown in the operations due to 2 of our runways being closed for operations at this time. And those are the key contributing factors to the delays.
Last question. There's no Delta or TSB representatives on the stage with you right now. Are you able to speak to why they're not present?
We've been very much in communication.
Lack of information or conflicting information. So just what do you say to your passengers right now who are trying to get themselves on flights to their destinations, but are left feeling frustrated by conflicting information or a lack of information?
We are here very much at the airport to support and provide passenger care for people that might find themselves here at their airport and have their flights disrupted. So we'll continue to provide that customer care for them. But in the interim, please do check with your airlines, check your website, and check your apps for your most updated flight information.
Ooh, that was
Thank you. We'll move now to questions to the responders. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. It's Shauna with City News. Can you talk a little bit about the response, how long it took fire trucks to get to the plane? And can you talk a little bit about the flame that we saw in the video and the smoke? And, you know, was it easy to put out? And just really take us through the response.
All right, Todd.
Thank you for the question. The actual time, it was a very quick response from Toronto Pearson Fire Emergency Services. Upon arrival, the crew did witness spot fires. They were able to quickly knock down the spot fires using the aircraft rescue firefighting apparatus. Once the fires were knocked down, the crews did make entry and perform primary search and rescue. The passengers were all evacuated, and then they were taken to a secondary location at Station 2
and a half.
for triage with our mutual aid partners.
Maybe their lunch break now.
Just a quick follow-up. Can you describe what it was like? Because we've seen videos of the passengers hanging upside down in their seatbelts. Can you maybe just describe what it was like to get these people, you know, hanging, cut down, and out of the plane?
I believe that most of the passengers self-evacuated at that time, and
he doesn't have the
upon
answer.
arrival, they were being escorted to a second location.
He doesn't have the answer, y'all. And he ain't gonna answer.
Hello, Nate Foy, Fox News. I'm just seeking some clarity from a first responder's perspective on the elements and how they played a role in your efforts yesterday. I know a lot of people are hoping for some clarity on what the fire chief said, and it sounds like you guys won't give us that, but can you tell me what it was like out there on the runway as you were doing your job? Was the runway dry and the wind gust, how did it impact you?
And like we mentioned, it's very early to make any conclusions. I know I provided a little bit of information yesterday for transparency. Today, now we have an active investigation. Therefore, any of those questions would have to be directed toward Transportation Safety Board.
Hi there, Karen Lieberman with Global News. Besides the chief, I just wondered if any of the other first responders could speak to their own experiences and what you found and how you cared for some of these passengers.
Sure.
Thank you for the question. Mark Andrews, Deputy Chief of Peel Regional Police. I'd like to, before I answer the question, I'd like to say that our thoughts and prayers are with the 76 crew members and 4 passengers and their families that were impacted by yesterday's events, which fortunately had the best possible outcome for all of us.
That it did.
Our response as Peel Regional Police, we're the police of jurisdiction. We have a really robust presence here at the airport. We actually have a fully functioning division with 100 officers and civilians located. We have a presence on the public side and the private side. So we were able to respond in a very timely fashion along with our first responder partners. The conditions were difficult, but I will say this, that we regularly practice with our partners in fire and EMS and the GTAA and Transport Safety Canada. So we were prepared for this event as extreme as it was. And our men and women, not only in policing, but across all the first responder services, did a tremendous job. And in my mind, no doubt saved lives. So I'd like to acknowledge that. There was some impact, on the police of jurisdiction being ourselves, not only here at the airport, because as you can imagine, we don't have surge capacity to deal with something like this the way they do in the private industry. We had, at one point, we had 50 police officers responding to the circumstances here at the airport and the surrounding environment. What I'd like to do is thank our partners at the OPP, Commissioner Tom Creek and Chief Marion Demke, because they supported us through the aftermath of the incident by sending officers to support both of our public divisions, 11 and 12 division in Mississauga. All in all, It was a great response by first responders supporting GTAA and our TSB partners, but it's something that we've practiced and we're well prepared for should this happen
Okay,
again
stop
going
talking.
forward.
You're saying the thing over and over again. Thank you.
Mississauga Fire and Communications Services received the 911 call. It's called a crash alarm. So we get it directly from Pearson into our communications center. So we had a very quick response. We had 6 apparatus from Mississauga Fire respond. It was a combination of aerials, engines, and squads. In addition, we sent our command vehicle and also a tanker. We also had an acting platoon chief, a district chief, and myself that attended the scene. I took a position within their emergency operations center. Just to reiterate what Deputy just said, annually our firefighters participate in joint training with Pearson Fire at a location called Festi. It's a training facility. Our primary response is to assist with water supply, search and rescue, rehab, and medical support. The Mississauga Fire and Emergency Services and Mississauga Office of Emergency Management participates in 2 annual emergency exercises that are held at Toronto Pearson International Airport.
Okay, guys, it seems like we're going to be quite a while on a break from the Zachary Hughes Day 5 Rosebud Murder Trial. Do you want to watch this? Thumbs up. Or do you want to watch for me to hop on over to the Sementilli trial? Give me a heart. Thumbs up to stay here, because we have a lot of people in Canada that watch us, so that's why I have this on. But if you want to go over to the Sementilli trial, let me know. And I'm saying it right today. Thank you, Jesus. But let me know. I'll do what you want. I'm good either way. I'm good either way. I'm just trying to give you what you guys like and want. Until I hear different, we're going to stay here.
Each year, including a high-level tabletop command exercise and a full-scale
Those are cool.
boots on the ground
Both of them are
emergency
cool. Been a part of
exercise.
something like that before.
In
We
addition
have.
to the exercises conducted each year at Toronto Pearson International Airport, the City of Mississauga conducts its own functional emergency exercise, and we did that in 2021, examining an aircraft accident occurring within the City of Mississauga. This exercise included partners from various organizations, including those represented in the exercises held here regularly at Pearson. The Mississauga Fire and Emergency Services and OEM provides emergency management training to regional partners from various organizations who may be involved in the response to an aircraft accident, amongst other emergencies. The Mississauga Office of Emergency Management can also serve as a conduit between the city and the Provincial Emergency Operations Center if provincial-wide coordination for the response and recovery of community impacts during an emergency is required. During an aircraft accident, the Mississauga Office of Emergency Management can assist in the coordination of providing municipal services if requested by our community partners who may be impacted in the event. This could include transportation like buses, facilities, or heavy equipment. The City of Mississauga has developed its own aircraft accident emergency plan, which conforms with and operates in conjunction to the airport emergency plan developed by the Greater Toronto Airport Authority.
Thanks. That was a fulsome response.
I just also wondered if anyone can speak to the nature.
We're going to go ahead and switch.
Thank you. People call Officer Ephraim Gutierrez.
I switched because they're just going to go over the same information again and again, and I didn't hear a comment from y'all either way. So we are going to be right now watching the Sementilli trial.
testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand.
Thank you.
So you may have to go on mode.
The other trial is still on break. I'm assuming it's lunch break because it's taken over. We are now hour and 35 minutes into this break. So we are now over to the Sementilli trial until we hear something new. Thank you guys for joining and staying with me. It's been kind of a hopscotch day. I apologize for that. We had this morning's hearing for the Karen Reed, which ended abruptly. Most of the motions got through, but some did not. The judge, there was a situation concerning the FBI and access to information. That was an issue. And when the prosecution got up, they started sharing copies of emails or texts back and forth between the specialists, Annika, whatever. That was troubling, to say the least, for the defense.
Turn the switch off.
Yes, I could not imagine being upside down in a seat and having to get on my feet and out the door, all that upside down. That would be a lot of fall injuries. And I'm sure that baby was not seatbelted in, so it went flying. Hopefully, the baby will not have any long-term situation or problems from their injuries.
Detective state and spell your first and last name, please.
Efren Gutierrez. First name is E-F-R-E-N. Gutierrez is G-U-T-I-E-R-R-E-Z.
May proceed.
Okay. You know, as soon as you go to another trial, they come back. Go figure. That's all we had to do. We just had to threaten them. We're back over here now.
Hey, welcome back. Again, I ask, has anyone heard, done any research or anything concerning this from any media outlet? Open note for the record, jury indicates absolutely not. Vince?
May it please the court, defense would call investigator Dan Duff.
Dan who?
And concerning this from any media outlet? Open note for the record, jury indicates absolutely not. Vince?
May it please the court, defense would call investigator Dan Duff.
Dan Gunn?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Daniel Bevel.
Investigator Bevel, you were called in the state's case in chief. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And my understanding is it correct that you began working for the sheriff's office, Greenville County Sheriff's Office, roughly in 2012? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you got a bachelor's degree from Troy University. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You testified about this previously, but briefly tell this jury what units you have served in the sheriff's office.
I started in patrol from 2012 to 2017. That's your standard uniform patrol deputies answering 911 calls, any kind of call for service. After that, I went to specialized investigations from 2017 on to, in there, I went to the Crimes Against Children unit from 2017 to 2019. That's any kind of child abuse, child neglect, child sex crimes. Then after that, 2019 to 2023, I went to the Internet Crimes Against Children unit. That's any kind of child exploitation.
And Investigator Bevel, you talked about your time in the Crimes Against Children unit. When you're in a specific unit within the sheriff's office, do you receive specialized training associated with that type of unit,
Yes, sir.
right? And so when you were on the road in uniform patrol, did you receive specialized training related to that?
Yes, sir.
And when you were in the unit of crimes against children, did you receive specialized training in that discipline?
Yes, sir.
And let me show you. Let me show you Defense Exhibit 65. Just take a look at this for identification only.
Yes, sir.
Investigator Bevel, for example, that is the report you drafted for the purpose of the harassment investigation. Is that correct?
It is, sir.
And so this is of the kind of report you would draft depending on what investigation you were conducting or what tasks you were performing with the sheriff's office.
That's correct.
As an investigator, are you familiar with a phrase called the lead investigator?
Yes, sir.
And ultimately, the lead investigator is just that the investigator on a case who is ultimately responsible for the investigation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And in this case, Investigator Sparkman would be deemed or likely be the lead investigator. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Were you also the lead investigator in another case in connection with this case? Let me ask it a different way. On October the 19th, 2021, did you become the lead investigator in another case?
Objection. State your objection. Objection. This is going to fall under your previous ruling. Okay. I will sustain the objection.
Okay. Your Honor, due to Your Honor's previous order with the restriction, I'm going to move on, and I'm going to move on. Investigator Bevel, you testified, as you said, in the state's case in chief, and that was just last week, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
And I would imagine you're still familiar with your testimony in the state's case in chief.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to talk to you about that testimony. And specifically, I want to refer to a specific portion of it. Do you remember during your direct examination, you testified about mailers and the contents of mailers that you had been provided in the early summer and through the summer of 2021. Do you remember that testimony?
I believe so. Are you referring to the mailers as what I was given by Postman Parcell?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And you testified that those mailers had nude photographs of Christina Parcell in those mailers. Is that correct? Remember that?
Yes, sir.
And I've got a transcript. I want to ask you specifically about this exchange. Do you remember being asked by Mr. Wilkins, when you first got these photos, let me back up. Do you remember testifying about the fact there was a website listed on the photographs? Do you remember testifying to that?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember Mr. Wilkins asking you about questions about different fonts and different placement? Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember Mr. Wilkins asking you this question? Now, when you first got these photos, did you attempt to try to find the website on there? Do you remember that question?
Yes, sir.
And you testified, yes, sir. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
And then do you remember Mr. Wilkins asked you, how'd you do that? And you testified, I just typed the address into one of our computers in the office. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember Mr. Wilkins asking you, and what did you find? And you testified that the website no longer worked. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, Zach. Hey, don't go.
Asking you.
I'm
So you put
overlooking my grade, my homework. I'm sorry.
.com escort
Yeah,
site
I'm
and
sorry,
put in your
Zach. I
computer,
see
and you
you.
responded, yes,
Not
sir.
ignoring
Remember
you.
I believe so. Yes, sir.
that? And he asked you what happened, and you said it just redirected
Oh,
me to
hey,
another
what do you
escort
say?
website.
A favorite
Remember that?
came
Yes,
by
sir.
today. When the Zach
And then you tested. Then he asked you, were any of those photos on that escort site? And
I
remember
guess
you
you're
testified,
gone.
no,
I'm sorry, I got an objection. Can I
I'm
make?
almost done. I'm one more line.
I'm gonna let him ask this question.
I'm
You remember
sorry,
Mr. Wilkins
Zach.
asked you,
Love you.
were any of those
I
photos
don't know
on that
why.
escort site? And you responded, no, sir.
I don't know why.
Yes, sir.
And then just one more. Do you remember he asked you, was any pictures or were any pictures of Christina Parcell on any of those websites that you found? And you
Not
testified,
anymore.
no, sir. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Didn't mean to offend him. I'm just double checking my grades, making sure my assignments are all turned in. I got an assignment that drops today I need to do. Those of you who don't know me, I'm Ada Kay. Thank you for joining. I am a full-time college student at my old age. And it looks
Is
like
it
I have
true
104 in the class. Yay!
that in the harassment report that I just showed you, Defense Exhibit
Your Honor, I've got another objection I need to make. I need to just put it on the record.
Your Honor, this is,
Objection!
I mean,
I'm sorry.
Oh, thank you so much, Haley Mouse. Yeah, well. I'm What you doing in Lakey? My papa we have a family ranch out in Lakey. My papa has a ranch in Lakey. I need to go out there. Hadn't been there in a while. I need to go out there. I need to go out there. I need to go visit my papa's ranch. Oh, you want to hear a sad story, y'all? My papa had over 100-year-old ranch house. Now, he got this ranch way back in the 70s, so he was in his 40s, and he has worked and taken care and sweat. It was hard sometimes to even pay the mortgage on the ranch. He sacrificed and got to the point where he really thoroughly and loved it. They have hunters that come out on there all the time. He has leases and all that. Well, he at one point had a very nice garage where he could pull in the tractors and all that kind of stuff. Well, it burnt down. It had a workshop. It had the place for the tractors to come in and get out of the weather, when he wasn't there, so people wouldn't steal off of him. And then, long story short, he years ago decided when my son was in high school to rebuild and remodel that ranch house. Can't tell you how much money he spent. A lot of money was spent. It was gorgeous. He took an old closed-in, yes, she can have it, an old closed-in screen porch, remodeled it, changed it to bed. I mean, he did a lot of fabulous stuff. Not even a year after it was finished, I get a call, the ranch house is on fire. Now, I don't recall there being any major storm coming through there. Some people say it was lightning. Some people think it was the illegals, because illegals came through there all the time. There's a lot of illegals that came through the ranch all the time. And so we never know what caused it. Illegals have burned down things before out there, out in those areas. No, he's playing his game. And so, long story short, it's about 2 hour and a half away. By the time anybody could get there, it was just concrete foundation and the tin roof. The red tin roof was now a dark black silver tin roof. And so, anyway, heartbroken. He's never rebuilt. And unfortunately, he was just getting ready to increase the insurance for the value of the home. Now they only would pay what it was worth before the upgrade. So it was so disheartening, y'all. And it was such a great place. But he did rebuild the garage. And when he rebuilt the garage, it was fabulous because he made a bedroom with a shower and a sink with 2 or 3 twin beds in there, so he could have guests. And then, so there's still a place to stay, but I need to go out there, Zach. You reminded me.
So again, let's pick up where we left off. I had reminded you of your testimony from last week, wherein you were asked the following about typing in this website. And you were asked what happened, and you testified it just redirected me to another escort website. Then you were asked, were any of those photos on that escort website? And you testified, no, sir. And then you were asked, which you previously testified to, were any of the pictures of Christina Parcell on any of those websites that you found? No, sir. You remember that testimony?
Yes, sir.
Isn't she in your report on the harassment allegations?
Your Honor, leading.
Your Honor, he's an adverse witness, 611C. He testified for the state. He's a member of the Greenville County Sheriff's Office. I have every single right to lead him pursuant to 611C.
Your Honor, he's their witness. They call it.
And
In
what-
direct examination witness. So I'm going to sustain you, Judge.
All right. Well, I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit 65 again. Look at this bottom paragraph. Would you please read what I have bracketed to the jury?
Yes, sir. I photographed the 6 envelopes and the contents of the open ones. The open ones were addressed to Brad Post. One contained black and white nude images of Parcell with the address checklist. The images have a web address of http://belladonna.escort-site.com. I checked this web address and it was not valid. It redirected me to another escort site under a different URL. The other contained several of the same images, but were not in color.
So is it true, based on this report, that you were redirected to other websites that had the same images that were in those envelopes? Isn't that correct?
No, sir.
Okay. Isn't that what you said in your report?
That's poorly worded on my part, but I meant the other envelopes. Same images were not in color.
What are you saying you meant?
The images that were in the other envelopes, not another website.
So didn't you say that you found these on the internet? Isn't that what you said in your report?
No, sir.
Tell me again what you said. Yeah, please read it again.
Ooh, somebody's in trouble.
It's okay if I go to the relevant part instead of
Yeah, and I've got a bracket there.
Okay. Photographed 6 envelopes and the contents of the open ones. The open ones were addressed to Brad Post. One envelope, or it just says one contained black and white nude images of Parcell with the address checklist. The images have the web address of http://belladonna.escort-site.com. I checked this web address and it was not valid. It redirected me to another escort site under a different URL. The other contained several of the same images, but were in color. Now, like I explained, it's poor wording on my part, but I was referring to the other envelopes contained several of the same images, but they were in color. I wasn't referring to another website.
And in your report, you don't.
I'm going to mute for a minute. It's okay.
Like I said, it was just poor wording, but I was referring to just other envelopes had the same images, just in color.
And isn't it true that it is very possible that those images could have been online and just taken down the time you tried to look at them? Isn't that true?
In another website? Is that what you're referring? Yes, sir.
One second. Those are all the questions I would ask Investigator Bevel in this context. Yeah, I don't have anything further on the examination.
Okay, please, court, briefly. Did you ever find naked photos of Christina Parcell on the internet when you checked?
No, sir.
It's because it didn't exist that you could find.
Not that I could find.
No further questions.
Nothing else, Your Honor. Your Honor, there is, Your Honor, pursuant to your previous ruling, I would like to present some information in the absence of the jury.
As soon as I get on the phone, they have a break. We're going to hop over here real quick.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a police detective for the city of Los Angeles, currently assigned to Mission Division detectives.
What division, I'm sorry?
Mission.
Is that an area of Los Angeles then?
Yes, it's one of the stations.
Okay, and that's with LAPD?
Correct.
And how long have you been a peace officer?
30 years.
Back in January of 2017, what was your assignment?
I was assigned to Operations Valley Bureau Homicide.
And what does that entail?
It's the bureau divisional level, or I'm sorry, bureau level homicide unit, which covers the San Fernando Valley, all the LAPD jurisdiction in the San Fernando Valley.
Did you then respond to 5012 Queen Victoria in Woodland Hills regarding a killing that occurred there.
Yes, I did.
Okay, what time did you get there?
Just before 7, about 6:45 p.m.
Up on the screen is it's previously been marked as People's 9, page 9. Is that the location where you responded?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so when you got there, then what was your responsibility?
So I arrived there and waited for the rest of the homicide squad that was on call. Once they arrived, I did a walkthrough of the crime scene, which included the interior of the house and the backyard, and basically a preliminary viewing of the scene.
And in that preliminary viewing, what did you notice as far as the crime scene?
So I recall seeing bloodstain evidence on the kitchen floor near a slider. The decedent was an adult male in the patio, kind of in a crouch position. There's some wet blood on the ground. Also, I recall seeing, I believe it was a master bedroom, appeared to have been ransacked. There was clothes on the ground and dresser drawers were open.
When you did this initial walkthrough, are you meeting with any of the detectives there?
Yes, as I said, the homicide on-call squad was there. I did the walkthrough with Detective Gene Parshall. He was going to be the lead investigator on the case. And Rob Flirday, Ryan Verna, and Gabe Bucknell.
Now, do you recognize the person sitting over here in the blue blazer with the long dark hair, the female? Do you recognize her?
Yes.
How do you recognize her?
I recall doing a walkthrough with her and Detective Parshall at the termination of the crime scene investigation.
Thank you. So is that a typical scenario where you walk through the residence with someone that lives there? Can you explain why you did that?
So it's standard operating procedure with the LAPD. If a search warrant is served at a location, whoever has control or the owner of a specific location, whether it's a house or a business, we take before photos and after photos, and then do a walkthrough with whomever's going to remain or be in control of the location once the police depart, and basically describe what we did as far as our investigation and whether or not we seized any items.
So did you spend a fair amount of time with the defendant then going to the different rooms and showing her items that were recovered?
Probably about 15 minutes tops.
Okay. Did you talk to her during this time?
I don't think I said anything to her directly.
Okay. So.
Okay, y'all. I've been there, thanks to my wonderful ex-husband. And let me tell you something. That must be a department policy, because I have never ever heard of them doing a walkthrough explaining to you what all they took. What you do, and you normally happens, at least in my neck of the woods, is you would get a sheet of paper that they're supposed to log what items they removed. They would not take the time to do a walkthrough. There's no reason to do a walkthrough. That to me is news and unusual on my end. Yeah, it's right, Haley Mouse. Normally you just get a list, and a lot of times it's not a very detailed list. When they searched my home, I had a photography studio in my home. And they said that they were going to they told me they took X, Y, and Z on the paperwork. They said, okay, we're done. We'll see you later. And here's the paperwork. Okay, that's all fine and good. But then when I got back to my office and I realized what all they took, I was livid, because what was described as what they took versus what they actually took was vastly different. A few DVDs or CDs, oh my gosh, y'all, they had to have taken over 100 of them. Because see, I had multiple CDs and DVDs of every client, their photos. I had their contracts on there. I had the income on there. I had everything on there. And they're turning around and telling me that they took a few. And after the trial was over, like 5 years later or so, the only thing I got back and they were all neatly stored in a stackable thing. They were very neat. When I got them back, they weren't neat no more. No, weren't neat at all. They were thrown loose. No jackets, no cases, no nothing. They were thrown loose into a black trash bag. And it was full. I'm talking a gardening size black trash bag. I'm not talking about a kitchen bag. And they were returned in that horrible condition. And I didn't know what was what. And then after a year of me going through everything, because I'm required to keep some of that stuff for a while, I found out and discovered that that was only third, a third of what they took from my home, from my office, that they did not inform me of. Do you think this chick was a happy woman? I was not a happy woman. Y'all have no idea how invasive this is and how horrible it is to have your stuff searched and taken. And they do give you a list, but they're not very detailed.
While you were with the
Very
defendant,
good.
was anybody else with you when you walked through this house?
Detective Parshall was.
Okay. Did you notice anything unusual about the defendant?
Yes. So my understanding, it was the wife of the decedent. She wasn't crying. No tears. There's no runny nose. Seemed kind of odd.
No evidence of remorse.
Didn't look like someone that was grieving.
Have you conducted homicide investigations before where you had to interact with family members, loved ones, something of that nature?
Yes. So I worked homicide for 18 years. During that time, I personally handled 108 homicide cases, and then additional probably 300, give or take, undetermined or unnatural death scenes. So yeah, I interact with family grieving at these type of calls.
And this particular scenario, the defendant struck you as unusual?
Yes, I mean, I'm well aware that people grieve differently, but I thought her behavior seemed odd, a little forced. And I recall telling the Detective Parshall that I said she's full of crap when we walked out of the house.
Okay, thank you. I have no more questions.
You said she was full of crap? Oh, that wasn't on my bingo card.
Years, how long did you arrive at the scene after the murder had taken place? As far as you know?
Yes.
How long?
I think it had been a couple hours. The scene had already been secured, so I arrived right around 6:45 p.m.
And who was it that you saw the defendant?
It was the next morning, so now it would have been the 24th at around 9 a.m.
That's the first time you saw it?
Yes.
Did you talk to anyone at the scene the night before about what her condition was, her mental condition, emotional condition, so forth?
No.
So this is the first observation you had of her was the next morning after the murder. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's when you observed what you said you thought was kind of unusual.
Yes.
And you told that to Detective Parshall?
Yes.
And you wrote a report?
No.
Did you prepare a report of your investigation or conduct at the scene?
No, the scene was processed by the criminalist, so I did not prepare a report.
Did you prepare anything, any written report or any written notes and on file, anything like that, documenting what you had done?
No, the only documentation of my actions would have been in the chronologue, and whether or not I wrote it or Detective Parshall wrote it. He was the lead investigator for a few days before it was transferred to a different entity within the LAPD.
So either you or the Parshall, you said, prepared the cron file?
The chronological log.
And tell us what a chronological log is.
Is a synopsis of the investigative process. Sometimes it documents follow-up information, people that are interviewed, and requests, things of that nature.
It's supposed to document a summary of the conduct of the officers who took part in an investigation or search of a crime scene or whatever you did at the crime scene. So is that correct?
It's written in brevity form, so small snippets of information, yes.
Okay. And did you have any input in the cron file for the time that you were at the scene?
I may have, I don't recall though.
Could I approach Your Honor? And
I guess you did, honey. He
show
has
you what
it.
appears to be a cron file? It's got some highlights. You can ignore those, but I think,
Is this the chronological log?
yes.
Okay.
If you could just look at to yourself, and is that the chronological log that was prepared throughout the case, but specifically has entries for the night that or morning that you were there at the scene?
Yes, just a few pages if you don't mind.
No, sure.
Yeah, gotta make sure, dude. That's one thing I really do appreciate about some people is they will read as much as possible. And I don't ever take it, anything that they hand me as the gospel truth when it comes to a court case. Someone's tried that on me before. Luckily, I caught it. I just don't trust people. I want to see my signature on it. I had a friend who created a fake will for her mom and dad and tried to forge my name on it. I found out about it. Y'all want to talk about help to be paid?
Okay, yes, it does appear to be the chronological log, although I don't see any entries that I made personally.
Well, your name is mentioned in some of the sections of the log. Is that not correct?
That is correct, but when I make the entry throughout the 18 years in homicide, I put my name at the bottom of the entry in black and bold, so I don't see any of those entries.
Okay, so you didn't personally write on the.
Oh, honey
Is that what
boo,
you're
you
saying?
didn't get your bank.
And when it says Detective Gutierrez and Bucknell evaluated the crime scene,
Yep, you can't do that.
when it says Detectives Gutierrez and Bucknell evaluated the crime scene, where does that information come from?
Oh, you got that right.
The entries are typically
Right
written
on
by
you.
the lead investigator, but the chronological log is maintained in a server that all homicide detectives have access to. So if a detective from another squad were to receive some kind of investigative information, they can access that chronological log and make an entry.
I understand, but your name is mentioned several times in the chron log, is it not?
Yes, as expected, yes.
And it describes conduct that you conducted or engaged in on the date that the chron log listed. Is that right?
That's correct.
How does that information get into the chron log if you didn't write it?
Supervisor, partner.
Is probably written or entered by Detective Parshall.
Who was the lead detective?
Yes.
And is it normal procedure that you would tell Detective Parshall what you did of any import, and then it was his job to include it in the chron log?
It can go either way. I could have entered it, or he, acting as the lead investigator, could have entered it. There's no set rule.
Well, how would he know what you did, what to enter that you did?
He was there with me.
Okay, so either he saw you or you told him, is that correct?
Correct.
So there are entries, for instance, that you and Bucknell searched the residence for additional evidence, was that correct?
Yes.
Says victim's stolen Porsche was placed in the stolen vehicle system and a broadcast was done regarding the incident.
A bolo was put
That's
out.
in there, correct?
I don't know what's going on with this other trial, y'all, but it's
Says
frustrating.
Gutierrez interviewed the house cleaner, Delia
They're on break.
Rivera, is
They're
that
on
right?
break.
Counsel, you're going to go through everything that has Gutierrez's name in it, then it is hearsay, sustained.
I'm just asking if he did it. I'm not asking what the contents are.
You can show it to him then and say, did he do it?
Don't argue with the judge.
The
Really,
entry
Mike?
here, if you could just look at it yourself with your name at the top and tell me if that accurately describes one of the things you did at the scene at the time that you were there.
Okay, I read it.
And does that accurately describe what you did, one of the things you did that night?
So yes, Detective Parcell interviewed her. I translated Spanish for him.
Okay.
All right.
And the results were documented in the Cron, is that correct?
Are you a certified Spanish translator? No. For any legal reasons and any legal use of a translator? Are they supposed to be a certified translator? Yes. Are you permitted to translate there if you are part of the department that's investigating her? No. Why? It's called a conflict of interest. You are a non-partial party. In other words, you're not allowed to interpret. You have an added an added investment in the outcome. You legally can't do that.
Okay. Now, anywhere in the Cron, can you look, does it say that you met with or had any
Dang it.
contact with Monica Sementilli?
I run into this all the time. Try to educate people, but they don't listen. You cannot do that, people. Unless he's a certified translator with a non-investment, not attached to the case, not attached to what's going on. You can go to another department if you're a certified Spanish interpreter and a police officer, and another department is needing your assistance. You may go to that
No,
other
I don't see
department
an entry.
and translate.
Yet you testified that you had a walk through with her, walk through the house, is that correct?
Yes.
So whose job was it or role was it to document that in the Cron file?
It would have been Detective Parcell's.
And it was not in there, it's not in there, correct?
Correct.
And is there anything in there that indicates that you thought it was unusual that Mrs. Sementilli was not crying or anything about the way she acted emotionally or how she looked? Anything in there about that?
No.
Did you think that was important?
In hindsight, of course.
In hindsight, because the prosecution said they were going to ask you about that?
No, in hindsight, as the case progressed, I understand that.
Well, we don't want to know what you understand. That would be hearsay, but
When I learned throughout the course of the investigation in the following days that Ms. Sementilli was the focus of the investigation as being potentially involved.
so you learned in subsequent days that she was the focus of the investigation. Is that right?
Yes.
And can you tell us approximately when that was in relation to the day you were first at the scene?
Couple days.
Couple days later, she was the focus.
Yes.
And when you learned that she was the focus, did you tell anyone that you had relevant information about how she acted or looked at the day you saw her the morning after the murder?
No, the only conversation I had about her behavior was with Detective Parcell as we were leaving the scene.
All right. So you told him.
Yes.
And do you know if he documented it anywhere?
I don't know.
And a few days later, when you heard she was the focus of the investigation, did you document it anywhere in a police report?
No.
Have you seen it documented in any police report at all that was prepared during the years that this case has been pending and now before this trial? Have you seen it anywhere documented?
No, I wouldn't have access to that. My involvement in the investigation was the crime scene, the interview with Miss Rivera, and that's.
Did you tell anyone other than Detective Parcell about your observation?
Yes.
Who?
Miss Silverman.
And when was the first time you told Miss Silverman?
during a pre-trial meeting with her, some kind of prep. I can't remember, over a year ago, I believe.
So about a year ago?
Maybe longer.
2 years ago?
I don't recall, sir.
Well, you know, this case has been pending 7 years.
I am aware of that, yes.
So it was several years after you were first at the scene that you first met with Ms. Silverman, is that right?
Yes.
And how did that come up? How Monica Sementilli reacted the morning after the murder?
It was during a meeting with Ms. Silverman that discussed, what my involvement in the crime scene was.
And how did the no tears come up?
I brought it up.
You brought it up?
Yes.
Okay, was documented anywhere?
Probably by Ms. Silverman, but I don't know for sure.
Have you been shown any documentation to refresh your memory?
No.
Is this the first time you've testified about this in court on this case?
I believe so, yes.
You didn't testify before the grand jury?
I don't remember, sir, actually.
Okay.
He
By the
testified
way,
a lot.
you don't know how she was acting emotionally the night before or the night of the murder, do you?
No, I don't.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
What about other people?
Yes, just because.
Wow.
Detective, so when back in January, you went to the scene, your role was to do this walkthrough with one of the detectives, right?
Correct.
And you weren't a lead detective on it, it wasn't your case, is that right?
That's correct.
And so, but after having investigated well over 100 homicides and being experienced, this one struck you as different as what you're testifying to because of the lack of what you deem no emotion, no tears, right?
Yes,
Okay, 7, 8 years later now, we're in court. Do you still remember that?
I do.
And does that stick out as different even from that day forward of the continuing investigations you've done of an unusual reaction from a victim?
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you.
Any further by the defense?
No, thank you.
Thank you. You're excused.
And people call Detective Carlos Camacho.
That'd be a little interesting, don't you think? I find her behavior interesting because I too have been on a lot of stuff. I haven't seen it all. Don't get me wrong. I'm nowhere near as experienced as police, FBI, or anything like that, but I've seen a lot of stuff. And I have never seen anybody be that cold the day of and the day after unaliving of somebody that was that was a wrongful unaliving.
I do.
Never seen anybody act like that. Now, she could have been in shock. I give you that.
And for the record, spell your first and last name, please.
Carlos Camacho, CarlosCamacho.
I know how to spell that one.
Detective, what is your occupation?
I am a detective with the Los Angeles Police Department working robbery homicide division.
And how long have you been a detective?
Detective, let's see.
Forever.
More than 10 years.
Okay, and then how long have you been a peace officer?
28 years.
Okay, back in January 2017, did you have a role in the arrest of Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker?
Yes.
Do you see Monica Sementilli in court?
Yes.
Could you please identify where she's sitting and what she's wearing?
Blue coat. She's sitting at a defense table.
Indicating the defendant.
I'm going to ask you about that specifically that day. Were you involved or were you there for the stop of a black Mustang that was being driven by Robert Baker?
Yes.
And that was on June 14th of 2017?
Correct.
And what was your role?
It was to collect evidence from the vehicle.
Do you recall where that stop was done?
It was on Archwood and Winnetka.
Okay, and that's in the San Fernando Valley?
Yes.
It's been previously marked as Exhibit 64 on the screen. Is that the Mustang that was stopped?
Yes, it is.
And inside that was, the driver was Robert Baker, passenger front seat was Monica Sementilli?
Correct.
Okay, did you recover items from that
Yes, I did.
Mustang? And was that your primary responsibility to recover or search the car?
Yes, it was.
Okay, can you tell us what you did?
My partner and I both searched the vehicle. We found cell phones, credit cards, a knife, and a memory card.
Okay, and those items that were subsequently booked into evidence under the DO number associated with this case?
Yes.
Okay. If I may mark as People's, is it 147?
Yes, it is.
Okay, 147. It's 2 photographs depicting the black Mustang, side views of it.
All right.
Just for evidence purposes, the black Mustang on the street where it was stopped.
Yes, it is.
All right. Let's start with the cell phones. Did you recover cell phones belonging to the defendant?
At the time, I just collected cell phones that were in the vehicle.
Okay. I may mark as People's 148. A photograph, 2 photographs side by side, one indicating a purse being held open, and the second photograph showing 2 cell phones.
Very good.
148 then, can you describe what this is and what you collected?
Yes, these are the 2 cell phones that were inside of this purse pouch thing here. They were collected from the passenger side seat, and we recovered those 2 phones.
And then the photo on the right is the 2 phones inside?
Yes.
I may mark as 149 then. A photo of an iPhone 7 recovered from the purse in the Mustang. Is that one of the phones in a close-up photo of the phone?
Yes, it is.
And then as far as packaging, can you just go through how you package evidence and book it?
Yes, it's put into an envelope. You put the date and time, the item that was recovered, and you put it in an envelope and you seal it, and then you book it into evidence.
Okay. And again, the purse was in the passenger seat and the phone was inside the purse?
Yes.
Okay. And then Marcus Peoples 150. It's a pre-photograph entitled Sementilli's ZTE flip phone. Is that the other phone that was inside the purse?
Yes.
And again, was that packaged in the envelope and booked into evidence under the case DO number?
The only reason you have a flip phone nowadays is
Did you recover other phones?
One other phone was recovered in my presence.
And where was that recovered from?
That was on the driver's side seat.
Your Honor, Marcus 151, 3 photographs of a phone entitled Baker's Samsung S8.
Yes.
151, People's 151, is that the phone recovered in your presence on the driver's side, or was it from somebody?
It was recovered from the driver's seat.
Okay, is that where Baker was sitting?
Yes.
And just for reference, People's 151 is item 121. People's 150 was item 120, and People's 149 is item 119. What does that mean when we have an item number?
And every item that is, or every item that's recovered as evidence is given a number, and it's just in order of when it was found. So you start from 1 all the way to whatever items you find.
And then if I may mark, again, it's People's 152, 2 photographs of credit cards with a property report. This is listed as items 122 and 123. What is this?
Yes, those are the 2 credit cards that were found in the same purse.
Okay, the credit cards in the purse that have the name Monica Sementilli on both of those credit cards?
Correct.
And I mean, it's People's 153. It's item 125 entitled Sementilli's SD card. It's a 3 photographs of an SD card. Same thing here.
Yes,
And what is that?
it's an SD card that was recovered.
Where was that recovered from?
You know what? I don't remember exactly where that was recovered.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not good, because now if he says, see, look at that smirk on her face, she knows it. If he can't remember exactly where that was covered, he can't testify to it. And that's a problem.
These items could not have been marked as one exhibit with sub numbers. A little late now, but
Okay.
maybe for the future.
Okay. 1 second. Let me get your copy of it here.
I have a copy of my report.
You do?
Yes,
Would looking at your report refresh your memory?
it would.
But he can do that.
It doesn't say where it was recovered from, but it was inside of the vehicle.
It's inside the vehicle.
Yes.
And then if I meant Marcus People 154, 2 photographs entitled Sementilli's Mustang Interior. Can you describe what was recovered from here?
Yes, it's a black and white folding knife that was recovered from the center console.
And that's inside the Mustang?
Yes.
They'd have fun with my car.
And lastly, 155, and they mark. Photograph, 3 photographs of a knife, a folding knife. One photo is extended to its folding. And was that the knife that was recovered from the console?
Yes, it was.
And that's inside the Mustang?
Yes, it was.
No more questions.
That's my farm. Thank you, Your Honor. Marshall, were you aware that a knife was one of the suspected weapons in this case?
Yes.
And therefore, what did you do with that knife?
I booked it into evidence.
And do you know what happened to it after that?
No.
Do you know if it was compared with the autopsy report or any other evidence to determine
Not my
if in
job.
fact it was or could be the murder weapon in this case?
No, sir. My job was only to collect evidence. I was not the investigating officer.
And who was the investigating officer?
I believe it was Detective Tellis and Gable.
And do you know whether they at some point reached a conclusion as to whether or not this was or was not or could have been the murder weapon?
I do not know.
Thank you very much.
Camacho, you're excused.
Thank you.
Go to your next witness.
Why? I find it interesting the way the defense is putting on his defense.
People call Officer Curtis Davis.
He's trying to impeach all these witnesses, but there's no reason to impeach. I mean, it wasn't his job. He did what he was told to do in the discussion. So why are we having these witnesses come back? And yes, we are still on a break. We refresh. Do that every once in a while. Yep, we're still on a break, y'all.
You can face me and raise your right hand, please. If you solemnly state the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand.
Thank you.
Adjust the microphone so we can hear you. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
Sure. My name is Officer Curtis Davis.
So it looks like they have
CURTIS
dismissed.
DAVIS.
Okay, it looks like they have dismissed the jury for today. Go figure.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, can you tell us how it is that you're employed, please?
I'm a police officer with the City of Los Angeles.
Okay, and how many years have you been so employed?
A little over 22.
And where are you assigned?
Currently assigned to Robbery Homicides Investigative Support Section, and I have collateral duties as an FBI task force officer.
Ooh.
And what are your collateral duties relating to the FBI task force?
I perform the same service for the FBI that I do for robbery homicide, which is cyber-related investigations.
Okay, and what are cyber-related investigations? What does that mean for like plain speak?
Sure. Basically, it's digital investigations, and I focus on what I call the 3 C's of cyber: computers, cryptography, probably better known as encryption, and communication.
Okay. And how many years have you held that position?
nearly 2 decades working in that particular field.
Yeah, I know, right? I kind
And
of
as
noticed
an
that too.
investigative support officer
Yeah,
assigned
look
to
your
Robbery
observation.
Homicide Division, what is it that your job entails?
So the best comparison I like to use is digital archaeology. And I use that because when I was a young man, I actually wanted to be an archaeologist. I worked one summer out on a dig, and I was given a small gardening tool called a trowel, sifting through the dirt over the summertime looking for artifacts. And we ended up with a 10-foot ditch with a lot of artifacts. 30 years later, I now sit at a computer with a mountain of data, and I'm essentially doing the same sort of work. I'm looking for what we call in the forensic community digital artifacts, indicators of some sort of human activity, device activity, account activity for all the different technologies that we've
I
come
like
to
how you
use in the modern
explain
world.
that. That is very cool. Good.
And how many years have you been assigned to RHD in that capacity?
Just shy of 9 years.
Okay. And is there an area that you consider to be your area of expertise
Sure.
within this area of digital archaeology?
Yes.
What is that?
I am a subject matter expert, particularly on what's known as open source information, which includes social media. It is information that any member of the public can access, typically on the internet.
Illegal, naughty site.
And in that capacity, do you often assist the investigating officers at Robbery Homicide Division with either technical aspects or cyber investigations relating to their cases?
Yes, exactly. I provide advice. I sometimes learn about new technologies as they emerge. And as you can imagine, most investigations nowadays have some sort of digital nexus.
Okay. And are you also often tapped in order to process information or verify or analyze digital evidence on various homicide cases or business records?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about your education and training in this area, if you would.
Sure.
Other than the digging with the trowel.
Right. Well, I have a degree in intelligence management from Henley Putnam University with a cyber emphasis, and I'm a graduate of the University of Southern California's basic and intermediate cyber schools for law enforcement. In addition to that, I have over 200 hours of training from various specialty organizations, including the Joint Regional Intelligence Center, BK Forensics, search.org, and so on, including sometimes the service providers themselves who've provided training. So, for example, training from Apple on their services.
Okay. Specifically for law enforcement?
Correct. Mhm.
And in terms of your degree in intelligence management, did that include items such as, let's say, cell phones, computer hardware, counterintelligence, computer drives, internet?
Yes, the full spectrum of modern technology, from computers to mobile devices, information that's readily available on the internet, information we can seek via business records and search warrants and so forth.
And prior to your employment with the LAPD, did you also work in this field for a couple of years?
Yes, I actually did. And that became kind of the groundwork for my interest in this when I became a police officer. I worked as a freelance web and graphic designer in the late 1990s and early 2000s.
All right. With respect to the case regarding the murder of Fabio Sementilli and the defendant Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker, did you create an overall presentation with respect to all of the information, or at least a summary of the information that you reviewed in this case?
Yes, I did.
And Your Honor, that is a PowerPoint that I believe has been saved onto a, is it a flash or a CD? CD. May that CD be marked, please, as People's 156.
Yes.
Do you want me to mark everything related to his presentation under 156, or do you want me to start?
Right under 156.
Yeah, sure.
Hope your appointment went well, love. I hope you're doing okay.
All right. In your PowerPoint on slide 4, it looks like you have under number 2 a heading that's called methodology. So can you give us an idea of the type of records that you reviewed in this case?
Sure. This is just a summary, essentially, of the work that I performed in this particular investigation. The records that I reviewed include forensic examinations of various cell phones, business records, and open source information or information available on the internet.
All right. Let's move to, actually, before we even start with this, we were just hearing about from Detective Carlos Camacho, the arrest that took place on June 14th of 2017. Were you part of the arrest team on that date?
Yes, I was.
Okay. So were you by yourself that day, or did you have a partner?
I had a partner,
And do you recall who that was?
Detective Carmen Fabian. I believe she has a different last name now, but I know her as Carmen Fabian.
Okay. And were you responsible for you and your partner initiating the traffic stop that day on a black Mustang belonging to the defendant?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And was the defendant inside of the black Mustang?
Yes,
And what seat was she in?
in the passenger seat.
All right. Do you see her here in court today?
Yes, I do.
And at that time, did you also come in contact
You did not identify her. Can you
with
please
the
identify
driver
her?
of the vehicle?
Yes,
And who is that?
Mr. Robert Baker.
Okay.
You didn't identify her, y'all.
And approximately what time did you make that stop?
It was early afternoon, I'd say about 1:00 p.m. in the afternoon.
Okay. And were you responsible for placing the defendant along with Robert Baker under arrest?
Yes,
Did you advise them at that time of what they were being arrested for?
yes,
Did you tell them that they were being arrested for the murder of Fabio Sementilli?
correct.
And at some point in time, did you and your partner have them step out of the Mustang?
Yes,
And then what did you do with them, if anything?
I placed them in the black and white vehicle that we were using to conduct the traffic stop.
That was a black and white police vehicle?
Yes,
And where were they placed within the vehicle?
I have the Mustang
To the
song in my
rear
head.
compartment.
Okay. The back seat
Yes,
together?
yes.
And was that a vehicle that also
That's
was
a
equipped
no-no.
with a recording device?
Yes, it was.
That's good.
And subsequent to that time, were they transported separately to the closest LAPD station, which was Van Nuys?
Because Van Nuys has a jail, yes.
And were you responsible at that time for impounding the defendant's black Mustang?
I started the impound, yes.
Okay. We'll come back to that so we don't have to switch over on the screen, which has caused some issues. Showing you exhibit 14. Do you recognize this individual?
Yes, I do.
And this, Your Honor, is exhibit 14 with a red number 2 in the bottom left corner. And do you recognize this as Robert Baker, who was in the driver's seat?
Yes.
And showing you exhibit, what's been marked now as exhibit 147, has a 2 in the bottom left corner. Is this the black Ford Mustang that they were driving?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right. And let's look at slide number 7 and tell us what you documented here with respect to account connections.
Sure. So this is an example of a business record. In this particular case, it includes basic subscriber information from AT&T pertaining to Monica Sementilli, and listed on this basic subscriber sheet is an email address,
Guys, I'm going to go for a
kalmati-mo@hotmail.com, and a phone number, 818-424-4213.
Okay. And it also appears to have a home address, correct?
Yes, it does.
So this would be the type of information that you are familiar with receiving from business records. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Sources of information. This is slide number 5 of your PowerPoint. Does this document the various types of information that you were concerned with in your portion of your investigation?
Yes, these are my sources.
Okay. So you were looking at the extractions once they were already done from cell phones, correct?
Correct.
And did you use some type of software in order to view the forensic information from the cell phones?
Yes.
What was that?
It's a software called Cellbrite, and it's an industry standard best practice in the use of analyzing, extracting data from mobile devices.
Okay. That allows you to visualize the information in various different versions depending on how you filter it, correct?
Yes.
All right. So in this case, you looked at the defendant's iPhone 7 as well as an LG pad, correct?
Correct.
And Baker's Samsung's, he had an S4 and an S8, correct?
Yes.
And along the course of your investigation, you also uncovered some information relative to a Samsung S6, correct?
Yes. Mhm.
All right. And in terms of business records, you either authored various search warrants or reviewed records that were obtained via search warrant from various companies.
That's right.
All right. Your Honor, I have a stipulation. And I have this marked as I guess it would be part of 156.
The stipulation can be marked separately as
Well, marked as
157.
157.
Yes.
All right. Relating to business records. And I believe that these records will be contained on a flash drive. Would you like me to mark them also as 157?
You said
The flash?
Yes. No, 158.
All right, we'll make the flash 158. And if I could just read it into the record, Your Honor. Stipulation regarding communications, media company business records on flash drive. The records contained in the following exhibits were obtained either by search warrant or subpoena and are true, correct, and authentic business records of the companies from which they came. Exhibit number 158, a flash drive that contains records from Instagram LLC, what was at the time called Facebook Inc., Apple Inc., WhatsApp Inc., Viber Media, capital S dot small case A dot R dot L, Dropbox Inc., Google LLC, Microsoft Corporation, in parentheses, Hotmail. Parties agree that each of the preceding records contains true and correct record of an act, condition, or event of the business, and that the business's respective custodian of records or other qualified individuals would testify as to its identity and mode of preparation. Further, that the records contained in each exhibit were made in the regular course of business at or near the time of the act, condition, or event, and that the sources of information and method and time of preparation were such as to indicate the records are trustworthy. Pursuant to Evidence Code Section 1271, Counsel join?
Received.
Join. Also, Your Honor, at this time, what has been marked previously as People's Exhibit 25 relating to call detail records, telecommunications provider business records, relating to AT&T records for the defendant, Sprint records for Robert Baker, and AT&T records for Jessica Sementilli, Isabel Sementilli, and Fabio Sementilli are contained on the same flash drive, 158. All right, so let's take a look at all right, so we talked about some of the business records, and then you said in addition to the business records, you also looked at information that was in open source that would include social media, correct?
That's right.
Show us or explain to us, please, if you would, what we see here in your slide number 8.
Sure. This is a link chart, and I create a link chart because I'm a visual guy. It helps me understand that when I, as the investigator looking at digital artifacts or digital evidence, these accounts, these services don't typically exist in a silo or a vacuum. They often corroborate one another. So this shows the linkages between, for example, in the middle, the iPhone 7, the phone number 818-424-4213, the connection to the social media account on Instagram, Monica_Sementilli, usage of WhatsApp and Viber, association with the service provider AT&T, the connection to the email address, the primary email address, kalmatimo@hotmail.com, and an IP address that belongs, at least at that time, January 2017, to the Sementilli residence, and that is 104.181.138.147.
So it gives us a way to visualize the information and how you might come across the same information in multiple different sources.
Exactly.
All right. Let's look at the next one, another link chart that you created here. What do we see here in slide 9?
This is a little bit more of a complex link chart, but same principle, same idea. Essentially, the center of this chart would be Mr. Robert Baker, and it shows connections to multiple devices, a Samsung S4 and an S8, and in particular, connections to multiple email addresses. And those email addresses
Let's go over to the other court. We have a conversation. Bring the jury. We will not. I have a feeling he's going to.
Ladies and gentlemen, today has been a little bit of an unusual day just because there's been a lot of legal issues that I've had to go over with counsel, and I am grateful for your patience. As I've stated on numerous occasions, I thank you all for your service on behalf
They're going home
of the
today.
state of South Carolina. I thank you in Greenville County. I'm going to allow y'all to break for the day. I'm going to ask that you come back at 9:30 in the morning, consistent with my admonition to you all. Again, you are prohibited from watching any type of TV coverage of this trial. Do not do any research on anyone involved in this case. You're not to look at any social media. It's important to this trial, justice and fairness to the defendant and the state, that you only consider the evidence that comes in through this courtroom, and you're not to discuss this case among yourselves. Begin deliberating until I tell you to do so. And lastly, if anyone approaches you to talk to you or ask you anything about this case, you need to immediately let me know, okay? I will see y'all at 9:30 in the morning. Thank you again.
Oh, this has been a day of breaks and pauses and sidebars. We probably didn't even have, do we have a full hour of trial? Do we even have a full hour of trial? Probably a full hour of trial. That's about it. I am, it's like, guys, get your stuff together and let's go. So let's see if they argue in front of the court or if they're just going to shut court down for the day. I will leave that going as long as it is, and we'll hop back over to the Sementilli trial. And I said it right again, y'all. Hell has frozen.
include different domains, such as a website, domains like oeg1.com, rball1.com, and then a connection to Mr. Christopher Austin, and an instruction to download WhatsApp, which we'll look at shortly.
Okay. And that came through a Facebook message, correct? From
Yes.
business records that were received.
Yeah.
All right. Let's look at the next slide. Let's go to the next one. What do we see here in slide 11?
This is kind of my introduction to what are known as Google location services. And Google location services operate predominantly for folks who have Android smartphones. The user of an Android can choose to turn on these services, and when they do, those services will essentially track the phone as it's moving around in the world. And it does this using different types of technology, including cell sites, including Wi-Fi. And as you can imagine, in an urban environment, there are Wi-Fi signals all around us. And then out on the street, when there are no other signals available, GPS from the satellites that are in orbit around the Earth.
Thank you, son.
What do we see here in slide 12 relative to Google records that you reviewed relating to Baker's OEG Inc. at google.com?
This is the basic subscriber information for oeginc@gmail.com. It's similar to the subscriber information from AT&T that we saw in the previous slide. Almost all companies retain this as kind of a customer database. And in this particular basic subscriber information, it has a list of the Google services that are turned on. And one of those, in the right-hand side, that's my highlight, location history.
What do we see here then in slide 13?
Accompanying that basic subscriber data from Google is an Excel spreadsheet. That's what we see here. And this is the location data itself. Thousands and thousands of rows capturing the movements of different Google devices associated to oeginc@gmail.com as those devices move around in the world.
Okay. And we'll see how that comes into play, I think, in your presentation in a couple minutes. So here in slide 14, again, this would be reviewing some of the records relating to Baker's Samsung S4 through the Celebrite software program, correct?
Yes.
And what is it that you've highlighted here?
So similar to the link chart, we're now getting into the details of how these accounts corroborate one another. And this is from Mr. Robert Baker's Samsung S4, indicates that that device was associated to that primary Gmail email, OEG Inc.
Okay. And in the next slide, slide 15.
This is also an artifact extracted from that Samsung S4 device that shows that the Wi-Fi access point Sementilli _5G EXT was stored in that Samsung S4.
Okay. And it gives us a particular date and time, correct?
Yes, it does.
And what's the date and time?
Date and time, June 28th, 2016, and that is 3:28 p.m. UTC.
What does that mean, UTC?
Sure. So UTC it stands for Coordinated Universal Time. I don't know why they switched the letters, but that's just how it is. Essentially, if we think about computing, people are using phones and computers all over the world. In order to have a common frame of reference, computers and various services that are associated with computing and mobile devices tend to use UTC time as kind of the central establishing point for a time zone. It's Zulu or Greenwich Mean Time also.
Okay. And so how does that time correlate with time here in California on June 28th?
So this would be, because of daylight savings time, it's either -7 hours or -8 hours. I always use a converter to verify, but just anecdotally looking at the June date, that is typically in the summertime, it would be -7.
Okay. So that would be what time here?
Let's see.
That'd be about 8:28 in the morning.
Thank you, yes.
Okay. So that would mean that his Samsung S4 connects to the Sementilli Wi-Fi and it stores that information in the phone at that point in time going forward?
Yes, whenever we need to add a Wi-Fi, a new Wi-Fi, we have to put in the name and the password, and then the device stores it until we choose to perhaps delete it or keep it.
Okay. And what do we see here on slide 16 regarding the defendant's iPhone?
This is Mrs. Monica Sementilli's iPhone, and it also includes the same Wi-Fi name, the Sementilli _5G EXT.
Okay. And in the next slide, slide 17, we have again, it looks like a Google Earth photograph. What are we seeing here?
Yes. So I took Google Earth, which is now free and open source, and I took a slice of the thousands of rows of Google location data, And just to look to corroborate some information on that particular approximate date and time, June 28th, 2016, Mr. Robert Baker's Samsung S4 shows in the vicinity of the Sementilli residence.
Okay. So he could be in the residence, he could be in front of the residence, but we're talking about within meters of the residence.
Correct.
Okay, so it has to be within range of the home router, correct?
Yes, whatever distance that particular router sends its signal out, sometimes it can go half a block or so.
And you've been in that home before when a search warrant was served for the router, correct?
Yes, I was.
Whoops. Looking now at slide 18, can you describe for us what we see here?
Sure. I took that same spreadsheet of Google location data and then I put it into some software that allows me to map it and actually animate it over time. And what this essentially shows is the Samsung S4 and any other related devices associated to Mr. Robert Baker and that oeginc@gmail.com in the vicinity of the Queen Victoria Road address between February 1st, 2016 and January 1st, 2017.
Okay. So during that time, we're basically seeing the blue dots represent the volume of times he's been to that location?
Correct. And it's just to clarify, it's not every dot is a new trip. Those are the logged locations by Google. And so they can be in clusters.
Okay. And so at some point we see in the next slide, slide 19, clusters as well. So what does this particular slide show us?
Essentially the same data, but we're looking at it in a single still. And top down, it just shows the volume, all the different logged activity in and around that particular address.
Now, and is this also in between that same time period that we saw on the last slide that was February 1st of 2016 to January of 2017?
It's approximate, but this one goes a little bit further, January 1st to January 1st, 2016 to 2017.
Okay. And was there a particular gap in the data that you noted?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
So in, I believe, January, late January, the Google location data essentially stops.
January of 2017?
2017, yes.
Okay.
So thousands and thousands of rows of data. Suddenly we have a very obvious gap between whatever date it was in January and June.
Again, June of 2017?
Yes.
Would that be consistent with Baker using maybe another device that doesn't have location history turned on the device?
Yes.
Permissions like
Thorough.
like we talked about with respect to one of the previous slides that you described.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And then did you note that that activity resumed in early June of 2017?
Yes, I did.
And is that what you, looking at the next slide, slide 20, is this a visual depiction of that gap that you talked about?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at slide, I think this is slide 21. Can you describe for us what we see here?
Sure. I just remapped the location data once it resumed again in the vicinity of the residence back in June 2017.
Okay. So that would be dated June 1st to July 1st of 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
Noting, of course, that they were arrested, the defendant and Baker were arrested on June 14th of 2017.
Yes.
Okay. Looking at slide 22, as you were talking about open source information and various connections, what do we see here?
This is also basic subscriber information, and this particular record comes from Facebook, now known as Meta. At the top of a Facebook record, it shows the subscriber, in this case, the name first and last is listed as Robert Baker. There are several email addresses One of them in particular is management@oeg1.com.
Okay. And looking at the following slide, slide 23. This is a Facebook conversation now that takes place between Baker and an individual by the name of last name of Spence.
Yes,
And there's some conversation here about the defendant taking place.
yes.
And what's the date that we're looking at here?
November 3rd, 2016.
Looking at slide 24. This is again, the Facebook messaging going back and forth between Baker and Michael Spence. Yes?
Yes,
And if we look at, I think this is slide 25. Is this a continuation
yes, it is.
of the same conversation?
Yes,
Talking about meeting up at some point in the future?
yes,
Okay. And if we look at slide 26 here, again, conversation between Baker talking about being in a relationship with the defendant for a year now, correct?
correct.
And slide 27, again, a continuation of this conversation.
Yes,
And at the end, actually, this is a new conversation. This is now a conversation between Baker and an individual by the name of Ron Ray.
correct.
And what's the date of this conversation?
November 12th, 2016.
Okay. And that conversation, it looks like, started on the previous slide, which was slide 26. Correct?
Yes,
Again, talking about his relationship with the defendant.
correct.
And on, let's see, slide 27.
Okay, y'all. She had a white t-shirt on, a blue and white flannel, the plaid flannel blue and white shirt. She had her braids, and then she had a hoodie. She looked ghetto native, or NATO ghetto. You're welcome. Thanks for being with us. We miss you when you go, but enjoy your hubby. But she did. She looked ghetto native. She looked like she was half hood, half native. I guess only I would think of that. She was like, "Oh, mom, bye." Click. It was kind of funny, y'all. It was kind of funny. I have to admit it. It was kind of funny. Come on, y'all. Wake up. Come on. Wake up, y'all.
Evan, it looks like Ron Ray is asking for a picture.
Yes,
And then Baker sends Ron Ray a picture. Is that right?
yes,
And that's, again, part of this Facebook messaging conversation that takes place on November 12th of 2016.
yes,
And Baker says they're not living together yet, but it's coming soon.
correct.
Okay. And then here in slide 30, what did we see? You blacked something out per court order.
It's a photograph of Mrs. Monica Sementilli.
And was it a photo where she was, let's say, part of her body might have been visible?
Yes,
I'm ready.
And again, in this slide, slide 31, a picture of the defendant with Baker that he sends to Ron Ray?
Yes.
What do you guys got?
And does the conversation appear to continue here in slide 32?
You're too old for that crap.
Yes, it does.
Okay. Talking about their relationship and how happy they are.
Yes.
Anybody, if anybody asked me a picture like that, I'd send them flying.
And here in
I can't-
slide 33,
Yeah.
does this continue on the conversation between Baker and Ron Ray?
Yes.
Ray talking about his relationship with his wife, Michelle.
Yes.
Okay. And in the next slide, slide 34, a photograph that Ron Ray sends of himself with his wife.
Correct.
And at the very top, Baker sends a message saying that he and the defendant are planning on going on a vacation to Vegas soon.
Yes.
And that they're going to hang out with Ron Ray and his wife.
Correct.
Are they going to go get married?
Is this the same date that we talked about before, November 12th of 2016?
Yes, ma'am. November 12th.
And looking at slide 35, again, part of the conversation talking about Robert Baker talking about the defendant.
Yes.
Same thing in slide 36, a continuation of the same conversation.
Yes.
Okay. And also in slide 37,
Correct.
asking if she knows about Baker's background.
Yes.
Okay. And in slide 38, is this a continuation
Yes, it is.
where he's talking about his background in the adult porn business?
That's correct.
Oh, you can't make this crap up.
And conversations again on slide 39 about where the defendant and Baker met at the gym.
Yes.
I'm not.
Moving on slide 40.
I'm not trying to be
He
sassy.
has
We
a
can't
little
make that
money,
up.
and that he's told the defendant about Tracy and his prior relationships.
Objection, Your Honor, counsel is testifying leading this point.
So,
Is that what it says?
Yes.
Slide 41. What do we see here?
That's a continuation of the conversation between Mr. Baker and Mr. Ray.
Okay. And at some point,
Baker,
Mr. Ray says we'll come out for a weekend.
Yes.
They're going to be all over
And
him.
so they're talking about getting together. And in slide 42, the conversation continuing from the same date, correct?
Yes, still November 12th.
Okay. And slide 43. Still a continuation of the same conversation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Let's talk about encrypted apps. Show us or explain to us what you've described here again in sort of a link chart in slide 45 with respect to encrypted apps.
Sure. So many smartphone applications nowadays are incorporating the use of encryption. And essentially what that means is that the companies themselves are not even able to read the messages. There is no backdoor for the content of the communication. And the best way that I can explain what encryption is to give you the example of if I were to send a letter and we had an agreement, I'm going to send a letter to you, but here's the key, here's the code. Every letter that I write to you, inside the envelope of the letter is going to be moved from A to C, B to D, and so forth, all the way down the alphabet. And you and I are the only ones that know that that is the key. On the outside of the envelope, anyone can read that. That's what the companies can read. I mail you the letter, you have the key, you take it, you decode it, now you can read the letter. What computing has done is taken that same concept and just used way more complicated math to make it almost impossible. So we're no longer at the A to C, B to D. They're using algorithms to make these encrypted messages essentially foolproof.
So by the use of algorithms, it ensures only that the sender and the receiver, the two people on either side of these messages, can read it.
Yes.
Okay. Does that also include law enforcement?
Law enforcement cannot typically access the content of these messages either. There is an exception sometimes on smartphone forensic exams. We can, depending on which device it is and what the permissions are set up on that particular device. But if we're talking about business records from the companies themselves, we can't access those messages.
So does that include if you were to look at the actual extraction of a cell phone, you would not still, even if you were able to extract data from a cell phone, if they were using, let's say, an encrypted app, you would not be able to unscramble the data to read it.
Sometimes we can. It varies.
Were you able to in this case?
In some cases.
Okay. Did the defendant and Robert Baker use encrypted apps?
Yes.
In 2017, was it as common as it is now? To that, we see that people who travel internationally sometimes use that in order to avoid, let's say, like data fees.
It was not as common in 2017.
Was it common in 2017 that people who are involved in criminal activity would often use encrypted apps?
Oh, hell yeah.
In order to prevent law enforcement from being able to read their
Actually,
message.
from what I just studied, it took time for the law enforcement to catch up to the criminals using those apps.
So in my experience, which spans many varieties of cases, the criminal element are often very tech savvy and do adopt things like encryption early on to essentially try to evade or thwart
What did I just say?
law enforcement detection.
They are ahead of the game.
Let's take our morning recess for 15 minutes. If you have any supplies, see you back here in 15 minutes.
Okay. You know, it's interesting what I'm learning in my educational endeavors to get a degree in criminal justice. I literally just took a class on this. Literally just took a class on this. And I was very much surprised. Sorry, I'm lining up a bead, about 40 beads on a needle. See, couldn't look up. I learned a whole lot about this last semester, and the fact that organized crime, transnational crime, all of that has changed dramatically because of the technology. And in a lot of ways, the police and the courts are trying to play catch up to the criminals. The criminals get their hands on some of this stuff pretty dang quick, which is somewhat surprising to me at how fast they can get this stuff. But especially your high-end organized crimes, oh, you betcha, they are well advanced sometimes than the government agencies, and they don't have to play by all the bureaucratic red tape that the agencies have to go through. So they get their hands on stuff and they're out the door off and running. And those people who are in the field of these agencies are like, hurry up and get it. We need it because, they have to be able to stay abreast of what the newest technology is. And so some agencies may be better at it than others, but I was really surprised. I thought it would be the other way around, where the technology was being implemented in the agencies, and then the criminals were taking that technology, modifying it, and using it. So I was a little bit shocked to find out that the agencies are behind the ball. Now, if you talk to certain agencies and you ask them, they're going to go, "No, we're right there with them, man. We're right there." No, they're behind the ball. And that guy just kind of admitted that, and that is, it's amazing how much money these organized crime organizations spend on this technology, but then again, they can afford to. Mostly, this is the illegal self-medicating organizations that are up there. And some of your international gangs are in this too. But yeah, I was really surprised. I was really, really surprised that that yeah, that they were going to be that it was going to be in the way it was. I expected it to be the other way around, all in all honesty. I had to write a paper on it, and my paper focused on the birth and the formation of motorcycle gangs, especially those that were around early World War II. And, the Hells Angels was one of those groups. And people don't realize that the Hells Angels originally were just a group of veterans who missed the brotherhood of being in the military, felt very isolated. So what did they do? They created a group of them liked motorcycles, so they started riding around on motorcycles, just hanging out and being ex-military men. Now, unfortunately, some of these people weren't so much the good guys, figured out how to make money at it, and that's when some of this stuff started happening. Some of these people were very bored and had post-traumatic stress and kind of went off. So, yeah. The early Hells Angels got together right after World War. And that was the birth of the Hells Angels. But there's a lot of it. I mean, I went on to a lot of other gangs, but I didn't know that was the birth of the Hells Angels. I thought it was a group of guys who went to the bar and they fought all the time and rode motorcycles and decided to make a gang out of it. It wasn't what it ended up was not what was intended, which is pretty much true for a lot of things in our lives. What you want to use for good turns out to be for naught. So that is what it is. And that's my history on it. Let's see. That was a long 15-minute break. Boy, that lawyer next to her looks haggard.
So when we broke, we were talking about the use of encrypted apps and how law enforcement, people outside of the sender and receiver generally can't read those messages if they're encrypted. If the encrypted app were to be deleted from the phone,
Then
Does that also tend to delete all the data associated with that encrypted app?
It can further complicate our ability to look at any data that might be left behind on the phone.
So if one were to delete an encrypted application, would it also tend to delete messaging from or associated to that particular application, that data?
yes.
Yes.
Is it also possible that although the application and therefore the messaging might be deleted, that you may still be able to find artifacts indicative of prior usage of an encrypted app?
Yes, that is the case.
Okay. So what types of encrypted apps or which encrypted apps did you find evidence of in this particular case?
In this case, WhatsApp and something called Viber.
Viber.
Yes.
Okay. Looking at slide 46, tell us what we see here.
This is a screenshot from Viber and their website. And on April 19th, 2016, they have a company blog that announced, today we're excited to announce that our users will be able to securely communicate across all of their devices through end-to-end encryption.
And that was as of April of 2016.
Correct.
And so what does it mean to have end-to-end encryption? Is that again what we were talking about, from the sender to the receiver?
Yes, essentially the service provider, the company that provides that app, has zero knowledge in terms of the content, because they themselves do not have the capability to decrypt the content of the message.
Okay. So again, that would mean that
This,
as a law enforcement
y'all, this is good advertisement for these two apps. Let me tell you.
Officer, you would not
Your
be
children
able
have these on their
to
phones.
read those
Be
communications.
careful.
Yes, ma'am.
And looking here at slide 47, tell us what we are seeing, what you found evidence of with respect to the defendant's iCloud account.
Yes, so this is an Apple iCloud account, which comes in the form of a spreadsheet for this particular file associated with Mrs. Monica Sementilli. There is a registration email there, kalmatimo@hotmail.com. And it shows the actual installation of the Viber app per
Did you guys get the gist of that name? Think about it.
Apple's records.
Installation as of what date?
Oh, let's see. April 2016.
Okay. And this is through, as you were showing us those linkage charts at the beginning, through a different type of business record, through the actual business records for the defendant's Apple iCloud account.
That's right.
Okay. And is there also information on this particular slide, I think it's 47, yes, that gives you information with respect to the actual data or the usage? You're filtering, it looks like, from September of 2015 through April of 2017, correct?
I'm sorry, filter, not necessarily the right terminology. Can I describe the?
Yeah, and I'm just trying to get to the fact that I'll let you describe it, but I noticed that you have an indication at the bottom that there's an IP address associated with this iCloud account.
Yes, that's correct.
So tell us what we're looking at here.
Sure. So in addition to the installation of Viber and several purchases that were made for services with Viber, it logged the IP address at the time of those transactions, which was 104.181.138.147, the IP address I know to be associated during a significant time period circa 2016 to early 2017 with the Sementilli residence.
The same IP address that we looked at earlier with respect to some of the other documentation, including, I believe it was Baker's, one of his Samsungs, correct?
That's right.
Okay. And so this is also purchases within the application itself?
Yes, Viber has some sort of sticker or emoji function where people can purchase sticker packs, and that's what those transactions were.
Sticker packs for emojis, such as if you were to send somebody a message, you could include an emoji like a heart or some other type of emoji on your message. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, similar to other modern messaging applications where users are able to use small graphical icons that represent happiness, sadness, laughter, hearts, and so on.
Looking at slide 48, is this another record that corroborates what you saw with respect to the usage of Viber through business records associated with the defendant's AT&T account?
Yes, it is.
And what did you indicate here on this particular slide, slide 48?
So this particular business record is a long text file that includes the AT&T web history associated with the 818-424-4213 phone number, and it logs web access to particular content, and the ones I've highlighted here in red include Viber.com, which is the Viber service.
Okay. So that also corroborates, again, the usage of this application during a period of time through the defendant's AT&T web history, correct?
Yes.
And approximately how many entries did you find between the period of installation in April of 2016 through, let's say, January 17th that you've indicated at the bottom of 2017?
433 entries in this particular record.
So what does that mean when you have an entry?
These companies keep their records in different formats, and that's why they look different when I show the screenshots of them. In the case of AT&T, they typically do records at 5-minute intervals, and the 433 just happens to be the way AT&T keeps track of the individual services and websites that people go to at those 5-minute increments.
So if we're looking at 433 entries, is that just between the defendant and Robert Baker?
Don't know for sure. We would need a larger swath of data from Viber to corroborate that.
What do we see here in slide 49 that you've captured?
Sure, and I apologize for the small print. It was the only way I could fit it on one slide. This is also from the Apple iCloud records, and it shows essentially app updates from the Apple Store for Viber over a period of time from April 20th, 2016 to January 4th, 2017.
So we know that it had to have been in use because it was installed at least during that time period.
Correct.
Okay. And what do we see here on the Celebrite report in slide 50?
So now this is a log entry directly from the phone, the iPhone that was associated with Mrs. Monica Sementilli. And this is a specific artifact known as a log entry kept by the device, indicating that there was Viber on the particular device.
And that was on the date of the murder in this case, correct? January 23rd of 2017?
That is correct.
So this is part of the forensic phone extraction that you viewed, correct?
Yes, it is.
All right. What do we see here that you've captured in slide 51 with respect to the Viber business records for the defendant's phone number?
Now we have the Viber business records from Viber as a business entity themselves directly from them.
And you've indicated on here that there's 5,752 messages to and from the defendant's phone number, correct?
That is correct.
And all of these messages are between, as I asked in the prior question, the defendant and Robert Baker's phone, correct?
Yes.
And that's just the month of January of 2017 alone?
Yes, ma'am.
The 5,752 messages between them.
Yes.
Does that also, once again, include the Sementilli Wi-Fi address?
Not that I can see here.
Let's look here at slide 52, I believe. What did you capture here?
Yeah, so this is part of the Viber records that they produced. And this is a Viber call history. So telephone calls that are essentially routed through the Viber service. And this includes a caller and recipient IP address as part of that particular log file. That does have that same Wi-Fi address, 104.181.138.147.
So in addition to being able to send messages through this encrypted application, you can also make phone calls through the application.
Yes.
Okay. So what is it that you've highlighted here?
These are all the instances where that particular IP address shows in the record.
Okay. The Sementilli home IP address.
Correct.
Okay. And again, these would be this would be part of the record of the phone calls between the defendant and Baker in January of 2017.
Yes.
I don't know where they're going with this.
What do we see here in slide 53 that you've captured?
This is some data extracted from Mrs. Sementilli's iPhone that also shows phone calls that match the business records that were obtained from Viber. They show that there was a Viber contact tied to Mr. Robert Baker's number and given a kind of a username of Louisa, and that these calls were deleted.
And I've note that you noted at the very end there that Baker's middle name is Lewis.
Yes.
Okay. When you say that the Viber contact for Baker's phone number was deleted, what does that mean?
According to the forensic data in the phone, and that's the column I've highlighted on the right-hand side with the red box, the calls were deleted from, or attempted to be deleted from the phone.
Okay. But they still came through in the extraction. At least you could see remnants or artifacts from that. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So at some time prior to their arrest on June 14th of 2017, when this particular cell phone was seized, the defendant attempted to delete the contact for Baker.
Well, I'm cautious about saying who deleted what because I'm not present for that, but there was data that was deleted.
Okay. What do we see here in slide 54?
So I created a chart in Excel just showing for that approximate month period of time in January 2017, the volume of communications traffic between the phone number associated to Robert Baker and the phone number associated with Mrs. Sementilli on the Viber app.
And that again is just for the activity during the month of January of 2017?
Correct.
A timeline for the date of January 22nd of 2017. It is pages in length. May it be marked as People's 159. Showing you the front page of Exhibit 159 that is 4 pages in length. Does this contain the Viber communications between the defendant and Baker just for the date of January 22nd of 2017?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have another timeline that is 4 pages in length again, and this is just for the date of January 23rd of 2017. May it be marked as People's 160.
It may.
With respect to
I want to know where they're going with all of this.
Exhibit 160, does this also document the communications from the defendant, including her communications to Baker on the day of the murder, January 23rd?
Yes.
Is this helping her or is it hurting her? Right now, this to me is hurting her. A lot of cryptid emails, a lot of cryptid conversations that cannot be uncrypted. It doesn't look well for me or doesn't fit for me on this. What are your thoughts? What do you think? Do you think this is helping her or not helping her? Why would they bring this up if it is something that could potentially harm her in the eyes of the jury? And right now, I'm in that boat.
Looking at slide 56, can you describe, I'm sorry, this is slide 55, what you've captured here?
Yes, this is another screenshot showing some of the messaging that took place between the phone number associated to Mr. Baker and the phone number associated to Mrs. Sementilli via Viber on the afternoon of January 23rd, 2017.
Just the afternoon.
Yes.
And which hours is this between?
This is, let's see, 17, it's 5:48 to 8:14. This is essentially Eastern time, so we back it up 3 hours. So 2:48 to 5:14. Yes.
Let him answer, girl. Don't testify for him. Snip, snip. I think that was a little
Looking
bit
at slide 56, Viber usage with respect to Baker's Samsung S4, what did you capture here?
This is another artifact. This one is from Mr. Baker's Samsung S4. It shows that Viber was in use on that device going all the way back to 2015.
Wow. That'd be a long time, y'all.
And the following slide, slide 57.
Now, what
is
are you
this?
going to testify
This is a
against?
photograph recovered from the business records from Mr. Robert Baker's Dropbox
Wow.
account. And this particular image was recovered from the Dropbox account entitled viberimage.jpg.
So what does that mean?
Somebody, and I can't say who, named the file Viber image.
Okay. And this is again on Baker's Dropbox account.
Correct.
Contained within his Dropbox account.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. What do we see here in slide 58? Again, a linkage chart.
So as you know, I like these link charts. This is one for Viber in particular, and essentially it shows The use of Viber between the iPhone associated to Mrs. Sementilli and the Samsung
I'm
S4
looking over
associated
here
with
at
Mr.
his
Baker,
Twitter, like,
and how those accounts, many of which we've just reviewed, all connect and overlap with each other.
The Samsung, in this case, the S4.
Yes.
Okay. And this is based on the various business records, such as what we see here, the AT&T business records or Dropbox business records, Viber records that we've been talking about,
Yes.
as well as obviously the data from the forensic extraction of their cell phones.
Correct.
All right. What do we see here in slide 59, which I believe you referenced at the beginning?
Yes, this was in one of my earlier link charts, and this is an artifact recovered from Mr. Baker's Samsung S4 in reference to a Facebook Messenger chat between himself and an account associated to Mr. Christopher Austin. And the content of that is download WhatsApp on your phone.
What is WhatsApp?
WhatsApp is one of the most popular chat applications in the world. It was purchased by Facebook, now known as Meta. It's used all over the world to facilitate instant messaging and phone calls. And it is end-to-end encrypted.
So once again, this is an application where you can message, or as we saw with Viber, you can make phone calls through the app.
Yes.
What's the purpose of that, making phone calls through the app?
It can vary. Sometimes, particularly with international audiences, it enables folks to keep in touch with each other without paying the astronomical fees from direct cellular phone calls.
Okay. So you said voice calls can be made. Can one also make video calls?
Yes.
We talked about sending messages,
Yes.
documents,
Yes.
videos.
Yes.
it also makes it harder for the
What do we see here
legal
in slide
agencies
60?
to catch you.
This is one of those basic subscriber
A lot of
information
people do it
sheets.
while they
In this particular WhatsApp account is associated with Mr. Baker's 213-272-1093 phone number. And even though WhatsApp is encrypted, they do keep some data on their customers. And one of the things in this particular record is a list of all the contacts. And so underneath that top portion where it designates whose account it is, it's a list of all the phone numbers in the particular WhatsApp contacts, and that includes the 818 phone number associated with Mrs. Sementilli and a 907 phone number associated with Mr. Christopher Austin.
And what date is this that we're talking about?
Let's see, the date last changed June 13, 2017.
If I go back one slide to slide 59, this would have been on January 26th of 2017, 3 days after the murder, correct?
Yes.
The communication between Baker and Austin?
Correct.
Moving forward to slide 61, what is this?
This is another screenshot from that WhatsApp subscriber information. This one is associated with that 213-272 phone number affiliated with Mr. Baker. And it shows when the account was first created, when it was registered, and the first send, which is the first message, as well as underneath that a device name, and that's the sort of corporate name for a Samsung S6 device.
Okay. So this was a device that he had to have in his possession at the time this record was created on the day of the murder, correct? January 23rd.
Correct.
And the time, 2340, does that have to be adjusted for UTC, or is that in fact 11:40 at night?
The WhatsApp records, unlike most of the other records we get, are actually in Pacific time.
So this is a record that was created at 11:40 the night of the murder.
Yes.
Okay. Relative to the phone number we know is associated with Robert Baker.
Yes.
Okay. Looking here at slide 62 with respect to the defendant's phone number, what do we see here?
Essentially, it's the same record as far as the type. This is a WhatsApp business record. This one is associated with that 818-424 phone number. And as before, it shows when the account was created, registered, and when the first message was sent.
So that would have been 4 days after the murder on January 27th
Yes,
at somewhere around 8:34 in the morning.
correct.
What do we see here in slide 63?
This is an artifact recovered from the iPhone associated to Mrs. Sementilli, and it has a contact entry in the phone for the WhatsApp account affiliated with Mr. Baker's phone number. And there is a push name, which is a display name of RB, and the number is listed as Louisa.
What is a display name or a push name? That's what comes up on your phone?
It's like a username.
Okay. And another linkage chart in slide 64. Explain what you have displayed here.
Sure. And it's similar to the Viber link chart. This is now one for WhatsApp, showing the connections and references across different devices and accounts, and the usage of WhatsApp to include the Samsung S8, the Samsung S6, which we know about from the WhatsApp records themselves, the iPhone 7 associated with Mrs. Sementilli, and the various phone numbers for all parties.
Okay. Looking at slide 65, Viber to WhatsApp timeline. What did you display here?
So in addition to showing kind of the linkages between these accounts, I like to see the context of these different accounts over time. And that's what I've done here, is essentially create a timeline for most of the data that we've already seen individually to put it in some sort of context. So starting at the top from the iCloud records, we have when Viber was first installed on the iPhone associated to Mrs. Sementilli, and we've got Viber activity spread across the AT&T web history. We've got Viber app updates also taking place over time in the iCloud records. We've got ongoing Viber chats between the account associated to Mr. Baker and Mrs. Sementilli from the end of 2016 through most of January. That's the 5,000 plus messages.
5,700.
5,700, yes. We've got log entries from the S4, from the iPhone. We've got the WhatsApp records themselves for the creation of new WhatsApp accounts, the direction from Mr. Baker's Facebook Messenger account to the Austin Facebook Messenger account to download WhatsApp, and then the creation of a WhatsApp account on January 27th by the phone number associated with Mrs. Sementilli.
Okay. So from this, we can see that prior to the murder, the defendant and Baker were using Viber as their encrypted app for means of communication. And then after the murder, they switched to using WhatsApp as their encrypted app.
Yes.
One.
And what do we see here in slide 66?
So this is a business record from Facebook, from Mr. Baker's associated Facebook account, and it shows the removal of certain friends from that account. And there are two of them associated to Mr. Christopher Austin. The first one, the user is Christopher Austin, and the removal of that account was on January 26th, 2017. And the second one is a second account for Mr. Austin, Chris Vocals, and that one was removed June 1st, 2017.
How interesting.
So the first one, he's removing Austin as basically a friend from his Facebook account,
Yes,
January 26th, and at 1:52 a.m. local time, correct?
that's right.
And the second being another Facebook account for the same individual, Christopher Austin, under the name Chris Vocals on the June 1st date.
Yes.
All right. Let's look at slide 68. What do we see here?
This is some articles of incorporation obtained via the California Secretary of State business search. These are freely available to the public and can be downloaded. And this pertains to a company established called Oz Entertainment Group Incorporated by the agent of record noted here in the lower right, individual Robert Baker. And that was back in August 2002.
Okay. Looking here at slide 69, what did you capture?
This is a historical web shot of
Puppy break.
the OzEntertainmentGroup.com website, which originally was launched in 2004 approximately. And this is the website as it appeared in June of 2016. And it has a contact page, which is common for websites, that lists the email address admin@oeg1.com.
So what does that mean? Because we've seen this OEG email address or website before. Is that a domain?
It is a domain.
So what does that mean?
It's a website. Essentially, and if we can all together kind of flash back to before the social media era, individuals were launching websites quite commonly. And that still does happen. But in order to register a website, you have to pay a company like GoDaddy and put in registration information. And the image here shows a screenshot of what purports to be Mr. Baker's website from about June 2016, which seems to be affiliated with the business that he set up in the early 2000s.
So once you have a web domain, can you have multiple different email addresses for or through that web domain?
Yes, that's very common.
Okay. So you could have like the rball one that we've seen or the oeg1.com. All of those would be
Yes.
various email addresses that you would have through the same website, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if you use, as you were mentioning, GoDaddy, would that be a way to forward emails from your web domain to your email account?
So when you register a website, in the portal where you log in to sort of manage your website, you can choose to establish new email accounts. You can also have those email accounts forward to other email accounts, depending on the services offered by the company hosting that website.
Okay. So if he registered that website, Mr. Baker, that would mean that he would have control over all of those functions.
Yes.
Okay. All right, looking here at slide 70, what does this depict?
These are some messages from Mr. Baker's Facebook account where he references R-ball. And as an investigator, it gave me the context for what R-ball was. It's shorthand for racquetball.
Okay. And here's slide 71. This is the domain registration we were talking about.
Yes.
And this also is not only in the name of Robert Baker, but it also has the Oz Entertainment as the organization name
That's right.
with an associated, it looks like a P.O. box and another phone number, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when did this R-Ball 1 registration occur?
May 11th, 2015.
Looking here at slide 72, what does this show us?
These are artifacts from Mr. Baker's Samsung S4, and it shows a web history and some of the websites that particular device visited. This would have been on May 11th, 2015, and it shows rball1.com as the website.
And looking here at slide 73, what does this depict?
More information that corroborates the registration and renewals of the rball1.com website. This is from the records from the oeginc@gmail.com Google account. And this particular record comes from the mail that was produced, the email that was produced for that particular account, showing a GoDaddy renewal information for his various websites.
Okay. And what do we see here in slide 74?
This is also from Mr. Baker's associated Facebook account. Appears to be a typo, probably intended to be league, but it has an email address of, I'm going to say league for lack of a better phrase, league@rball1.com.
Looking at slide 75, is this the auto forwarding service that you were talking about?
Yes, this is just a screenshot from GoDaddy themselves showing that, yes, in fact, you can set up auto forwarding through their service.
I didn't know that.
And what do we see here in slide 76? This is relative to Hotmail. So this is with respect to the defendant's Hotmail account, correct?
That's right. This would be that kalmati-mo@hotmail.com email account.
And what did you note here?
So the records themselves were voluminous, high volume, but they came in several file folders, and there was a folder entitled Recoverable Items /Deletions. So these were 4 emails that were deleted from that Hotmail account.
So of all of the emails contained within the mailbox, you found only 4 that had been deleted in the defendant's Hotmail account through the business records?
Yes, ma'am, only 4.
Is this through the business records or through the phone extraction?
This is what we're seeing right here is from the Hotmail business records.
Okay. And were you able to determine what those 4 emails were?
Yes.
Okay. Let's look at slide 77. What did you depict here?
This just shows how voluminous the email was when I received it and started looking through it. So
Voluminous.
most folks nowadays get a lot of email spam. We have a large inbox of 12,760 messages. Sent messages were 1,682, but only 4 were deleted.
Okay.
That's interesting. That's very telltale.
Looking here at slide 78, what does this show us?
This is also from the business records from Microsoft's Hotmail service, and this shows contacts, so email contacts in this particular case. And there was a highlighted entry here. I added the highlight that shows a log entry in that contact list for quick name Rob.
What's a quick name? Is that the same thing as what we were talking about earlier?
It's like a nickname or a username.
Okay.
So we have a username of Rob. We've got that 213-272-1093 phone number also listed there. And then the contact email is diane@arball1.com.
Okay. So that would be something that a user would, again, plug into their phone in order to decide how they wanted that particular individual to appear?
Yes.
Okay. And so out of the defendant's Hotmail account, this is how Rob Baker is identified in her phone or in her email.
In her email, yes.
Okay. Looking at slide 79, looking at iPhone contacts, what do we see here?
I want to thank all of y'all who are stuck.
This now is
I greatly
an
appreciate
artifact from Mrs. Sementilli's iPhone, also showing the presence of the same diane@arball1.com email affiliated to a contact called Diane Racquetball in the phone.
Okay. And what did you note at the bottom with respect to this log entry with regarding the defendant's forensic cell phone extraction?
There were also two other email addresses in there for arball1.com. One was league@arball1.com, and the other was rob@arball1.
Okay, and that Arball1, I think a few slides ago, I think this is slide 74, where you talked about there being a typo. This is the same league at Arball1 that we saw that was registered to Baker.
Yes.
All right, looking here at slide 80, with respect to those 4 deleted emails out of the thousands in the defendant's email account,
welcome.
what
Thanks
did
for
you
hopping
learn?
in.
So this particular slide has screenshots of 3
Thank
of
you
the
so
4
much for
email
hopping in with us
addresses.
today.
And
A little bit of a
these
crazy day.
emails sent from the kalmadimo@hotmail.com
We are
to this
watching this trial right at the
Diane@arball1
moment.
email address pertained to the travel and itinerary of a Mr. Fabio Sementilli.
So she sent an email to Robert Baker at this email account regarding her husband's travel itineraries.
Yes,
Okay, and then deleted it after she sent it.
correct.
You said that was 3 of them.
That was 3 of the 4 here.
Okay.
Y'all, we ought to
And what do we
understand.
see here that you've depicted in slide 81?
This is just a large.
Y'all need to learn something. Just because you delete it does not mean it will not come back to bite you in the butt. Learn that now.
Larger screenshot of one of the attachments in one of those 4 emails that shows one of the agenda items for some travels for Mr. Sementilli.
On the left, under where it says Wella.
Yes, on the left-hand side. And on the right-hand side, just to do a comparison, during the same
Outside
time
temperature,
period, the
109.
Instagram account, Monica_Sementilli,
Wow,
was
that's
making
hot dang.
posts that were tagged
Oh,
to the Woodland
wow.
Hills area, seemed to indicate the extreme heat at that time.
Okay. So at the same time that she's sending travel itineraries to Robert Baker, she is posting on her Instagram account
In approximately the same time range.
in June of 2016.
Yes.
Early June of 2016. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. What do we see here in slide 82?
So this is the fourth of the 4 deleted emails from kalmatimo@hotmail.com. And this particular email is a forward from a company called First Digital Surveillance to Diane@arball1.com.
So does it indicate what date this was sent?
No.
Yes,
And what date was that?
June 28th, 2016.
So on June 28th of 2016, the defendant forwards what's referred to in the subject line, First Digital Surveillance DVR System Operation and User Manual to Robert Baker.
The Hotmail account forwards exactly that.
And after
Wow.
she forwards that information, she then deletes it, the forwarded email from her account.
The email
Is the
then shows
defense
up in
throwing all the
deleted
crap at the
folder.
wall before they get to
So
their
that's
their
the
defense?
fourth out
Because
of
right
the
now,
4
none of this
deleted
is looking
emails
good
that
for
you
her.
indicated you were able to, that you found in going through her email account.
Gotta be honest, I don't understand their way of defending her, because right now you
And
are
what do we
drawing
see
so much
depicted
attention to
here
the negative.
in slide 83?
This is still part of that same email from First Digital Surveillance company. It's a long email, and the email includes instructions, specific instructions for how to log in to the home closed circuit television system First Digital set up at the Sementilli residence. This particular slide shows that in order to log in, you have to input that specific IP address of 104.181.138.147.
The same IP address that we've seen now in multiple slides,
Yes.
including the one where Robert Baker on this particular date, June 28th of 2016, saved the Sementilli IP address.
Yes.
Yes.
And were you able to actually verify that that IP address was still valid?
Yes.
And how did you do that?
There was an Instagram post that was made in late January, and
By who?
By the account associated with Mrs. Sementilli, Monica_Sementilli.
Okay.
And the post shows Mr. Sementilli's chair, favorite chair, I think. And there's an IP address that's logged in the record that shows it's the same IP address at the house.
That was a photograph that was posted 2 days after her husband was murdered.
I'd have to look at the record, but yes.
It appears to be so.
And so in order for someone, again, as you were mentioning, to be able to remotely access the Sementilli CCTV or home surveillance system, that individual would need the information that we see here on this particular slide.
Correct.
And what did you indicate here in slide 84? Is this a continuation of that same deleted email that the defendant got from First Digital and forwarded to Baker and then deleted?
Yes.
And what does this indicate?
This is further down in that long email, and it shows some additional login information specifically for using the app called IDMSS Lite, which is for iPhone, in order to view one's closed circuit television system the way First Digital has set it up.
And so this would have been an email that would have been deleted from the sent folder, correct?
Correct.
Honey boo, you don't look like you're doing so good. I don't understand why the defense is focusing
What do
on
we
all this.
see here
That sounds
that
like a
you've depicted
prosecution
in
witness to
slide
me.
85?
Just to get an understanding of what the app looks like, on the left-hand side is what the IDMSS app appears to be on Apple's store. And then there's also a Google Android version called GDMSS in their Android Play Store.
So if you're using an Apple iPhone, the IDMSS Lite would be the application you would use. However, if you're using an Android like a Samsung, this would be the application one would use.
That's right.
And what did you show here in slide 86 relevant to the deleted email regarding access to the Sementilli home surveillance system?
So this is another record from Apple, and this particular record shows that the app, the IDMSS Lite app, was installed on the account associated with Mrs. Sementilli, and that it was installed on June 28th, 2016.
So she has that installed, and you were able to determine that from the actual business records from iCloud?
Yes.
And iCloud is an Apple product, correct?
Yes.
And if you have an iPhone, your iPhone, you can set your iPhone so that it will back up automatically to your iCloud?
Yes.
You can choose what you want to sort of sync with Apple's servers. So they provide a service called iCloud, and they also keep meticulous records on their customers, including which apps are installed, which apps are purchased. This particular app, the IDMSS IDMSS Lite app, was installed in relation to her account.
And that was something that you were able to view from reviewing the business records PNUD from Apple.
Yes.
Okay. Showing you slide 87. What did you depict here?
So this is an artifact from Mr. Baker's Samsung, and this shows that the email diane@arball1.com was automatically forwarded eventually to his oeginc@gmail.com email address.
Okay. What do we see here in slide 88 with this linkage chart?
This essentially shows the route of travel for that particular first digital surveillance email. So we have the kalmadimo@hotmail.com in the lower left. We know that's associated with Mrs. Sementilli. Forwarded the first digital surveillance email. It then lands at the diane@arball1.com email address, and then is automatically forwarded to the rob@oeg1.com email address, and finally lands in the oeginc@gmail.com account associated with Mr.
This is scary, y'all, how much they
And
can
when you
tell.
mentioned his
They
Samsung, this
an
would have
email
been
like that?
the Samsung.
They'll never do anything criminal and document it.
And did you actually
Big brother
confirm
is
that the
watching.
Sementilli CCTV or DVR instructions were actually found in Baker's inbox?
Yes.
From looking at his forensic extraction.
Yes, I did.
Okay. By the way, did you also have the opportunity to look at Fabio Sementilli, the victim in this case, the forensic extraction from his cell phone, which was also an Apple iPhone number 67?
Yes, I did.
And did he have that installed on his cell phone?
He did not have the IDMSS Lite app.
And given that we know that we never recovered a Samsung S6 that you showed registered to Baker, you have no idea whether or not that application might have been on that cell phone that was never recovered, correct? You can't tell that from the records.
Objection. Facts and evidence regarding the owner of that
That's the
premises.
chair and the place he was unalived in.
That's correct.
And then she throws a memorial and everybody is sitting in.
Tell us what we see here in slide 89.
It's beyond me.
Yes, so this is that Instagram post I had spoken about a few moments ago from the Monica Sementilli Instagram account. And it shows the favorite chair of Mr. Sementilli with some cigar memorabilia.
Where he
baseball
was
hat on top of it.
unalived.
This post was made January 25th, 2017 at
I struggle with that.
10:31 local time. And it includes the IP address that was logged as part of Instagram's record.
I have a problem with somebody doing what she did when he was unalived in that chair.
This is showing us again 2 days after the murder, and that time 10:31, would that be AM?
Yes.
Okay. By the way, did you have an opportunity to review the victim's cell phone extraction for any potential conference calls on the date of installation, June 28th of 2016, of the CCTV with anybody from First Digital?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to find any indication that his phone was utilized for a conference call with anybody from First Digital on the date of installation, June 28th of 2016?
I was not.
So there's an impeachment right there of the person who installed the system, said he had a conference call that day with the victim
Looking at the
about
next slide
about
here, which I believe is 90.
system.
Yes.
And he
What
says
did you
he found
depict
nothing
here?
on that phone for that
This
day.
is a single still of a video that will subsequently play, taken from the Target store. And this is on January 23rd, 2017. It depicts Mrs. Sementilli in the lower left-hand corner interacting with her smartphone.
Convenient.
That's her in the sweatshirt that we see in the background, the gray sweatshirt, black leggings, white pennies.
Yes, ma'am. Currently at the middle top of the screen.
Right there.
And this is video footage that you got from
She was trying to create
robbery
an alibi.
homicide detective.
That's when she was trying to create her alibi.
Defendant's actions on the day of the murder, January 23rd of 2017 at 4:32 p.m.
That's right.
from the local Target store.
Yes.
What was the relevance of what we just saw?
As a digital investigator, attribution is very important. It's one of the reasons I do so much work to corroborate across all these different accounts. And in this particular video, Mrs. Sementilli is interacting with her phone, which to me as the investigator shows that she has full control of that device at that particular time.
Okay.
So which means she can't say
Let's
somebody
look at
else
the next
did it.
slide. I believe this is slide 92.
Why are you
What does
going?
this indicate?
I'm sorry, y'all. This is
This is an artifact from
know
Mrs. Sementilli's iPhone, and it shows the presence of a log entry for the ID.
Okay, let me catch some of y'all up because I noticed by the numbers people are hopping in and out. It's close to getting off of work. It's later in the day and you're kind of hopping around. And thank you so much for hopping in. Even if you don't stay, I appreciate it. Make sure you hit the like button. That would greatly help me out a lot. Number one, we are on the Sementilli trial because the Zachary Hughes trial, the Rosebud murders, had a bunch of legalities that popped up between the prosecution, the defense, and the judge. The prosecution rested their case over the weekend, last week. So today was supposed to be the start of the defense's side. And because the defense reserved the right to hold for their opening statements to happen at the beginning of their case in chief instead of the beginning of the trial. But unfortunately, we probably had maybe an hour of testimonies, and we had a lot of waiting in court. So the judge decided to give the jury today off while they work out on some of their legality issues. And so we're now over to the Sementilli trial. Right now, you have the defense, who I think we're still in the defense's. Are we not on the defense's side now? I think we are. Or did the somebody help me because I'm confused. I thought we were on the defense's side. Right now, we are listening to the evidence on the cell phones. What's interesting here that I don't think I've ever heard in any other trial before is the amount of use of encrypted apps like WhatsApp and another one that starts with the V. I don't know. I don't use them. But there was a lot of encryption going on here. And this is not helping her in the least. And I know I keep thinking this is the defense side, but we still may be on the prosecution. This case we've been off from this case for over a week. And I kid you not, this trial had a week-long vacay because they had a bunch of holidays, court holidays and whatnot. So the jury is back in their seats, and I know they're probably going, oh God, how much longer is this going to go on? We are now in day 12. And so that is where we are. Now, the interesting thing, like I said, is that there's several encryption apps that have been used between Sementilli and the boyfriend. And the husband does not have encryption apps on his phone. So I find that a little interesting. But no matter how you slice this pie, it doesn't matter who's presenting this. This is all damning as it can be. I could not imagine a jury seeing this and not be going, because even the expert witness is saying that there's a lot of material on the phones that they cannot recover. They just can't because it's encrypted. So let's get back to it.
EMSS Lite app with the most recent log entry on January 23rd, 2017,
At a particular time.
11:53 UTC.
And the 11:53, once it's converted, is that 3:53 in the afternoon?
3:53 in the afternoon, yes.
Okay. And does this indicate access through the home IP address?
Yes.
No, I don't see the IP address on this particular file.
Okay. In terms of this particular artifact from the Celebrate extraction on her phone, were you able to gather any information from the data that is displayed here?
Sure. So in addition to the date and the timestamp that shows the most recent usage per the log of that particular app, it also shows the approximate amount of data that was coming in and going out of the phone. And that's shown in the center column where it says Wi-Fi in, Wi-Fi out, and then WAN in and WAN out. WAN stands for Wide Area Network.
Wax on, wax off.
If this device was at home and connected to Wi-Fi, we would see data associated with the Wi-Fi. But because it's out in public, it's essentially using the data towers, the cell phone towers, to receive internet traffic. So here we have WAN in bytes, and it's a fairly large number, put my commas in, 32,092,462.
What's a byte?
A byte is a small unit of data. When we're talking about data actually being transmitted, it's bits. But it's similar if you remember, for a long time, we operated in the world of kilobytes, and then we went to megabytes and gigabytes, and now we're in a world of terabytes. So this is the smallest unit of measurement, which is bits of data being transmitted.
So since she's not at home, and as we saw in the video, she's connecting or using her phone, what does this indicate about that usage?
She's out and about in public. She's away far enough from the residence or other known Wi-Fi access points so that she's essentially getting whatever traffic is associated with the IDMSS Lite app is coming down from the local data tower, in this particular case, AT&T.
So it's being downloaded, the data to her phone?
Yes, I like to use the analogy, what goes up must come down when it comes to the internet, as far as things that are uploaded can then be downloaded. She's the recipient on the receiving end of that. And so that's why it shows in instead of out. If that makes sense.
The one in versus one out?
Right.
Okay. So the records show the distinction.
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to the high data amount that you talked about, the 32 million, what is that consistent with?
So that's consistent with essentially streaming video. Video is a high bandwidth activity.
So much.
If we think about watching movies on any of these services common nowadays, like Netflix, it's a lot more data coming down as it's being downloaded than, say, a text message or just a simple photograph. Streaming video, even in 2017, is still a fairly sizable amount of data, a chunk.
Stream video.
Let's look at what we see in the AT&T records in slide 93 with respect to the data. What does this tell us?
So now we have AT&T internet records associated with that 818-424-4213 phone number, which is associated to Mrs. Sementilli. And this corroborates some of the data traffic found in that artifact off of the phone. Additionally, it shows that the IP address associated with the Sementilli residence was being accessed multiple times on January 23rd, local time, between a span of about 4 o'clock in the afternoon and 5:15 p.m.
So this would be a separate type of record that you're looking at for data, correct? That corroborates what we just saw with respect to the IDMSS Lite application data from her Celebrite, her forensic phone extraction.
Yes, so the previous slide was essentially the device, the phone itself. This particular record is pertaining to the tower, the AT&T data itself.
So would this be consistent with when you said streaming video from her surveillance, her live surveillance feed from her CCTV cameras?
Yes, especially early on, it shows a spike, if you will, in data coming in via AT&T.
Why is that important?
It's consistent with the streaming of video.
Okay.
So what was she watching? Her surveillance camera at home.
Let me switch
That is
over
where they're heading with this, because she made a big deal out of learning how to do that. That is something that is going to hit her really difficult. It's going to be difficult for them to go in, because there's so much. There is so much evidence already been given where she made and went to extreme length to be able to watch her and stream and watch her surveillance camera or multiple cameras from her cell phone. And that was something that when the people came in and installed her security system, that is one thing that they were made very clearly aware of, is that she wanted to know how and if she could stream it from her phone. Of course she can. So then she gets the manual and she figures out how to do it. So that's why this data use is very important, because during this time that they're speaking of, her husband is being unalived. And she's at Target and other places shopping around, creating an alibi.
Has AT&T record regarding the defendant's cell phone 818-424-4213.
Along with the
May it be
encrypted
marked as
messages
People's
going to the boyfriend.
161.
Yeah. Lucy, you got some
And I
planning to
believe
do.
that this record, along with other AT&T records, are contained on a DVD, which we've marked as Exhibit 156. Showing you
And that said DVD player was stolen during
Exhibit
the
161.
unaliving of the husband, which is unusual because they didn't take the Rolex and other highly expensive items laying around, but they took the
Can you
surveillance
describe for us
camera,
what we're looking at here?
DVR. Find that very interesting.
Just shown. This includes all of the logged activity in that AT&T data record for that home IP address of 104.181.138.147.
I was right.
And there are a total of 10 entries between 4 o'clock in the afternoon and 5:15.
10 entries to the home IP address?
Yes.
At which was the same time of the unaliving of the husband, I do believe. Y'all, thank you so much for joining Amada K. I am kind of quiet, kind of letting this play out. We've kind of had a lot of different cases today between the Karen Reed, then we had the Rose Petal, which only had about an hour worth of testimony, and now we're with the Sementilli. So yeah, at the end of this day, I will give a
Billing
replay.
records, this also shows, this corroborates what we just looked at, correct?
Yes, so AT&T, very meticulous in their record keeping, has another set of records that shows all the data coming in to that particular device. Doesn't show IP addresses like the other record did, but this one does show bytes down, and consistent with the other information we've just seen, it shows, again, a surge in downloaded activity coming into that device.
What is that surge consistent with? The same thing we've been talking about, accessing the CCTV cameras through your home IP address onto your phone while you're remote outside of your home?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at slide 95 chart, what do we see here?
This is my visual representation of everything I just talked about to make, to hopefully help it make sense. In the bottom left-hand corner, we've got the app where the user would open up and log in and view the actual video footage itself. The app resides one step up on the device, on the phone, and the phone is getting its internet traffic off of a nearby cell tower, which is operated by AT&T. In order then to access everything at home, it has to have the IP address, the 104.181 IP address. It hits the router back at home. Then it goes to the actual route of travel as it goes from back home to the device, the phone.
Which would be consistent with all the different types of business records we just looked at.
Yes.
Our lunch recess until 1:30. The evidence implies you're not to discuss this case either among yourselves or with anyone else in the forum, express any opinion until the cause is finally submitted to you.
Don't go anywhere. We're zimming. They better be back by now. Yep, they are. Barely.
As well as the time, back to the 23rd, is that correct?
That's right.
Okay, I just want to make sure that's clear. So again, where we see January 24th, above that column, it says time in parentheses, it says UTC, meaning it has not yet been adjusted for California time.
That's correct.
Ago.
Sorry about that. I'm trying to get the captioning.
We've been talking a lot about an IP address. What is an IP address?
So an IP address essentially is an address that exists for devices and connections on the internet. And it's similar to a real world physical
I'm going to
address.
get the caption.
It's the way the internet communicates from one point A to point B. And it routes the traffic from one address to another.
So given that we're talking about an address, if we're talking about the home IP address, does that assist you in determining that in fact the defendant is accessing her home CCTV system or her DVR system because it's going through her home IP address as opposed to, let's say, a website?
Yes.
The instructions that we saw from First Digital Surveillance made it very clear that in order to access that home DVR system, you had to input that specific IP address. And that IP address being similar to a physical address means it was unique. At least for that period of time, it was associated with the Sementilli residence.
Bless you. So that
So
tells you
that
that
screws it.
rather than being on her phone and accessing some website, the records that we've talked about in terms of her home IP address is showing that she's accessing her home IP address during that period of time that we were discussing.
She's
Yes,
watching
because
her
it's
surveillance.
unique. And just to give you an example, if it was a different service, a different streaming service like YouTube or Netflix, those would all have different IP addresses. Whereas I know that this IP address was located in the instructions to log in, and now on the flip side of that, inside the AT&T data records.
Okay. And
She's
again,
problem.
within those data records showing the home IP address, we also know that to access your CCTV or your home surveillance cameras remotely, that you still have to go through your home IP address in order to access the DVR, the box itself, correct?
Yes, it's kind of like dialing direct to that box.
Yeah.
It's like a direct phone call versus one being routed.
All right, let's look at slide 97. And is this a screenshot that you took of the defendant's Instagram account?
Yes, it is.
And what did you note here?
So this is the account for the Instagram Monica_Sementilli as it appeared to the public on a computer for anyone logged into Instagram. This is what it would look like. And this was circa March 2017.
Okay. So not only is it under her name, but she also has a photograph of herself.
That's right.
And did you go through her Instagram account based on the records that were subpoenaed from, at that point, it would have been Facebook?
Yes.
And did you note that her Instagram account was also linked to her email or her Hotmail account.
Yes, I did.
She had everything linked, which is an issue for her.
Looking here at slide
Y'all, if you want to
98,
commit a crime and you want to know how to get away with it, watch this
is this
show.
a screenshot of some
You'll
of
learn
the
what
business
not to do.
records associated with the defendant's
Not advocating to
Instagram
do it.
account?
Yes.
And what did you note here?
This account includes the basic subscriber information at the top. And in contrast to what we see in the public account, this is what the records look like when we get them directly from Facebook, Instagram, Meta. In this particular account, it was registered to the email address kalmatimo@hotmail.com.
And looking here at slide 99, which is part of the Celebrate extract from her iPhone 119, what do we see here?
This is an artifact from the iPhone, and it shows a user account that matches the same Instagram username we've been discussing, the Monica_Sementilli username.
And so in terms of her public Instagram account, were you able to download information directly from her public account?
Yes, because it was public, all the photographs and videos were accessible.
And in terms of that public account where you were able to find photographs and video, did you also note several photographs that the defendant posted of herself?
Yes.
And also photographs of her husband who was murdered, Fabio Sementilli?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Looking here at slide 100, what does this depict?
Just to give an example of how voluminous these records are, this is an example of what the records look like when they come back from the companies, and they can be thousands of pages. It doesn't look like the Instagram many of us use when we log in, but this is kind of the back end on Meta's servers.
Okay. The actual business records that we get through subpoenas.
Yes.
Okay. And looking here at exhibit or slide 101, what does this depict?
So this shows that the content that was made public on the account was something that I downloaded just publicly, in addition to reviewing the records.
Okay. And I noticed that there are several locations where it's just a black box. That's where you blacked out photographs of Fabio Sementilli per court order, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
All right. We're at slide 102, where it's titled iPhotographs. What does this depict?
This is an example. When we get the records back, they appear in a folder structure like this, and it can include whatever the user decides to back up. In this particular case, I've highlighted the cloud photo library, which would be the photos.
Well, there's
that
a
are automatically
lot of
uploaded
nasty,
into
naughty
the cloud.
photos, and we will
And
not
it's
be
titled
seeing them.
according to what the user has titled, or is it an automatic title in this particular case where it says cloud photo library?
It can be both.
Okay. And so, like we were talking about earlier, Apple's iCloud is a source for backing up any Apple products you might have, such as an iPhone.
Yes.
So if you were taking photographs using your iPhone, assuming that you had your settings set to back up to iCloud, they would also appear in your iCloud account.
Correct.
Yes. They will multi-save. One on your phone and once in the cloud.
Looking at slide 103, bless you. What do we see here?
This is just a small sample of the, again, voluminous records from, in this case, Apple iCloud. There were a total of 1,300 images, and this is just a sample of what those images look like when we open up the folder.
And by the way, in terms of what you saw in the iCloud account, did those photographs or the content also match what was publicly posted in many occasions on the defendant's Instagram account?
In many occasions, yes.
Moving to slide 104, this appears to be a timeline between the dates of January 25th and February 14th of 2017. What have you indicated here?
I created this timeline, and the subsequent slides are also part of this extended timeline to show the public posts from the Instagram account and how they appear kind of over time and in the context of some other activity.
Okay. And the first slide is a photograph that we've seen in a prior photograph in your presentation. Were there also photographs above or included with each of the posts that we see here of Fabio Sementilli that you have redacted again per court order?
Yes.
And let me go back for 1 second to slide 103. When you look through the
Okay, guys, the court has ordered certain redactions of certain photos because Miss Sementilli loved herself so much that she photographed every square inch of her body. Yeah, you're reading between my lines. And sent photos to the boyfriend. And they are so explicit that the judge does not want them shown in the court. Now, the jury, if they so wish, which I doubt that they will, and if they do, I want to know, why do you want to see them? You just need to trust that that's what they are. Can see them if they choose to, but some of them are so explicit that they all have been redacted. So Miss Sementilli, I shouldn't have said it that way, Miss Sementilli, was trying to be a little funny, you know, Sementilli, spicy cinnamon. She is a naughty girl. She likes to go swinging. She is dating a man, for those of you who are new to this trial. She was dating an XP RN star. Horn star. It rhymes with horn. You know the bullhorn? Rhymes with a bullhorn. And because of all of that, she fancied herself as one because she was being a part of dating services. We used to call them escorts. So this is going to possibly get a little bit explicit, hence the graphic content warning up there. I never know what's going to be said and I never know what's going to be showed. But I wanted to explain to you why, when you just heard them say the court has ordered a redaction of said photos. So let's continue. At her age, I don't get it, but I guess
the defendant's iCloud account that was obtained via search warrant. You talked about there being
if that was my mom,
approximately
I'd call under wrong
1,300
with
images
embarrassment.
and
I would.
video. Did many of those images or video also contain metadata or, let's say, geographic information as well as date and time?
Well, they all have some sort of metadata, and metadata is data about data. It's information that's attached to things like photos and videos that describe when it was taken, what sort of camera was used. And in some cases, there was also latitude and longitude coordinates.
Which would give you a location.
Yes.
Okay. In terms of the Instagram account, let's go on to slide 105. Again, between the dates of February 15th and 17th, we see that there are 3 posts. Did these posts again contain photographs of Fabio Sementilli that went along with the actual language that appears regarding Fabio Sementilli?
Yes, they did.
And slide 106, again, what did you indicate here?
The yellow indicates additional Instagram posts, and then the green are some notations pertaining to some physical surveillance that LAPD did.
So on the far left, or the three in yellow,
Get on the mic.
to the left and to the center, between the dates, looks like February 18th and February 20th, those are posts that the defendant made on her public Instagram account. They were accompanied by photographs of Fabio Sementilli.
Yes.
The one on the right, February 21st, is an indication based on surveillance done by LAPD of the defendant along with Robert Baker being surveilled on Melrose at the Parlor Bar.
That's correct.
Okay. So we have the 18th and 20th posts about her husband, and then the February 21st being observed actually out with Mr. Baker at a bar.
Yes.
Okay. Looking at 107, what do we see here?
Similar to the previous slides, this is an extension of that broader timeline. In this particular case, it goes February 21st to February 22nd. Again, the green is a reference to some notes about physical surveillance that was done, and the yellow goes back to the Instagram posts following that.
Okay. So in green, again, surveillance of the defendant along with Baker at the dime bar, as well as kissing a bouncer outside of the dime bar on February 22nd. And then later in the morning on February 22nd, posts to the public Instagram account with respect to her dead husband.
Yes.
Y'all, she played the
What do we see
grieving
here
widow.
in 108?
She had multiple personalities.
Further continuation of public Instagram
That's the way I
posts.
see it. This
and
woman had impeachment
originally
big
these
time.
would be photographs of Mr. Fabio Sementilli. These posts run from February 23rd to February 28th, 2017.
And once again, these are public.
20 minutes,
posts
she's a grieving
that
wife. The next
the
minute,
defendant
she's planning
put
a vacation to
out,
get
through her
away
public Instagram
with the
accounts,
boyfriend.
all of them about her dead husband between the dates of February 23rd to February 28th
Oh.
of 2017.
That's correct.
Okay. And what do we see in slide 109?
These are more Instagram posts, left to right, March 1st through March 6th, 2017.
And there's a photograph, it looks like to the left of the defendant. Is that right?
Yes.
And did these also contain, these posts contain photographs of Fabio Sementilli?
Yes, they did.
And what about here, March 7th to March 9th? What did you depict in slide 110?
The first two posts left to right are Instagram posts, and the subsequent ones that are in green to the right are more physical surveillance.
Okay. So this is surveillance photos. The LAPD took during their following of the defendant and Baker on, looks like March 9th, 2017.
That's right.
Okay. And once again, did these posts from March 7th and 8th contain photographs of the victim, in this case, Fabio Sementilli?
Yes, they did.
And what you indicated here on the surveillance photos from SIS, is SIS a surveillance unit that assists the robbery homicide division detectives often?
Yes, they are.
And what does SIS stand for?
Special Investigative Section.
And in these photographs here of the defendant and Baker, they are photographs that were taken on that date, March 9th.
Yes, by the surveillance unit.
And on slide 111, what do we see here?
The first two date and time notations are from physical surveillance again, and the one on the far right is a public Instagram post.
Okay, and that public Instagram post, once again, did it contain a photograph of the defendant's husband, Fabio Sementilli?
Yes.
And the ones in green regarding SIS, that is observations or surveillance that was done by SIS of the defendant and Baker. The one to the far left on March 9th at 8:16 p.m. at a place called the Goodnight Bar, and the one in the center, March 9th at 9:15 at the Laugh Factory on Sunset Boulevard.
Yes, sorry, 9:05.
Thank you. And what do we see here in slide? I think this one says slide 112. Yes.
This is another section of time from March 14th through March 17th, including 5 Instagram posts that were made public.
And the one in the center, it looks like a portion of a wedding photo of the defendant. Was the defendant's husband also included in that photo, as well as photos of him in the other public Instagram posts on this particular slide?
Yes.
And what do we see here in slide 113, March 18th to March 21st?
More Instagram posts, 3 of them ranging from March 18th through March 21st, 2017.
And once again, same question. Did the defendant include photographs of her dead husband along with the posts that she put out there into the public realm?
Objection. Or at this point, I'm going to make objection.
So,
Yes.
And here we see on slide 114 the dates of March 22nd to March 23rd. What did you include here?
So the first post in yellow is a public Instagram post made by the Monica_Sementilli account. And then there are photographs from the Vidara Hotel and Spa and some photographs from Las Vegas that were obtained via the iCloud account.
So the Instagram post on March 22nd in yellow to the left, did that contain a photograph of Fabio Sementilli?
Yes.
And the other photographs are of the hotel and spa, as well as the hotel room. And it looks like on the far right, cash out voucher for gambling in Las Vegas during the same time period.
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to slide 115, the dates of March 24th to March 26th. What is this?
My birthday.
That we're seeing here.
The first thing we have on the far left is an Instagram post, and then this is followed by more photographs from the iCloud account.
Photographs of the defendant along with Robert Baker in Las Vegas.
Yes.
And with respect to the photographs from Las Vegas, was there also geolocation data that confirmed they were in Las Vegas when these photographs were taken?
For some of the photos, yes.
Looking at the next slide, I think it's 116. I think this is exactly what I was just asking you about. Between the dates of March 24th and March 26th, what does this show us?
So just as we were just discussing just now, these are the photographs from the iCloud account that did have metadata to include locational information that resolved to Las Vegas.
Looking at 117, was that again a second photograph that had metadata that proved that they were in Las Vegas during this time period?
It's a photograph that had the metadata that had those coordinates, yes.
Looking here at slide, I think this one's 118. What did you depict here?
It's another series of photographs on the left-hand side, March 26, 2017, from the iCloud. And then in green, some checkout information for the hotel and spa on March 26th at 10:41 a.m. And the next two posts were of public Instagram content.
And again, did those public Instagram posts contain photographs of Fabio Sementilli?
Yes, they did.
And what do we see here in slide 119 that you've captured?
As before, these particular photographs from the iCloud had specific geotagged coordinates that came back to Las Vegas, and I've simply put them on the map here.
Along with the particular photograph of the defendant, Mr. Baker, and a third individual, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
The
What do we see here in
2017
slide 120?
Same thing, another series of
2017 seems like a lifetime away. My son was 17. My daughter was maybe 13. Gonna be 13. It just seems like a whole lifetime away. This trial, I forget how long this trial has been going.
another individual photograph from that series of the iCloud that had geotag coordinates to Las Vegas.
Along with a photograph of the defendant and Mr. Baker.
Yes.
And again, the same thing in slide 121 during the same type period.
Yes, same thing, geotagged location to this particular photograph to Las Vegas.
And also in slide 122, another photograph of the two of them in Las Vegas.
Yes, same thing.
What do we see here in slide 130 for this timeline that goes from March 30th to April 6th? This one was 122. This one's 123, I believe. Is it?
You said 130.
Oh. 123?
Yes, for slide 123, the timeline goes from March 30th through April 6th, 2017, and includes 6 separate posts from the public Instagram account.
Okay. And again, did these posts contain photographs of the victim in this case, Fabio Sementilli?
Yes, they did.
Looking at slide 124, April 8th to April 16th of 2017. Once again, are these 6 separate Instagram posts on the defendant's public account?
Yes, that's correct.
And did each of those also contain photographs of the victim?
Yes.
Looking at slide, I think it's 125, 5 separate Instagram posts between April 19th and May 1st. Did these also come from the defendant's public Instagram account?
Yes, they did.
And the posts where we don't see a photograph or we only see a half a photograph, did those again contain photographs of the victim in this case?
That's correct.
All right. May 1st through May 7th on slide 126. What are we looking at here?
So this is another mixed timeline excerpt. It starts from May 1st, it goes through May 7th, and includes at first an Instagram post on the left, and then some information about a trip to Las Vegas again, followed by more public Instagram posts.
And again, did the metadata on any of these photographs that we see at the top 4 photographs, confirm the Las Vegas location?
Some of them.
And with respect to the Instagram posts from that same time period relating to Fabio Sementilli, did they also contain photographs?
Your attorney looks like he's about ready to fall asleep, y'all.
So at the same time as the defendants in Las Vegas,
Sensei,
and
what's
these
the problem?
photographs
What's the
are being
problem,
taken
baby
because you
girl?
found them in her
No
iCloud
service dog.
account.
What's the problem, baby girl?
You also have the public Instagrams and what she's posting at the same time.
Not at the exact same time, but overlapping in terms of dates.
Between this time period of May 1st to May 7th, 2017.
Yes.
And looking at slide 127, the timeline here between May 9th and May 14th, what do we see here?
These are more public Instagram posts.
And the ones relating again to Fabio Sementilli were their photographs that were posted on the public Instagram account belonging to the defendant.
Yes.
May 16th through May 22nd, slide 128. Can you describe for us what we see here?
Sure. 4 more Instagram posts, left to right.
And the one that we see a photograph, does that appear to be a letter or a note that was written by Fabio Sementilli to the defendant that she actually posted in her Instagram account?
Yes.
I'm stabbing
Signed
the back of
Fabio.
my finger.
Correct.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm stabbing
Looking
myself.
here at
That hurts.
slide 129.
Having
the
drawn blood
timeline at the
today.
top has the dates of May 25th
Yeah, I'm
through May
stabbing myself
31st.
with
What
that.
do we see here?
So these are some artifacts pertaining to a trip to Myrtle Beach from May 25th to May 29th, 2017. It includes a receipt from Expedia.com about travel plans and a photograph of Mrs. Sementilli.
I wouldn't approach that woman if I mean, I would approach Karen Reed and try to defend her, or approach Jen McCabe. Every time I'd go to Karen Reed. She doesn't give off the big vibe like Jen McCabe does.
I feel that. No, Jen McCabe just like she just reeks.
Did that also contain a photograph of Fabio?
Yes.
Looking at slide 130, June 1st to June 7th. What do we see here?
On the left-hand side is another public Instagram post. And on the right-hand side now is some additional analysis from Mrs. Sementilli's associated LG tablet that contained some web search history, in this particular case, from a website called Quora, Quora. And the title of the website, or the question that was posed to Quora, is how do you know if your cell phone is being tapped by police?
And on the far left, the Instagram post from June 1st, did that contain a photograph of Fabio Sementilli?
Yes, it did.
And the post towards the center in black, that's for, looks like a post regarding the Muir Awards, correct?
Yes.
And then what's the extraction report? That is relative to the Celebrite that was done on the LG tablet?
Yes, it's an export of that particular artifact, and then sitting right above that is a screenshot of what that website looks like.
Looking at slide 131, it says additional June 7th LG web searches. What did you indicate here?
Similar to the previous slide, there were some artifacts pertaining to the web search history on the LG tablet associated with Mrs. Sementilli. And these particular websites were about inquiries in regards to police and our ability to read iMessages, spying on cell phones, and the tapping of phones.
What do we see here in slide one? I think it's 132.
Yes, this is a screenshot of one of those artifacts from the web history I just discussed.
Okay. So the actual, if you were to plug in or query what you saw on the LG pad through the Celebrite extraction, this is the article that would come up.
Correct.
Okay. And what do we see here in slide 133?
This is another screenshot of the particular website that was an artifact on the LG tablet.
Again, 5 things to know about police cell phone spying.
Yes,
So relating to the same subject that we were talking about.
that's right.
And what about here in slide 134?
Similar to the previous couple of slides, this is also a screenshot from an artifact off of the LG tablet. And this is a screenshot of a Quora, a question that was posed to the internet about which type of phones could be tapped.
Looking at slide 135, what do we see here?
Another screenshot pertaining to the artifacts left behind on the LG tablet. This one was from a website, and the article was 6 possible signs your cell phone may be tapped.
And that's the article that would come up if you put in that query.
Yes.
Okay. Now, what do we see here in slide 136 relative to the defendant's Apple iPhone, number 119?
So this is but one of many log entries in the iPhone associated with Mrs. Sementilli regards to a web service called Lifestyle Lounge. And
When you say many, can you give us an estimate?
sure, there's actually a number on here. So there were 1,572 log entries in the web history for Lifestyle Lounge.
So that means that from the defendant's iPhone, she logged into this particular website over 1,500 times.
Either logged into or navigated to, depending.
Either way, access that particular website.
Yes.
Is there also, did you look into this Lifestyle Lounge website?
Yes.
And is there actually a chat feature within the website itself where you can talk to other individuals who have also logged on to this website?
Yes. So once you create an account with this particular service, a user can log in, and then internal to the platform, the website, you can have a chat with other people.
Your Honor, I have 3 pages that are titled Lifestyle Lounge. There's a 1, 2, and 3 in the bottom left corner. Could they be marked, please, as people's ones to speak to collectively?
Yes.
Showing you the first page. Is this the website for the Lifestyle Lounge?
Yes, it is.
And does it actually indicate on the first page of the website itself that you can also not just chat, but you can video chat with other individuals through this website?
That's right.
Showing you page 2 of this website. What do we see here?
These are various user profiles or sample user profiles associated with accounts on Lifestyle Lounge.
And with respect to this particular website, besides being able to chat or video chat with individuals, is there also the ability to instant message individuals through the website?
Yes.
Showing you the third page. is this also part of a screenshot that you took from that same Lifestyle Lounge website?
Yes, this is from their help page, for lack of a better word, provides instructions.
If one were to log on to that website, let's say from a remote location outside of your house, that would direct you directly to the website, not through your home's IP address, correct?
If I may clarify,
Yes.
if you're on a mobile device and you're out and about and you navigate to Lifestyle Lounge, you will be accessing Lifestyle Lounge's servers, Lifestyle Lounge's IP addresses, not your home IP address.
Okay. All right. I want to direct your attention to the date of August 25th of 2017. Were you assisting the investigating officers that day in recovering some evidence here in the criminal courts building?
Yes, I did.
And on that particular day, August 25th of 2017, were you and one of the investigating officers looking through some of the belongings relating to the defendant that were obtained from her property bag from the sheriff's department that runs this building?
Yes.
And can you tell us, did you meet that day with a Sergeant Robert Westfall?
Yes, we did.
And where, what did you exactly look at that day? What were you provided?
They were essentially jail letters, jail correspondence between Mr. Baker and Mrs. Sementilli.
Okay. And were those, as I said, taken from the defendant's property bag that was kept by sheriffs while she was in court here in this courtroom?
Yes.
And what did you do with respect to the property bag?
I opened the bag and withdrew the letters.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you note at that point?
So I reached my hand into the bag, and almost immediately as I pulled the letters out, I realized they were coated in some sort of substance.
Oh, some type of wet substance?
Yes.
Further.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Officer Davis.
Good afternoon, sir.
I have my own copy of the slides we're referring to. I believe it's Exhibit 156. So I'm just going to connect, if you don't mind, so we can go through some of them, not all of them, some of them, okay?
Sure.
I wanted to start, you talked about these link charts, correct?
Yes.
And you created this, you said it was a helpful way to visualize some of the connections between devices and accounts and things like that, correct?
That's right.
So here we have a link chart, and this only shows Monica Sementilli, right?
Yes.
And here we have so the next slide, so I'm now going to slide 9, that was slide 8 for the record. This is now slide 9 of the Exhibit 156. This is a link chart you did and shows links between various accounts. There's links between various accounts of Robert Baker and Christopher Austin, correct?
That's correct.
There's no links shown here with Christopher Austin and Monica Sementilli, are there?
No.
And from all the evidence you've looked at, you've seen no communications or calls between Christopher Austin and Monica Sementilli, have you?
No, I haven't.
You've not seen any emails or WhatsApp or messages of any kind between Christopher Austin and Monica Sementilli, have you?
That's correct.
So there are obviously communications between Christopher Austin and Robert Baker, and there's these connections we see here on this slide, correct?
Yes,
But nothing similar between Christopher Austin and Monica Sementilli, right?
that's right.
You also talked about Google location services in relation to Robert Baker, right?
Yes.
And this is showing the different methods that essentially you can track a device, is that better? Or different methods that log the location information for a device.
It's Google's way of logging that particular location.
Okay, so it happens when you connect to Wi-Fi, for example. It can happen when you connect to Wi-Fi.
It can when there's a connection. It also happens when there is no connection to Wi-Fi, simply by probing all the Wi-Fi connections in the area.
I see. And it also can track the location using GPS and cell site, right?
Yes.
So when it gives location data, that's an approximation, isn't it? It's not necessarily an exact location.
Depending on the methodology used, it can be very approximate. That would be cell towers. Cell towers I like to describe as being kind of a city block. And then Wi-Fi is more narrow, but essentially a residence. And out of the three of those, GPS is the most precise, typically 3 to 10 meters. So fairly precise with GPS, but it all depends on what's being measured at any given time.
So it varies depending on the method used.
Yes.
You talked about this slide, this is slide 13, being the actual physical, the actual data, correct? The actual location data.
That's right.
And here, it's very, very small, but at the top it talks about display radius field, correct?
Yes.
And it says it reflects an estimated uncertainty value regarding the reported coordinates, correct?
Yes.
So is that reflecting that even though it gives reported coordinates, there is then an estimated uncertainty as to whether it's exactly at those coordinates?
Yes.
And it says then the next sentence, its value depends on a great many factors and is an approximation sufficient for its intended product uses. See that?
Yes.
Now, the display radius is in column D, correct?
Yes.
And if you write down here, it's measured in meters, right?
Mm-hmm.
And as you said, it sort of varies depending on the method used. So we have here GPS, Wi-Fi, and cell. There's three different methods used, yes?
Yes.
So, for example, this is according to what you said, GPS display radius of 9 meters, correct?
Correct.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I want to try and go into more detail about exactly what this means.
Mm-hmm.
So, when we have GPS there, it gives latitude and longitude coordinates in columns B and C, doesn't it?
Yes.
And then it gives a display radius of 9 meters, right?
Yes.
So, is it correct that what you do is you take that latitude and longitude coordinates, right? And then you would draw a line of 9 meters going out from that, yes?
Yes.
That would be a radius of a circle, and then you essentially draw a circle all the way around, correct?
If I was mapping the radius, yes.
And then the location device could be anywhere in that circle, correct?
Approximately, yes.
Right, because it's an approximation.
It is an approximation.
And so we see there With Wi-Fi, it's a larger number, it's 50 meters, correct?
Yes.
So you take the exact coordinates, the latitude and longitude, but then you have to draw a line out 50 meters from those coordinates, correct?
Yes.
And that then gives a circle, and that's going to be a much larger circle, isn't it?
Yes.
And it could be, the device could be, in that location data, anywhere within that 50-meter radius circle, correct?
That's right.
And as you said, with cell sites, it's even larger. And there's an example you give here, well, one example. It's one of the pieces of data here is cell 947 meters, correct?
That's right.
So that's display radius of nearly a kilometer. Right. And the
Yes.
device could be anywhere within a circle with display radius of a whole kilometer in that case, correct?
That's right.
So we're also talking about Wi-Fi, and this is Baker's device, isn't it? Samsung S4.
Yes, it is.
As you testified earlier, it shows that he had the Sementilli home Wi-Fi stored on his device, correct?
Yes.
And as you said, that's where you sort of store you put in the name and password, and then it's stored for, you said, stored for that point in time going forward, correct?
Correct.
So as it's stored in the device, it would automatically connect to the within range of the Wi-Fi because it's stored in it, correct?
Yes.
Sorry about that. I didn't realize my mic was off. I just want to thank y'all for understanding. I was on the phone with my daughter. Because the weather is supposed to turn really bad where she is in college. We were just making sure that everything was okay and whether or not she needed to come home, those kind of decisions. So thank you so much. I was not ignoring you. I could still hear. What do you mean? Where is the ASAP Rocky trial? We haven't followed that one. Oh, sunny day. This one's getting a little bit interesting. All this metadata and all the phone data and the Cellbrite data and all of the encrypted data. Oh my gosh, y'all. Yeah, her eggs are beyond fried. They're about ready to start burning. As my grandpa used to say, when you get so deep in shite, your eggs are burnt. That's where she's going. Hi, oh, sunny day. I missed you.
Now, you also talked a little bit about Wi-Fi range. Obviously, that can vary, correct?
Sure.
And as you said, it can go half a block or so. Those are the words you used.
That's the example I like to use. Yes.
And with the location data we've seen on this slide, the display radius, when you see location data that's from Wi-Fi there, that's anywhere within a circle of.
I do believe they are beating this to death. They need to move on. I appreciate this guy's information. I understand the importance of it. But I'm ready for the next witness. Forgive me for saying it, but
Which show an example of some of the location data of Baker's device. And the coordinates are the red box on the left, correct?
That's right.
So that's showing the coordinates of Baker's device from the location data, correct?
Right.
The Sementilli home is on the right-hand side, right?
That's correct.
And that's showing that there's a connection to Wi-Fi, but it's all you can say is it's in the vicinity of the Sementilli residence. You don't know if it's inside the residence or in front of the residence or outside the residence, right?
No, I don't know.
it's in that vicinity.
Now, we also saw
Oh,
this video.
really?
Right. Oh, sorry. This video on slide 18. So this is mapping all of the various location data you have for Baker's device over a period of time, correct?
Yes.
And putting it on this map. And on this map, you have an X
Well,
showing Sementilli residence, right?
Trial
That's
TV
right.
Live is waiting. When it comes on, we'll take a break and go over
Now,
to that, okay?
When we play the video,
So y'all hold up. And And we'll hop over there for, I know some of y'all been following it, so we'll go over there when it
Yes.
comes on, but
So-
it hadn't happened yet.
Some of these blue dots are obviously not on top of the X.
We're in
they're
California.
down the road from it, correct?
6.
That's right. They're in proximity to Sementilli residence.
Fuck,
They're not showing
simple.
that it's actually in Sementilli residence, right? Correct. And all these blue dots, even then, they're approximations, aren't they? Yes, they are. They are each going to have their own display radius, correct? That's right. They're going to each have their own circle of varying size, depending on what method is used for the location data of that blue dot, correct? That is correct. And the device could be anywhere within that circle, correct? Yes. But you haven't shown those circles of display radius in this picture, have you? Not in this one.
Somebody asked what I
So we
was
go on.
doing.
Same video.
I'm popping a bead out because I got one too many. It's easier to do that than it is to sew in and
Nowhere near
unscrew it.
Sementilli residence, but they could show.
When you got
driving
back looking like
towards
that,
residence,
there's none.
correct?
Oh.
That's right. This is, as you said, not separate
No,
times, but it could be part of the
thread.
same occasion, like a cluster. Like one afternoon, these dots will be one afternoon, correct? Like a round of travel. I see. So you're doing that now. Here's a cluster. Okay. Some of these are not on the Sementilli residence, correct? That's right. Some of them are, but again, each of these would have their own circle, wouldn't they? Yes. And so even though they're on top of the Sementilli residence, you still can't say for sure whether that is showing the device in the residence or outside the residence, correct? That is correct.
Sometimes
So-
you pop your thread when you do it, but
All of this location data for each of these occasions where it's in proximity to the Sementilli residence, this could be showing his device down the street or round the corner from the Sementilli residence, for example.
Well, that's possible.
Yes, that is possible. It's consistent with the data, correct?
It is one interpretation of the data.
And you don't know either way.
Don't know for sure.
So, as an example, as a hypothetical,
oh no,
on
you're
any of these
okay. You're
occasions,
okay. I'm glad
obviously
you
it's
said
location
something.
data plus around the house. It could be that Robert Baker's device
I'm
is
not being mean, but I did
with him
not
when he's
follow
parked his
that.
car
rule. I
on the
busted that.
street outside the home, for example.
That is possible.
I did not follow that trial, y'all.
And also, these blue dots only show Robert Baker's location data, correct?
These blue dots.
Sorry, his device, or Baker's device's location data. Is that a fair thing?
Yeah, very specific about that. This is the oeginc@gmail.com account.
Let me rephrase to be necessarily precise, but I should do. These blue dots are only showing Robert Baker's OEG1 next to his device location data.
The OEG Inc.
OEG Inc.
Yes.
Thank you. It's not showing location data of any of Monica Sementilli's devices, is it?
No.
It's not showing any location of Fabio Sementilli's devices or the daughter's devices, is it?
No, it's not.
So you don't know for any of these occasions where Robert Baker's device is showing up in the vicinity of the Sementilli residence, you don't know where any of those people are at that time from this data.
Not from this data.
And it could be that Robert Baker, his device, is outside the home, so he's parked in the street within the vicinity of the Sementilli residence, when Monica Sementilli is not even there, correct?
That is possible.
For any of these location data points, correct?
If we're basing it just on this data, yes.
Hmm.
All right, let's skip ahead a little bit to these Facebook conversations. This is slide 23. So I keep forgetting that Facebook is now Meta, but it's the same thing, correct?
That's right.
Facebook Meta. I'm sure we all use Facebook, but just to clarify a few points. Facebook, you can publicly post things, can't you? Yes. You could have your profile that posts things to the the outside world that anyone can see, but post things that could be seen by other people.
By other Facebook users, yes.
But then you also have separately Facebook conversations, and that's private. It's more akin to texting, is that right?
That's right.
So it's between one user and another user, right?
Yes, or multiple users sometimes.
These communications, though, they weren't multiple users. They were just Robert Baker and Michael Spence, for example, correct?
Yes.
And you have no evidence that Monica Sementilli was ever part of these communications, correct?
Not these particular ones.
No evidence that she ever contributed to any of these chats, correct?
Correct.
And it's not public, so this is not something that would be seen by other Facebook users, right?
That's right.
It would have to have been forwarded to her for her to see any of this, correct?
Or shown.
Or shown, absolutely, or shown. No evidence that that happened here, right?
No.
And that's exactly the same for this Facebook conversation between Robert Baker and Ron Ray, right? It's a private conversation between only those two people, correct?
Correct.
So, for example, slide 29, Robert Baker says, no, not yet living with her, but it's coming soon.
That accent coming from him is throwing me off,
Robert
though.
Baker, isn't it?
Robert Baker's account.
Robert Baker's account. There's no evidence that Monica Sementilli even saw that message, right? Or contributed to it.
Nothing I could see.
And same we have here. That top message, well, I miss you and still do, but until I lock this down, ain't going nowhere. And again, that just comes through from Robert Baker, right?
From his account, yes.
I want to move on to the messaging and the encryption we talked about, you testified to, correct?
Yes.
I think you said, I'm really sorry, I caught 3 of the C's, I think, that you were an expert in. It's computers, cryptography, and what was the last one?
Communication.
Communication. And so cryptography, the middle one, that's encryption, right?
Yes, better known as encryption.
And I think you said you had 2 decades in that field, correct?
Just shy of 2 decades working in digital investigations in general.
Right, which includes this encryption element.
Sure.
Now, you also testified, you said many smartphone apps use encryption, don't they?
Yes, they do.
The default messaging app when you have iPhones is iMessage, isn't it?
Yes.
That's when you have those blue text bubbles if you're using iPhone.
Right.
iMessage, that's encrypted, isn't it?
It can be. Depends on whether a user wants to back it up to iCloud. I've seen in some of my investigations us get unencrypted content.
Well, isn't it true that iMessage, as come standard, isn't encrypted, it's end-to-end encrypted?
It depends on how the user has their settings. So if the iMessage, and again, we're talking also about 2017, not 2025. If the iMessage was backed up to the cloud back in 2017, in some cases, I, as the investigator writing a search warrant, can see the content of those messages if they were backed up.
Okay, but I'm just talking about, regardless of whether it's backed up or not, iMessage is end-to-end encrypted, isn't it?
It is today.
Well, wasn't it end-to-end encrypted from when it was first introduced in 2011?
Again, based on my experience with some of these investigations, seeing the content of the messages backed up in iCloud, I would say no, but I'd have to do further research on that.
But I'm not asking you about what you've experienced or whether you can
Really?
actually see the
Nippy, are
messages
we?
as you pull them from the iCloud.
I'm not liking his
You said
attitude.
that you're an expert in encryption. It's one of your areas of expertise, and nearly 2 decades in that field. Isn't it correct that iMessage was end-to-end encrypted from when it was introduced in 2011?
Go.
Yeah, I apologize, counsel. I don't have the answer. If it was end-to-end encrypted, just based on my experience, I wouldn't have been able to see the messages.
Okay. Well, so it is end-to-end encrypted, especially now, correct?
Yes, they've increased their encryption.
So do you have an iPhone?
I do.
I also have an iPhone. So if we were messaging iPhone to iPhone, we'd be sending iMessages, wouldn't we?
Yes.
And if we were messaging iPhone to iPhone just completely normally, that would be using encrypted communications.
Yes. Today?
Yes.
Yes.
Let's talk about Viber. Now, we do know when Viber introduced encryption because you brought this to our attention from this blog post, correct?
Yes.
Viber announced it was introducing end-to-end encryption on April 19th, 2016, correct?
That's right.
So before then, before April 19th, Viber was not end-to-end encrypted, right?
I don't know if they implemented it on exactly that date, but according to their announcement, that's when they went to that system.
Right, so it follows that before then, it wasn't end-to-end encrypted, correct?
Well, sometimes companies will soft launch new features, and I don't know if they've started it
It's
for some
true.
users before then or not. Again, I apologize, I can't be very specific about certain things.
That is very.
This is the public blog post which says, today we're excited to announce our users will be able to securely communicate across all of their devices to end-to-end encryption. We've been working on this for a long time. We found that users who can't use Viber without fear their message being accepted. There's a one-to-one group message on a call or desktop, mobile, tablet, and that was on April 19, 2016, correct?
That's when they announced it to the world.
And you saw no evidence of any earlier announcements, right?
No, I didn't.
So you said you have this next slide, Monica Sementilli's iCloud. That shows when she installed Viber, correct?
That's right.
And you said it was in April, but can you see the exact date there?
April 9th, 2016.
April 9th, 2016. Okay, so when Monica installed Viber on April 9th, 2016, that was before Viber even announced on April 19th end-to-end encryption, correct?
That's correct.
So it follows, doesn't it, that Monica Sementilli couldn't have been installing it to use it for end-to-end encryption if, at the time, that wasn't a feature that even existed or had been announced, correct?
One objective caused some speculation.
Sustained.
Congratulations.
She installed Viber on April 9th before end-to-end encryption had even been announced by Viber, correct?
Objections cumulative.
Before it had been announced via their blog. Yes.
Now, you say I'm jumping a bit ahead, but Baker had and was using Viber as well, correct? Or Baker.
That's right.
And this slide, I've jumped ahead now to slide 56. You said at the bottom there, he had used Viber since 2015, correct?
That's right.
I want to show you part of the data extraction from Robert Baker's phone, which was brought to our attention by another prosecution expert, Jake Gibson.
Your Honor, I object to counsel testifying.
That is correct. You said you're going to show him something.
Absolutely, I'll show you my notes.
So you don't have to say the whole history of it, but that is you testify.
Understood.
We didn't like that objection, did we, much? I always put one too many beat in, thinking I'm doing good. Let's see. I'm here all day. I'll be here at 8:30 in the morning. Just let me know when you're coming. I have that young man that I had on my show the other night coming by. Call him young man. He's 45. But anyway, he's going to, gonna teach him how to run all this equipment. Gonna sit and observe.
Recognize this as an extract from the Celebrite phone extraction of Robert Baker's device.
Yes,
And it talks about an installed application Fiber there, correct?
that's right.
And it gives the date when it's installed, or purchase date, August 24, 2015, correct?
That's right.
And so that would show that Robert Baker installed Fiber on his device on August 24, 2015, correct?
Yes.
So if Robert Baker installed Fiber August 24, 2015, that was nearly 8 months before Fiber even announced their end-to-end encryption, correct?
That's correct.
We also know that Fabio Sementilli was killed on January 23rd, 2017, February.
Yes.
So if Monica Sementilli installs Fiber on her device on April 9th, 2016, that's 9.5 months before Fabio Sementilli was killed, is dead.
Yes.
And if Robert Baker installed Fiber on his device on August 24th, 2015, that's 1 year and 5 months before Fabio Sementilli was killed, correct?
That's right.
So both Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker installed Fiber long before Fabio Sementilli was killed. It's not like they installed it just a month or two before, correct?
That's right.
Now, you also showed some slides which show evidence, artifacts that Fiber was being used from April 2016 onwards, correct?
That's right.
We have evidence showing Fiber being continuously updated from April 2016 through to January 2017, correct?
Yes.
That is shown.
What are you getting at, dude? You're talking in circles and he's looking at you like, I am trying to follow you the best I can, but right now I'm struggling with that.
Correct.
Yes.
Continued Fiber app updates from April 20, 2016 to January 4, 2017, correct?
Yes.
It shows Fiber's being used by Monica Sementilli throughout that time, correct?
The app has been updated through the Apple Store.
And here, record entry from the AT&T web history, 433 entries of Fiber between April 10, 2016 and January 17, 2017, correct?
Yes.
We have then shown slides, your slides, which talks about the Fiber business records, correct?
Yes.
And it says there were 5,752 messages between Monica Sementilli's device and Robert Baker's device using Fiber throughout the month of January 2017, correct?
That's right.
But we've seen evidence that Fiber was installed a lot earlier, correct? By Monica in April 2016.
Robert, can I object? Cumulative.
I don't know. I think your objection or submission, you may finish your question.
We've seen that these records are only
Well,
for January
this
2017.
judge does not like an objection before the question is asked.
Yes, I believe they start the last day of December, but essentially.
They only show 1 month, January 2017, correct?
Correct.
But Fiber was installed by Monica in April 2016, correct?
Objection.
Right. And there's evidence that, as we've shown, it was being updated and there were web history from April 2016 through to January 2017.
He is allowed to lead a little bit, but he's testifying.
Yes.
Right. So that you don't have, it's not been presented any of the records showing the number of Viber messages for any of the other dates, such as April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December 2016, correct?
From Viber.
From Viber, exactly.
Correct.
So we don't know how many Viber messages were sent in any of those months, whether it was 2,000, 5,000, 10,000. We just don't know those months, do we?
Don't know.
So we don't know if 5,752 messages in January 2017 was any different from the number of messages sent on any of those other dates, in those other months, do we?
Nope, don't know.
It could be, we don't have the records, that they were sending just as many messages in those other months as they do in January 2017, correct?
It's possible.
Now this shows, just looks at the messages on Viber, this shows the Viber calls, correct?
Yes.
This is, your PowerPoint, this is slide 52, just for the record, sorry. So this is now showing Viber calls, but again, this is only for the month of January 2017, correct?
That is correct.
You don't show any records showing how many calls there were in those other months from April 2016 to January 2017, correct?
That's right.
So again, there's no point of comparison. We don't know whether this was more or less calls per month than any of the other months, right?
Sure.
Because you don't have the records for the other months for Viber calls, Viber messages, you cannot say there was any higher usage of Viber in January 2017 than there were for any of those other months, can you?
Sustained.
Well, let's look at where we do have records. And this is the record for January 2017. Now this graph, this is slide 54, shows the number of messages sent on each day in January 2017. Is that right?
It's a graph that encompasses that entire period.
But we have various peaks and troughs on this graph, correct?
Yes.
Now those peaks and troughs, each one of those represents a single day in January 2017, correct?
That's right.
The higher the peak, the larger the number of messages sent on that day, right?
Yes.
And you split it out. Red is messages sent by Monica Sementilli, yellow are messages sent by Robert Baker, or at least their devices, using Viber, correct?
Yes.
So this trough, this point, that is January 23rd, 2017, correct?
It's whenever the records for that period end. I can't remember the exact date. It's 22nd or 23rd.
So 22nd or 23rd.
Can you put up the other slide that shows the actual rows and columns from the Viber record?
This one? Which one was that?
So the 22nd here. Thank you.
Sorry, this is about call history, but this graph is about messaging. Isn't it?
Prime time. No.
I don't know. My favorite moment is still Stu flipping Baker off. Yeah, Stu
that was
flipping
a
off
dumb
Baker
thought.
is the
Yeah,
best
for it.
ever. And we have a sticker for it. Here, I'll put the sticker in.
Yes,
Thank
we
you.
do.
I have it in the chat.
It was so fun. We made
It's
a
in the
sticker.
chat now.
It was your own fault,
You
Peter.
can
You had
take
it coming.
I
go with that.
Play with my- No, but it's just the things that Ricada also was really good at was just take it wherever the chat took it. He probably just took it a little bit too far because chat wanted to go, and that's why and as you know, I drink that one beer every week with Brandon because Brandon will go around and say, hey, I'll pay you to have a beer. And I told him from the beginning that I don't want to do it because I looked at Ricada and saw how.
Yeah.
Because if I can get $20 every time I take a shot, I would take a shit ton of shots because I really, really like money and I like to drink.
Right.
But
yeah.
I
Is that a
don't
healthy
drink.
thing to be doing? Is that a wise thing to be doing?
We've all learned that
Clearly
that's
it
not a
wasn't.
healthy thing.
Clearly it was not.
No, but it's also because back to my
I wouldn't say near
I then saw
compared to all the
all
other
of these
but
my
it
friends
does
and other
go through those peaks and
very
valleys,
big
and there's
just
times
doing
now
that. Pay me $50 to drink. I'm sitting here thinking, but why should you do that? Because I have to sit Monday morning and talk about a 5-year-old who was beaten to death by her junkie dad, and I was talking about double fisting and none Saturday night because I got drunk.
Does it make you feel like cheap? Does it make you feel cheap and used?
No, it kind of makes me feel like a fraud because I'll sit here and be all.
It feels weird. That's weird. I totally get that. I would feel very weird. I wouldn't like that.
And because you also
I'm
have.
still getting you fucked up. I don't know. I don't care what you say, but not on stream. I'm still getting you fucked up.
Yes, getting fucked up, just not on stream.
Yeah, well, that's why I don't like streaming with people who do weed, even though it's legal.
So let me get zoomy, and we're on a break. We're still on a break. Okay, guys, that's a ton of information that a lot of us struggle following. And I had someone tell me recently, I just zone out when that stuff is on. I love trial. I love everything. But when you start talking cell phone metadata, I'm out. And I'm like, hey, I get you. It is a very boring subject. And I know it's boring because all my peeps disappear. And then when I go into Discord, I find them all over the place, and that's fine. It is a very boring part of the testimony, but it is very vital. And in this case, more so. I'm really, really surprised at the amount of encryption that went on between these two. I almost wanted to ask, are y'all spies? Because that to me is unnatural. That is not something that most people would do unless you are doing something that breaks the law. Why do you need to encrypt something unless you are A, cheating on your spouse, or B, breaking the law? Which, I do understand some people have a fear of the government knowing what you're doing. I get it. I do. But this encryption, I think at this point, it does nothing but make her look guilty. And that's my humble opinion. And I knew I lost somebody over that, but that's okay. This trial right now is, I don't know. It's not a trial that it's moving so slow. Sorry about that. We are on day 12 and we are still on the prosecution's case. I am exhausted with this trial. But that said, the Karen Reed trial is never boring and is going to keep us going. Been thinking about the Karen Reed trial and what happened today. And I watched the interview and I know I've said some stuff about the supervisor of the troopers and everything being in charge of the jury. And I went over to another on Discord and they were talking about it and they said, look, all that guy did was said, do you want coffee and how much do you want? That's not the big issue. And they had a lawyer on there and I asked the question and someone got a little hot about it because that's all everybody's worried about. Well, I don't think everybody's worried about it, but I do find it odd But as long as as long as he didn't say anything and things were appropriate, that's fine. But I want to talk about the situation with the lawyer, the new lawyer on the Karen Reed team. And I agree with the people I talked with that if Turtle Boy is okay with it and Karen Reed is okay with it, then the judge really, does she have any place to tell him no? Is there any place for her to get in the middle of that? I don't know. That ought to be interesting, see how she reads on that one. But I will tell you, she was not a happy judge today. Auntie Bev was not a happy girl in a happy world. Auntie Bev was not a happy camper today. Part of that is because, and I was in a discussion over this, and I really haven't talked about it. And yes, I am. Thank you for the information. You know who you are. But because I don't hear, I have to read everything, and sometimes I miss things. And when the prosecution made a comment about information
You're
and
Sementilli, defendant's present, all counsel present, jury, and also present. Officer Davis, again, you're still under oath. The defense may continue.
anyway, the prosecution made an ass of themselves, and Auntie Bev was not happy with them.
We were talking about this slide before, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you said here, you weren't sure of the exact date, but it would be whenever the Bible records ended.
That's correct.
Your Honor, I have the end
break, I
of
think
the
they
Bible
were
records.
taken.
It's just the one it's if I may please mark it as Defense Exhibit 613. Yes. Officer Davis, I'm just showing you the last 3 pages. The base stamp there. Base stamp 013437. The last 3 pages of one of Sementilli's Bible records. I'm going to go to the last page. See, this is where the records end, correct?
Yes, it is.
And we see here it is January 23rd, 8:14. You see that time, correct? The
Yes.
date?
Yes, it is.
And you discussed earlier in your testimony that I believe that's in EDT, Eastern Daylight Times, you have to adjust 3 hours.
That's correct.
So that would be January 23rd, 2017 at 5:14 p.m., correct?
Yes.
So this is where the Bible records end. This date then would be January 23rd, correct?
That's correct.
So, as we said earlier, this is showing that on January 23rd, 2017, when prosecution are alleging that Monica Sementilli is orchestrating this murder with Robert Baker, there are less messages, there are fewer messages on this day than nearly all the other days in January 2017.
Objection, argumentative.
Sustain.
I want to take a look at some of the exact timing of the messages on January 23rd, 2017. I believe you referred to them in one of your slides. Hold on.
I'll take a quick break from my bead work. 75% done with that one.
This is slide 55 of your PowerPoint presentation. This shows Bible business records for the afternoon of January 23rd, 2017, correct?
That's right.
And it's showing, testified to earlier, messages on Bible between Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker, correct?
From their accounts.
From their accounts, from their numbers attributed to them, correct?
Yes.
And as we saw from the records I showed you, at the bottom is where the records end. January 23rd, 2017 at 5:14 p.m. just before California time.
Yes.
And what do you mean, what part? It's like saying,
You see my cursor there.
why would you go to Denmark? Europe is a horrible place. I'm going to Tennessee is a cool place for me. I like it.
Ma'am, Tennessee is not Texas. You're making a big mistake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tennessee is
A
lovely.
few minutes or so,
Less rattlesnake, less heat.
continuing.
But you,
It is more hot, but yeah.
it's because they've seen the news and or something happened in New York or San
Yep.
Francisco,
Right.
and I'm just sitting there
Oh.
thinking,
Then,
but
Believe me, we're used to that in this country. All the polarizing media. I mean,
We know.
it's
the next
believe me,
record after that, the
it's
next
for
message
sure.
after
We
that
get it.
is at
We know.
4:46.
Yeah.
when I say, well,
So there
I've
is a
been
gap.
on the
No messaging
northeast
on
coast,
Viber
or well, I don't know if you call it
3:36
northeast, but
PM.
New York,
Mhm.
Washington, that area. Been in the Midwest, and I've been in, I don't know, Tennessee. Is that deep south
That's
or
the
is it just
southeast.
south?
It's the
Southeast.
southeast.
Yeah.
Yeah, but,
Tennessee is the southeast.
yeah, but you would call it south
Move on to
because
this in more
it's
detail
just below the
later,
Mason
but
Dixon. It's
Oh yeah,
it's
no, it's way
a
south.
data spike, as you call
yeah,
it.
but I said, and everything has different flavors. But
Yep.
I hate New York. I really hate being in New York. It's not for me. I'm not a big city person.
No.
I apologize, I'm gonna be very specific.
I didn't like living in Copenhagen when I lived there, and when Iris gets here and sees how small Copenhagen is, she'll be.
Sementilli's iPhone.
But
The
that's why I like Knoxville. Knoxville
I'm
is,
not a city girl either. I don't like the city either.
associated with
I like the country. I don't.
yeah, but you'll say, is this a big city? And we'll say, yeah,
No,
this
but
is.
it's still cool to see other places. I mean, it's an experience.
You're still scared of the west half of America. Like,
The Wild West.
I'm in the
It's just,
central.
a lot of people just have that idea that, I've seen America on the television. No,
Yeah, no, you haven't.
Yeah,
No.
and at the baptism, I was talking to my cousin and her husband. Her daughter was in. I actually think it might have been South Carolina, maybe Georgia, where she studied for a year.
I'm aware that there's
She
a
went
video, but I didn't focus on that
did
particular piece.
she did like 2 semesters in Connecticut, and she stayed with. We have a friend in Delaware, and they have been there a couple of times. And we were talking about it. She said, "Oh, Tennessee, yeah, we don't really know that, and how is that?" And it's the South, and it's. I loved it because everyone was carrying guns. They were like, "What?" I said, that's
Baker,
what I
this
was
is
trying
Ada.
to do, but
Baker.
we're scared. I said, no, because everyone was carrying a gun.
Hey, Baker.
It's not like in New York where the bad guys carry a gun. Everyone has a gun.
No.
And our society is a polite society. Oh. And then I put a lot of pictures from when we were at the black side.
Yes.
This is from slide 98 of the People's Exhibit 105, which is a PowerPoint presentation. This is a still from a surveillance camera which shows Robert Baker and Christopher Austin jogging up to the house. See that?
Yes.
And it's at 4:18 p.m., correct? See that there?
Is that the actual time? I know that there's a different time in the timestamp to the bottom right.
Yes, you have better eyes than me. It has been accepted that that time in the bottom right is an hour fast. So the time at the top, 4:18 p.m., is the correct time. You see that?
I see it, yes.
So again, 4:18 p.m., this time, these two killers are seen jogging up. That is, within this time period, 3:36 to 4:46 p.m., when there are no viral messages sent between Robert Baker and Michael Sementilli, correct?
That's correct.
Just to clarify for the record, this is the People's Exhibit 105. This PowerPoint presentation. This is slide 98 showing.
Slide 98, you said?
Slide 98 showing the joggers, the screenshot from the joggers running up to the Sementilli residence. Going ahead, you do another visualization here on slide 58, is that right?
Yes,
Showing Viber usage, correct?
that's right.
And it has Monica Sementilli on the left-hand side, correct?
That's right.
And Robert Baker on the right-hand side, yes?
Correct.
There's nothing here showing Christopher Austin, is there?
Not on this particular slide.
And there's no Viber communications you've seen at any time between Monica Sementilli and Christopher Austin, correct?
Correct.
Slide 59. This, I believe you said, is taken from Robert Baker's Facebook Messenger account, yes?
Yes.
It's January 26th, 2017, right?
Yes.
And it is Robert Baker sending a message to Chris Austin, correct?
That's right.
And it's Robert Baker who's saying to Chris Austin, download WhatsApp on your phone, right?
His account, yes.
His account. It's Robert Baker's account.
She'll just pass out.
Sending this message to Chris Austin, correct?
That's right.
She got through Canada. She'll be all right.
Yeah, but she
Yes,
dressed
she
for
will.
Canada.
Yes, she will. Hey, folks, on that note, I need to drop out.
Ciao.
I got to hang out with humans in my house, and it was.
I believe the WhatsApp business records for the number associated with Robert Baker, is that correct?
Yes.
And this shows that in the WhatsApp business records for Robert Baker's number, he has a contact for Christopher Austin, correct?
Yes.
And he has a contact for Monica Sementilli, correct?
That's right.
And each of them have a symmetrical contact for Robert Baker, correct?
Yes.
But there's no evidence that Christopher Austin and Monica Sementilli had each other as contacts, correct?
That's right.
Here we have WhatsApp, and you said, I believe, that WhatsApp's one of the most popular messaging apps, is that correct?
It is.
This is showing that Robert Baker registered with WhatsApp the evening of the murder, correct?
That's right.
And I think you said that this is the correct California time, that's 11:40 p.m. California time, correct?
Yes.
So that's January 23rd, 2017. And then we see that Monica Sementilli registers with WhatsApp on January 27th, 2017, correct?
Yes.
So it is Baker who registers, Robert Baker registers for WhatsApp 4 days before Monica Sementilli does, correct?
Yes.
We have another one of these link trees on slide 64, correct?
Yes.
And here we have Monica Sementilli, Robert Baker, and Chris Austin, correct?
That's right.
I just wanted to be absolutely clear. There is no connection, no line between Monica Sementilli and Christopher Austin.
Jeff, can you cumulative, it's been asked and answered multiple times.
Right. Here you have a timeline on slide 65 that shows installations of Viber and installations of WhatsApp, correct?
That's right.
And you have there that Monica Sementilli installed Viber April 9th, 2016, correct?
Jeff,
Yes.
cumulative, Your Honor.
It is. Counsel, you want to get to the point? Let's get to the point.
What's missing from this, obviously, is when Robert Baker installed Viber, correct? Which was back on August 24th, 2015. That's not shown on that timeline.
Cumulative.
Yeah, I'll allow that question.
That is not on the timeline.
Right, that would go much further back before this timeline even begins, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And what's also not shown on this timeline is all the messaging and calls on Viber between Robert Baker and Monica Sementilli for all the other months from April 2016 to January 2017, correct?
That's right.
You only show the 5,752 messages in January 2017, right?
That's the data I have.
testified earlier about emails you found that have been deleted, correct?
Yes.
There were 4 in total, right?
Yes.
These are 3 of them to do with Fabio's agenda, correct? Fabio Sementilli's agenda.
That's correct.
And these are all dated. The first is 1st of June 2016, right?
That's correct.
And the next 2 are 19th of July 2016.
Yes.
They're half a year before Fabio Sementilli was killed, correct?
Yes.
You found no other emails that have been deleted any closer to the murder, correct?
Not in this particular account.
And this was Monica Sementilli's account. It would encompass all her emails, correct?
Yes, the Hotmail.
And the only other deleted email you found was in June 2016, correct?
Yes.
Let's talk about IDMSS. That is the app you use to remotely view the home security cameras, yes?
For this particular setup, yes.
And the Android equivalent is GDMSS, I believe.
Yes.
One's for iPhone, one's for Android. It's the same app.
I for iPhone, G for Google.
That's very helpful. And you testified, so we have here, these are these, sorry, this is really more helpful, put this out. This is slide 85. These are the 2 corresponding apps, correct?
Yes.
And you explain at the bottom here that the way the apps connect to view the home surveillance is by connecting to the home IP address, correct?
Yes.
So the app has to connect to the home IP address in order to stream video, right?
Yes.
This shows slide 86 when Monica Sementilli, from her iCloud business records, installed the IDMSS app, correct?
Yes.
And it was installed on June 28, 2016, right?
That's right.
So again, this was about half a year before Fabio Sementilli was killed, correct?
Yes.
Now there is no evidence, is there, of IDMSS or GDMSS being installed on any of Robert Baker's devices, correct?
No.
There's no artifacts to show that he ever used it, correct?
That's correct.
And no artifacts to show that it was ever deleted at any point, correct?
True.
This is slide 90 of your PowerPoint presentation. This is showing Monica Sementilli in Target, correct?
Yes.
This is showing her from the still looking down at her iPhone, correct?
Yes.
And this is at 4:32 p.m., right? You see that at the top.
That's correct.
And that's the correct time as it was then, California time, correct?
Yes.
I want to talk to you about these different records which show the IDMSS app. So here we have the phone's internal log. This is Monica Sementilli's internal log from her phone, correct?
That's right.
And this shows log entries that have been filtered by IDMSS. That's correct, right?
Yes.
And it's showing here that there is a log entry on January 23rd, 2017, right?
Yes.
But there are other log entries, aren't there? There are 6 others, right?
That's correct.
So there's another log entry, November 10, 2016 here, correct?
Yes.
And you haven't shown the other log entries, but there are other log entries in the months preceding this, aren't there?
Yes, there are.
Right? Is it correct that there's, I believe, one in June 2016, I can show you photos.
Thank you.
That's the reason why. I know we should have it. Showing you People's Exhibit 105, slide 67. Does this appear to you to be the other log entries showing IDMSS?
Yes.
And it shows here that IDMSS accessed June 2016, yes?
Yes.
July 2016?
Yes.
2 times in August, correct, 2016?
Correct.
Once in September 2016?
Yes.
And once in November 2016, right?
Yes.
So that January 23rd, that wasn't the first time you used it. You used it all those other times before, correct?
Correct.
Going back to your slide, looking at this log entry, this is showing the app being accessed at 11:53:57 p.m. correct? But that's UTC time, right?
Yes.
So that's 3:53 p.m. correct?
That's right.
And there are no other times given, are there? It's just that 3:53 p.m.
On this particular record, that's correct.
Exactly. There's no end time. There's an end time there. It's left blank, correct?
That's right.
Now, is it possible that the app could be accessed, it could be opened, but no video is being viewed?
That is possible.
Right. In the same way that I could open up YouTube and until I click on a specific video, it's just open, it's not actually viewing any video, correct?
Yes. However, if I may, the amount of data being transferred here is not consistent with the app just being opened.
And that's because there's a large amount of data, is that like 32 megabytes, 32 million bytes, correct?
Right.
And that large amount of data is consistent with video being streamed, correct?
Yes.
And that's because video is a high data bandwidth activity, correct?
Yes.
It requires a lot of data to stream video, right?
It does.
And things like sending a picture or sending a text require much, much less data, right?
Yes.
So to stream video, you need millions of bytes, or at least thousands of bytes. You couldn't stream video with hundreds of bytes of data, could you?
It would be very short video.
Well, isn't it true that a byte is only enough to send text, correct?
It depends on the amount.
Well, given that video is a high data bandwidth activity, it takes, as you said here, this is consistent of millions of bytes, right?
It is.
It's not just the downloading of data that shows video being viewed. For this particular app, it has to connect to the IP address, correct?
Yes.
It cannot download, or sorry, it cannot stream video if it does not connect to the IP address, even if data is being downloaded.
I'm sorry, the last part of
Even
it.
if data is being downloaded by the app. Sorry, even if data is being downloaded, it has to connect to the IP address to stream video, correct?
I apologize, I don't understand the question. If data is being downloaded, they're the same thing. If I'm streaming, I'm downloading.
Right. Well, let me put it this way for the best. Let's look at slide 95. This is your visualization, slide 95, of the IDMSS app, correct?
Yes.
So in order to stream video, a few things have to happen. Number one is you have to be using the app, correct?
That's right.
Number two is it has to be downloading data, correct?
Yes.
The video requires a high amount of data, correct?
Yes.
In the millions or thousands of bytes, correct?
Yes.
Number three, it has to connect to the home IP address, correct?
For this particular system, that's correct.
IDMSS has to connect to the home IP address. All three of those things have to happen to stream video, correct?
That's right.
This record, slide 92, doesn't show connections to the home IP address, but slide 93 does, doesn't it?
That's correct.
Right. So slide 93 shows data download and connecting to the home IP address, correct?
Yes.
And the data download is in this column here, subscriber download bytes, correct?
Yes.
And domain, where it has this number, starting with 104, that is where it's connecting to the home IP address, correct?
Yes.
So here we have, let's look at the first row. 4 p.m., correct? Adjusted for the point in time?
Yes. On the 23rd.
There is a large number of bytes, 3 million, correct?
Yes.
700,000. And there is connecting to the home IP address, correct?
Correct.
So this is consistent with streaming video because there is a large number of data being downloaded and there's connections to the home IP address at 4 p.m., correct?
Yes.
This entry is row underneath it, also at 4 p.m. There's downloaded. So there can be no streaming of video if no bytes downloaded here, correct?
That is correct.
These two entries at 4 p.m. again, also underneath, no data downloaded, 0 there. So no video can be streamed, correct?
Well, that particular row does not have an associated IP address for it.
Exactly, and also it doesn't have a home IP address. So it lacks both of those things that are needed, correct?
Right.
And this row below,
I'm
yeah,
sorry,
doesn't
y'all.
have a
I don't know why
connection
that's
to home IP.
happening.
So this
It just may be I have too many windows open and I have a ton of windows open. My apologies. Although my StreamYard seems okay. I'm checking my numbers. Everything seems fine on my end. Hmm. I'm closing everything I don't need just to be sure. There we go.
downloading, sorry, streaming a video, does it?
No.
And that number, 77, that's 727 bytes. That's vastly smaller than the 3,700,000, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
That's too small to show viewing video, which requires a high data bandwidth, doesn't it?
Yes.
Right. So here, let's have a look. 4:05 p.m. We have connection to the home IP address, but we have an
This poor guy's going to be on the stand for a year.
That is correct. So that can't show video being streamed because the data download is too small, isn't it?
Or it's a very brief video. Yes.
Here, 0 bytes, 0 data downloaded. So there just cannot be any video being streamed, can there, at 4:05 p.m.?
Not in reference to that specific log entry.
Which is at 4:05 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And all these other entries at 4:25 p.m., none of these connects to the home IP address, do they?
There's no indication of an IP address associated with those log entries.
Right, from those log entries, there is no evidence, because it would show in the domain, that they're connecting to the home IP address.
Correct.
So none of those entries at 4:25, none of those entries can show video being streamed from the IDMSS app, correct?
Not those entries, no.
Right. You were shown People's Exhibit 161. Do we have that?
Yeah, that chair's starting to get a little bit wee uncomfortable, don't you think? I would think it is. Just saying.
You were showing this. You know, they're showing this as an exhibit, people's exhibit 161. Do you know what they're showing this?
Yes.
This is showing all the connections to the home IP address, correct?
Yes.
On January 24. There are no times, are there?
It looks like the times didn't show on this particular printout.
Right. So we don't know any of the times from this.
Not on this record. The
And
original
here-
record has them.
0, 0, 0, 0. These are all showing no data downloaded, so no video can be viewed then.
Correct.
And these are very small numbers, 160 bytes, 320 bytes, compared to the 3.7 million.
Yes.
And so these aren't consistent with data, sorry, video being viewed, which is requires a lot of data. These are such small numbers.
That is correct.
So the only entry that is consistent with video being used or video being streamed on the IDMSS app is this entry at 4 p.m. because it has sufficiently high data download and it has a connection to the home IP address, correct?
On this particular record, yes. However, on another AT&T record, the one that is marked mobility, there is more data. And one thing that's very important to note in these records is that AT&T only keeps them in 5-minute intervals. So that may not be a holistic, complete logging of absolutely all activity that takes place.
This is what you're referring to? Mobility records?
Yes.
These records do not show connections to a home IP address, do they?
No, these don't.
These show all data downloaded by any of the apps, if they're downloading data at these times, correct?
Correct.
So this doesn't show you the necessary information when it connects to the home IP address to tell you when video is being streamed, does it?
This record doesn't have IP address or destination information.
The only record that does is this one, isn't it?
Yes.
And as I've said, the only entry that has the two things you need, one, sufficiently high data, 3.7 million bytes, and two, connection to the home IP address, is the sole entry at 4 p.m., correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Cumulative.
Sustain.
The entries at 4:05 p.m., 4:25 p.m. are not consistent with viewing home security camera using this app, are they?
Same objection.
Sustain.
This image at 4:32 p.m., that is half an hour after the only record which is consistent with viewing data, isn't it? At 4 p.m. Sorry, the only record that's consistent with streaming video at 4 p.m.
Just to be precise, I would say the only record that shows the IP addresses in association with viewing video via the upload and download of data.
Right. There is no entry at 4:30 p.m. that shows connections to a home IP address that we've seen, correct?
Correct.
So if she was streaming video from her phone at this time on an IDMSS, it would show an entry at 4:30 next to the home IP address, wouldn't it?
Again, because AT&T is only grabbing specific 5-minute intervals, it may not capture that. Every company has different types of logs, and AT&T keeps them specifically at 5 minutes.
Right, but because at 5-minute increments, this is at 4:32, there would be an entry at 4:30 or 4:35, wouldn't
Y'all hang in there with me. I know
we
that
don't
it's getting a
see
little
any
bit
entries at 4:30 or
long in the
4:35.
tooth, but this is
Consistent with streaming
sport.
video, do. No.
Just hang in there with me, y'all. We'll get through this, I promise.
In fact, we don't see any other entries at any other time.
I want to thank those
What
who
we
have
just
hung
looked
with
at,
me all day.
consistent
You
with
are
streaming
so
video,
sweet.
do.
I appreciate you.
Same.
I want to show you
This is, to me, the metadata is the hardest day of trial. To stay with it, to stay awake, to be able to keep your mind engaged. And I apologize for that, but part of trial. Some days are phenomenal. Some days are a little bit dry, but it is what
these
it
are
is.
not the full records of everything happening every 5 minutes.
I don't think so. It's not a second by second log. AT&T just keeps them in the course of every 5 minutes.
But there are more entries than what you filtered down to here, aren't there?
Oh, yes.
So, I have the AT&T records that show all of the entries during this time period. Family Marcus is defense exhibit, I believe 614. Yes.
So if you stuck with me this long, God love you.
Today is showing you and exhibit.
Unfortunately, this metadata stuff.
These are all the entries here I highlighted at 4:30, right?
That's right.
Around the same time that she is looking at her phone and the target still, correct?
Approximately.
And it shows here, if you go to the domain name, this is where data is being downloaded from, correct?
Yes.
So it's showing that data is being downloaded at 4:30 from apple.com, yes?
Yes.
Yahoo, DNS.net, correct?
Yes.
Facebook.com, correct?
Uh-oh, she's digging.
Amazon.com. Yes. And this last one, I can't read, aka MAIEDGE.net, right?
Yes.
So those are the records of what her phone is downloading at 4:30 p.m., isn't it?
That is definitely some of the activity at that time.
Right, and there's nothing here showing my IP address, is there?
No.
Right now, for the ASAP verdict, what there was a poll,
Somewhat more.
and in that poll,
Is that correct?
in the poll for the ASAP trial, 24% guilty, 67 not guilty, 9% hung. We know it's not hung because there is a verdict, so we are waiting for that verdict.
Also a lot more guys, yeah. Enough that it's worth it.
We're going to adjourn now. There are cases on this floor in which they've reached, jurors have reached a verdict that is going to be taken later, and I want you out of it. So we are going to adjourn till tomorrow at 9 o'clock. The admission applies. You don't have to discuss this case either among yourselves. If anyone else will express any opinions on the causes when I submit to you. Have a good evening. See you tomorrow at 9.
9 o'clock? Oh, that's 8 o'clock my time. So y'all, let's go back and see what he just said.
Express any opinions on the causes when I submit. Correct. So we are going to adjourn till tomorrow at 9 o'clock. The admission applies. You don't have to discuss this case either. Jurors have reached a verdict that is going to be taken later, and I want you out of it. So,
Enough that it's worth it.
we're going to adjourn now. There are cases on this floor in which they've reached, jurors have reached a verdict that is going to be taken later, and I want you out of it. So we are going to
Wow.
9 o'clock. The admission applies. You don't have to discuss this case either.
Wow, y'all. He is ending It is 6:19. We are waiting. And this is California. Is she California or is she South Carolina? Oh my gosh, please tell me I wrote the wrong thing on the thing. I think I did. Is she California? I'm pretty sure she is. Let me get this thing anchored so I don't lose the beads, because that sucks when you lose your beads and you're chasing them all over the floor. Seed beads on floor. You've seen me do that once before. I don't want you to see me do that again. So we're going to cap these babies now so I don't have them all over the floor. Okay. California, I was wrong. Uh-oh. I'm running over something. Okay, I'm good. I did wrong in my description. Oh, I did right, California. So, this verdict here, the ASAP Rocky trial, is in the same court, in the same building that she's in. Y'all. Y'all, he wants her out of there before the trial, before the hearing. That's one way to put it. Definitely one way to put it. Okay, so what we're going to do, now we're going over here and we're going to wait. Y'all come on back now. It's time. Oh, sunny day. Where are you? Oh, where are you, Miss Sunny Day? I wonder. Hi, Sunny Day. How are you? Are you ready for the verdict? No, seriously, you ready for the verdict? What do you think of the verdict is going to be? That's a little bright lipstick, but oh well. Trying to lighten it up for you today. It's been a long day. Not a bad day. It's just we didn't have a whole lot of business in the shop today, and I wish we had a lot more. I need to work on that. We are starting to sell the coffee and the tea here that sponsor me. So we're going to start selling that here. Yeah, yes. In the shop so people can physically come here and get it. So I think I need to advertise it. I haven't done a whole lot of advertising, so I need to create an advertisement. I want to thank all of my members who have joined this channel. Thank you so very much. Oh, sunny day, 67% of the poll with thousands, and I mean thousands. Let me see. 413 votes are saying 24% guilty, 67% not guilty, 10% hung jury. Yeah. Wow. That's something. I'm just saying that's something, y'all. Okay, so the judge is trying to get her out of the courthouse before we have the verdict for the ASAP Rocky trial. Now, Miss Sunny Day, do you want to bless me with his charges? Because I don't know anything about this case. I haven't followed it. I can pull them up. Assault with a semi-automatic firearm. Rakeem Myers is charged with 2 counts felony of assault with a semi-automatic firearm after he allegedly lead-showed Ephraim's direction after an argument near Hollywood Hotel on November 6th of 21. The rapper could serve up to 24 years in prison if convicted on all charges. Mm, I don't understand why these people, I'm not into rap. Okay, that's fine, but I can appreciate the music form. And I do. What I don't appreciate is why are so many of them? Is it because they sing about it all the time and they start to believe the crap or what? I mean, not saying that their stuff is crap, but that that's a fake lifestyle. That gangsta rapper thing. Why are they carrying weapons to begin with? Why do you carry a weapon to begin with? If you are worried about your safety, you hired professionals to carry because you got the money, honey. Why would he have a weapon to begin with? A lead shooter to begin with on his person? You know, now I was telling somebody here in Texas, y'all, we all's got them, but there's a lot of us who went through training like me. Um, More training than the average Joe Bear. I'm not a police officer. I don't have police officer training, but I am a little bit better than the average Joe. And I've had police officers tell me I'm decent shot and kind of wink, meaning you're a good shot. So, but my thing is that I I I don't understand if I had his kind of money and I was worried for my safety, I would hire someone to take care of that. I wouldn't carry myself. I don't understand why are so many of our entertainment industry getting in so much trouble? Have they lived above the law so long that they think they're immune? I'm not sure. What are your thoughts on that? Miss Sunny Day. Um, I don't know. I know in general in society we've got a lot of people getting in trouble, but y'all are held to a higher standard. Everybody's live waiting for this to happen. Um, I check somebody else's channel and it makes me really sad. So I'm gonna move away. The fact is that I just heard myself and it distracted me. Um, I have been working on something, y'all, but I can't show you. Maybe I can. Can I? No, it won't do it for me. Well, there's that, but it doesn't show it on here. Let me get it. Um, there it is. Lucky, say hello. See, I can add myself in a box, but I don't know how to change it in this app. I don't, yeah, y'all see my mess over here where I'm beating. Oh, boy, that is a wide angle lens. Y'all see all kind of stuff back there. I don't like that. I'm gonna go back to this. But I'm working on my Stream Deck, y'all. My ATM Mini Extreme Black Magic design. I'm learning how to use it. It's not easy. And somebody told me, this might be too hard for you. And I'm all like, oh, them fighting words, boo boo. Well, I went to college for this. Yeah, congratulations. And you impressed me much. And I'm like, but I'm going to prove to you that I can do this. And I got some of it figured out. I just can't figure out why I have no sound. Because I can run the computer with the court right here. I can run this computer with the court feed, and then I can do StreamYard and all this other special stuff on all this other stuff. So yeah, y'all seeing the workstation. Ada everywhere? Wow. There's some of y'all I haven't seen in a while. I miss you guys. I really do. Some of y'all, yeah. And by the way, I love EDB so much that I have her Law Nerd. I even have her Black Law Nerd sweatshirt. I have her lip gloss. And you know what, guys? I love her so much. I want you guys to go because I don't have any merch. Yeah, money. I don't have any merch yet, but until I do, go support her. She's got cool merch. And this is the same exact tumbler that Starbucks. It's the same manufacturer for the Starbucks ones. So you know it's good. There's a place called Nobility that used to have some really cool looking ones, and I thought they were great. But they would start leaking right around the rim here. And I hated it because water would be floating in there and it would mildew and blah. But yeah, Miss Laudner did great. Hi, baby girl. Hey, baby girl. My dog is telling me at 6:30. It's 6:31. You are a good girl. Yes, you are. Go tell Bobo to potty you and turn off the light. The potty's over. She's looking up at me. Hey, come here. Up. Aw, come here. Let's get close. Aw, that's a good girl. You're so dark they can't see you. You're so dark they can't see you. Huh? Oh, Okay, get down. Go. I just asked my son to potty her, please. The moment, you know why I did that is because the moment I get up, this verdict is going to come in, and then there you go. I miss it, so I'm gonna see if he'll do it. I need to find a way. Let me see. Guest. Oh, no, it won't work. Did you go come here? Come here. Come here, Sensei, here. What do you got? Come here. Come on. Here. Touch. Come on. Come on. Give me that. Give me that. She's got her little elephant. There you go. Go get it. Sorry, my chair got caught on my cord. She is, oh, there she goes. She's running around with her elephant in her mouth. Oh, sunny day. Yeah. Well, I got a TV monitor. I need to get I need to get the TV mount, wall mount. And I want to take this pole and turn it side. I got to do some reorganizing, y'all. I got to do some reorganizing. I have a pole that this light and the fan and the camera, the lights are on. I'm going to run it horizontally instead of up and down. I have the camera on a pole that connects to the desk. So every time I shake the desk, the camera shakes. And the fan, and I want to get them mounted and hanging down so I can place that camera a little better in the center where I want it. And then in this little space right here, there's going to be a TV on that back wall, and this is going to be all clear. And then I'm going to take this TV and put it down here. I mean, this monitor. So I'm going to have more of a 2 and 2 kind of thing with a camera in between. So if I'm looking kind of a little slightly off, it'll be different than me looking at you like this and being able to look up and down. Let me change the camera view. Be better than me looking. It'll be like I'm looking here and I'm looking here instead of reading and looking in the middle. But hold on. The thing is with hold on. Please potty her. I'm waiting on a verdict. So anyway, I'm almost to where I'm happy with the setup. I just got a little more work to do. And by changing it a little bit, I need to reconfigure some of the stuff and create a little more space. So it'll be cool. But the background will be the same. I also going to have a bar hanging this way with a black background or green, depending on if I have someone joining me or not. So we'll just wait and see. And I'm going to be going over to Grandma's house and I'm going to start interpreting some of her books for kids. I just got to get that background back up. And then I'm going to start doing that. And then I think what I'm going to try and do is to try and take some of my most popular cases and interpret those. I'm worried about the Karen Reed because my interpreter is working for a college and she is really busy, but I'm going to put a call out and see if I can find somebody. A lot of interpreters won't do it because it's court, but what they don't understand is this is not in court. This is not interpreting a court proceeding for somebody. You're not there for the judge. You're not there for the defendant. You're not there. This is entertainment. And a lot of certified interpreters will not do this because they're afraid of their licensing. And I'm like, guys, stop walking in fear. This is not court in the sense that they're looking at it. Yes, I love some of her books for kids. So I'm going to start interpreting some of those for her. It's just, wintertime is always hard on me. I don't think you realize I'm sitting on this thing that heats up my back. I got a heating pad on my footrest, and I'm doing everything I can to keep my joints as warm as I can all day long. I'd rather be sweating than cold because when my joints are warm, my pain is nil. When my joints get cold, my pain is real. And I mean it. Hot nil, cold for real. It really is. And so that's why I'm very, very careful about my body during the winter time. So I don't do as much in the winter as I'd like to. It is the way it is. It is the way it is. So, let's talk about this, guys. Look what I created. What do you think? Precious courtroom junkie. You so precious. Isn't that precious? Thank you, courtroom junkie. That's when you do something nice for me. I say thank you. And then thank you much for your support. And here's another one. Thank you so much for your support. I think this is the one that everybody liked. So I'm going to get rid of the other one. Nobody liked the other one. And then this is thank you for the super chat. And then this is I love my court junkies. What do y'all think of those? I love them. I really love this one. That one looks like me. I hate that she's got her number tags in her ear. I love the Highlander cow. I used to not give a rat's tush, but I have fallen in love. I love the head on this one. Oh my gosh, it is super cute. It is super cute. And of course, this one's, oh, look at that hair. And of course, there's that head tilt again. Rosie Cow is cute. What were we going to call the male cow? I forgot it. It was an Irish Haley mouse. I think it'll be down here more. Yeah. Oh, Hamish. Hamish. Let me screenshot that. Hamish, the Highlander for the boy. It's Irish. And then Heidi for the girl. I think that's what we were going to do. Hamish and Heidi and Hamish. I got 2 stuffed animal ones back there. They're Heidi and Hamish. And we're waiting. We're waiting for that. The verdict is in. I'm going to refresh just to make sure. Oh, everybody's waiting on this. It's almost an hour late. It's almost an hour late. JFK Presidential Library in Boston abruptly closes until further notice. Oh, what happened? The John F. Kennedy Library Foundation, located outside of Boston, announced it would be closed until further notice, and a move that seemingly relates to the President Donald Trump's executive orders. Oh, I'm not getting into politics. I thought something had happened at the location, like somebody did something stupid. I'm not getting into politics. Pineapples, no politics. And then, of course, Rosie. Yep, Rosie the cow. I'm kind of looking around. Oh, mini donkeys are cute. Oh my gosh, those things are super cute. They're super cute. They really are. Everybody is waiting on this. Oh my gosh, everybody's. Do you know what? Kay West and his wife, Bianca, I have to say this. He is wearing sweatpants and a jacket, and everybody else in sweats and jacket, and he has her walking around like this. I am not going to share more than I just did, but it angered me. She does not want to be dressed like that. You can tell. And she is cold. Everybody else is in long sleeves and sweats. And she's walking around in a long sleeve bodysuit with no undergarments on, and you can see everything. And the other thing is that when she was on the carpet at the whatever it was, and she was wearing an outfit where there was nothing hidden. And the first time it was shown with no blurring of either parts. And it angered me because he clearly, oh, here it is. Oh, she's done it multiple times, obviously, but I just think it's BS. And I think that that is so degrading to humans and women, not just women, but humans and women in general. But I am just so appalled. I am appalled at that man's audacity to make her wear that and then force her to take the clothes off. Okay, let's see if we can get a video of this. I may just have to share this. We'll read it. I'll share this. What the Delta airline pilot have to say about what could have caused the crash and make it go belly up. The Delta plane crash landed and flipped upside down in Toronto on Monday. Airline pilots say strong crosswind or runway debris could have caused the landing gear to fail. All 80 passenger and crew survived, likely thanks to aircraft design and airline safety protocol. 3 airline pilots suspect some combination of faulty landing gear, wintry weather, or debris may have caused the to flip belly up. Former Delta captain Mark Stevens, who flew for the carrier for 30 years, told Business Insider that video of the event shows the right main landing gear collapsing within seconds of touchdown. He said it appeared the right wing then struck the ground, detached from the jet, and the caught on fire. The plane then rolled and came to rest on upside down. There's just no stopping this once whatever forces caused the gear to fail, Stevens said. The plane didn't fully engulf in flames, likely because when the wing fell off, it left the fuel behind. And that is true, reducing the risk of major sparks. Snow and ice may have also helped to control the said fire. 2 other active airline pilots who have not been named due to ongoing investigation and their employers' politics regarding speaking out on media agreed that the video shows the right gear likely failing during the touchdown. Oh my gosh, y'all. That is and do you know what's scary? What's scary is one of RA's mods, if I understand it correctly, and I'm prefacing this if I understand it correctly, husband was on that plane. And I want to say a thank you, Jesus, and praise Jesus or God or whoever you praise, that nobody was hurt. She is, that's right. She is more than just a decoration. Let me ask, would he go out there wearing a Speedo made of the same material, naked? Would he have taken off his clothes? Would he put a fur coat on and wear high heels or tennis shoes or whatever, and then drop it and be butt naked underneath that with just a see-through Speedo, like the same material she was wearing? I don't think he would. I don't think he would have done that, and it angers me. Angers me. And I know I'm losing people for it, but I don't care. I do care, but I think it's degrading, and I'm so glad that they were asked to leave. They weren't even invited to the event. Maybe that's why they did it, because they were not invited to that event. Somebody got their knickers in a knot, but then he parades her all over town that way. So I would have been divorced a nanosecond after the request was made. Oh. So the next date is the 25th for the Karen Reed. We will be there for that. If you weren't here earlier, go back and watch the beginning. That is where Karen Reed's motion is. That is correct about RA's mod. Yeah. I don't know which mod it was. I don't need to know. That's her privacy, but I have to tell you, I'm so glad that we're being thankful and she's not planning a funeral. Why don't we do this? Let me go ahead and do the giveaways for today's and yesterday's. Let's go ahead and do that. Gabby, you won one. Okay, you'll be entered. And I'm trying to share this page. Penny, you won. Yay. So you two are entered into the end of the month $50 giveaway. And I'm waiting for a special person to hop on because their $50 giveaway was going to be donated to somebody else. And I need to confirm that donation. And then if it is, then I need to tell that person that they were gifted the $50 giveaway. Has anybody heard or seen from Ronnie? I haven't seen Ronnie lately. I know her husband had surgery, and I know that has been a very difficult time for them, but I'm praying that they are doing well. Let me go over and see what I can catch here. We have a new motion in the Karen Reed trial. We do, y'all. Maybe I should just go ahead and start reading it. I got to be able to open it. Why can't I open it? Okay, let me get back to it. Everybody is waiting. Oh, Cameron, thank you so much, Carmen, for sending people my way. That was so kind of you. So kind of you. You were so awesome. Everybody is waiting for this. Why is it not? Am I the only one? Y'all need to help me out. I mean, you don't need to help me out. Please help me out here. Please, please. Verdict is still the same. I'm not getting anything. Why are we not getting anything? Is there something? I'm trying to see in comments. Cynthia, when they're on the record. I asked a question. Let's see if anybody answers me. Yeah, make sure you like the video, guys. Please. Please like the video. Oh, that's right. It was in members chat. Here we go. I love you, baby girl, but this is not where we need to put that, and we need to delete message. Delete message. I got it here. I'm not trying to be mean, honey. It's just the wrong place for it. Okay, June. Okay, cool. Well, I need to save as. Single file save. Let's see if it'll let me open it up. Okay, okay. Here we go. Here we go. I'm gonna swing over here to read. I'm gonna try and share this if I can. As soon as I start reading, they're gonna go live. How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet? As soon as we start reading this, they're gonna want to go live. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. Okay, here we go. Memorandum in support of a petition. It's 30 some odd pages. It says 699 pages, but it's not. It's 30. Let me come back up here and see. There's so much. Oh, there it is. They're saying tomorrow verdict. Well, I don't think it would be tomorrow because that judge said they had a verdict and they're trying to clear the courthouse and wanted her to get out of there. It changed to 5:30 their time, 7:30 my time. Well, okay. Okay, so they changed it to 5:30. Okay. We are not filming in the courtroom, LOL. We are just using the feed from the pool camera chill by Court TV. Okay, let me say that to Court TV before I get myself in a knicker knot. Knickers knot. Okay, so let's read. I have this over here, and of course, y'all holla. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, we got the seal. I told you. Now comes the petitioner, Karen Reed, by and through the undersigned counsel, and hereby respectfully submit a memorandum in support of her petition for writ of habeas corpus. And like I said, the moment I start, here we go. The moment.
All right, you have the verdict form with you? Yes, sir. All right, give
Here
those
we
back.
go. Let's build some suspense.
All right, what we're gonna do, folks, is Deputy Bennett is gonna give the verdict forms to juror number one. Juror number one, I want you to look at the verdict forms, and I'm gonna wanna know whether these verdict forms reflect your true and correct verdicts. Juror two, I'd like you to look over her shoulder so you can review the verdict forms.
So he's going to have them review it before reading it?
Once I've heard from both of you,
That's
take
new.
the verdict forms to juror number three.
I only have
Juror
two people
three,
watching.
verdict
Come on,
form,
y'all.
Juror four, look over her shoulder. So ultimately, I'm going to want to hear from all 12 of you whether these verdict forms reflect your individual true and correct verdicts. Everybody understand? All right. You got it? These two different ones. Juror number one, are those your true and correct verdicts? Juror number two?
Yes.
Juror three and four? Juror five and six? Juror five, are those your true and correct verdicts? Yes. Juror six? All right, let's get the verdict forms to juror seven.
I appreciate that he did it that way. That was cool. I liked it. I only got two people watching, y'all. I got it. Yeah. Oh, Sunny Golden June, you're it.
Juror seven?
Everybody went
Juror
elsewhere.
eight? Yes. Nine and 10?
It's okay. I love y'all. If he goes to jail, he won't be getting his hair braided like that. He'll get it braided, but not like that.
11 and 12.
That's some tight braiding, y'all. That's expensive braiding.
Juror 11?
Yes.
Juror 12? Yes. All right, all jurors have stated that the verdict forms reflect their individual true and correct verdicts.
That's
Now let's do-
tight, yeah.
Yes, Your Honor.
You are. You're my troopers, man. I got to tell you. The court hasn't really been that good lately.
Court, County of Los Angeles. People of the state of California versus Joaquin Mayers. Case number BA 508142-01. We, the jury of the above entitled action, find the defendant, Joaquin Mayers, not guilty of
Oh, no! No! Whoa! He's going to get in trouble.
Hold down, hold down. Verdict has to be run on count.
Whoa!
Repeat again, we, the jury, above entitled actions, find the defendant, Joaquin Mayers, not guilty of the semi-automatic firearm in violation of Penal Code Section 245, Section B.
I don't know anything
They
about
found
your
him
case,
starting
but
to count
damn,
on the
that was
information
one
this
reaction.
18th day of February
Holy crap.
2025, jury seat number 9.
Yo!
All right, title for the cause, we, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the defendant, Joaquin Mayers, not guilty of the crime of assault with a firearm in violation of Penal Code Section 245, Section B.
All right, I gotta check up on this, y'all. This is crazy.
18th day of February 2025, juror seat number 9, 4-person.
During this trial, I
Free
watched
man.
you periodically. You did
With 67% of people out of 12,000 people voting,
which is to give both
I'm not
sides a fair
surprised.
trial, pay attention, use your common sense, apply the law, and base your verdict on the evidence. I know you took extensive notes, and you took this as seriously as any jury could. We cannot have jury trials without folks like you. So you certainly have my gratitude. I want to extend to you my best wishes. Again, thank you. The admonition to not discuss the case no longer applies. You can talk about the case. With
Oh,
anybody
you bet
want
they
to.
will.
If you don't want to.
You bet they will.
Alex has your certificates of completion. You can take your juror badges with you. Thank you again. You are excused.
Everybody remain seated in the public. We're gonna let the jurors walk out first.
Y'all, there's gonna have some interviews going on. So let's get the interviews. I want to see the interviews. Wow. Wow. And thank you for not getting me for contempt of court for diving over the bar. Holy crap, that was a reaction. I never seen that before.
All right, the jury is left. The bond is exonerated. Mr. Mayers, excused.
Whoa! And the prosecution is pissed. They're out of there, y'all. They out of there. I know I'm screaming. I'm sorry. Wow. Whoa. Whoa. For y'all who don't know, the Pope has pneumonia in both lungs. They say he's in good spirits, but this could be something very serious and could lead to something that we do not want. I am waiting to see if we can get some. I noticed Trial TV Live is still going. I'm going to see if they do any kind of interviews. I never seen that before. That was let's rewatch that moment, shall we? Let's kind of roll this back here, shall we? Well, where is it? Oh. Replay. I don't need a replay machine. I just do it. Watch this. Wow. Oh my God. Hi. Oh, they're hurting me today. Oh, wow.
All right, what we're going to do, folks, is Deputy Bennett is going to give the verdict forms to juror number 1. Juror number 1, I want you to look at the juror number 7. All jurors have,
Okay,
stated that
watch
verdict forms
the
reflect
die.
individual true correct
I'm going to do this. Maybe not.
Yes.
Wow. There it is. I want you to see the dive.
Versus Joaquin Mayers, case number BA
This is a dive.
508142-01. We,
I've never
the jury,
seen
in the
that.
above entitled action, find the defendant, Joaquin Mayers, not guilty of
I know, right, June?
Not get the audience.
That happened with O.J. Simpson.
Hold down, hold down. Verdict has to be read on camera. Repeat again, we, the jury.
You're
in the above
right,
entitled
it's Sunny
action,
Day.
find the defendant, Joaquin Mayers, not guilty of semi-automatic firearm.
Okay, so we know he's not guilty, but that was one of the most entertaining verdict reads I have ever seen in my life. Oh, y'all. I want to see what. Oh, lawyer, you know, is smiling like crazy. I'm getting lawyer, you know's reaction. And it's like, he said that nobody's paying attention to the judge all trial. Why should they start now? I don't know if I can share his live. I don't want to get in trouble. I'm trying to find if anyone is getting interviews. I want to stick around long enough to see. Lawyer, you know, is smiling from ear to ear. He's like, oh my God, did they just do that? The lawyer, you know, is all like, yeah, did not follow the court instructions at all. Oh, wow. So yeah, yeah, yeah. So I am just kind of floating around seeing it. If you guys see, because when we're done here, we're going to read the memorandum of support for the petition of writ of habeas corpus under Rule 28 USC 2241 in the Karen Reed trial. We are going to go through that, but I do want to see if we are going to have an interview. Oh, I just found out that Elizabeth Taylor's jewelry collection was worth 23 billion bill bill billion dollars. Holy crap. Oh, okay. So Rhina brings her kids to court. I don't know the connection. I'm not in that world, y'all. So does somebody want to fill me in? Yeah. Well, look, the problem is he may had a shock look, but I got to be honest with you. After being in trial like I have with my ex and other trials I've been in and around outside of this world, um, hold on a minute. My son is calling. Hold on. I didn't catch him. Let me be right back. I got to take a TT break anyway, so I'll be right back.
Hey, I'm back. Oh my gosh. You're showing 5 on your end. What do you mean by 5? If you guys have a if you guys have a link, please drop it in the comments. Otherwise, I will not see it. Because I don't know what you mean by having 5. Showing 5 on your end? What do you mean? Oh, so you know there's gonna be you know there's gonna be them leaving. Oh. So I'm trying to get, breaking news, Diddy lawyer claims prison is unbearable, facing daily attacks. Well, guess what? I won't go there. I'm trying to see if you guys find something, let me know. As you guys can tell, I'm searching. That's a freaking cool looking something I would never wear, but that was cool. There it is. We found it. Okay, while we're waiting for that, I'm going to go ahead and put this back up. Now comes the petitioner Karen Reed, respectfully submit a memorandum in support of her petition for the writ of habeas corpus. Miss Reed, currently facing an April 1, April Fool's Day. I'm still worried that that's not going to go. April Fool's Day. Retrial in Norfolk County Superior Court after a prior mistrial in July of 24. The petition contends that such retrial will violate Ms. Reed's Fifth and 14th Amendment protections against double jeopardy. The petition relies upon post-trial statements of 5 jurors. This is new, y'all. This came out on the 18th, and that is today. Fifth Amendment protection against double jeopardy. The petition relies upon the post-trial statements of 5, 4 directly and 1 indirectly, that the jury in Miss Reed's first trial reached a final unanimous decision to acquit her on second-degree murder. Despite massive media publicity regarding these declarations, none of the other 7 jurors disputed the accuracy of the post-trial statements. So they're basically saying, hey, guess what? It was so publicized that these 5 jurors came forward, 4 directly, 1 indirectly, stating that, hey, boo, this is not what went down. And this other 7 jurors did not come up and say, no, that's not what happened here. Okay, so I've got to delete some of this stuff because this is a lot of weird stuff up here and it's driving me crazy. I got too much stuff up here. Okay. Now they're coming out this door. They're trying to set up. I'm watching. I got it right there. So, Fourth and Fifth Amendment, a unanimous decision second degree, despite the massive media publicity regarding the declarations, none of which the 7 other jurors disputed the accuracy or the post-trial statement. In the usual course, the jury verdict would have been announced in open court, and re-prosecution for that charge would indisputably be constitutionally prohibited. Here, however, the trial court, assuming but not verifying the jurors' notes indicating an impasse, referred to all rather than just several of the outstanding charges. They were at an impasse, not of any of the major charges, but the minor. They
I'm sorry, I'm keeping an eye out. So, all the main charges she was, found not guilty on. Now, one of the jurors has spoken in public and basically said that they were. Oh, wait a minute. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. They're getting testy in this court. Woo! Y'all, we about ready to watch. We are about ready to watch some news people go down.
Don't push me, okay?
Seriously, bro.
I got to tell you, I've done that. I've worked for news. I was a photographer for the Spurs, San Antonio Spurs events, and I used to sit on my knees underneath the basket. I've had players in my lap, but I tell you, when a good shot was getting ready to happen, those men would get those elbows up and they do this and they'd shove you around. It is awful. It is a fest, and I kid you not. This is $10,000 a shot type thing here, big money, and they're going to fight for it, and they will draw blood. And if you're a woman, they really, really walk all over you until you wear heels and step on their toes. Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Congratulations. Back up. Where am I going? It's a war.
Did you hear that? Where's my car? It's a war. I'm reading it. I have my live caption on. Sometimes the live caption will pick up what you're not picking up because they have no captioning on here.
Hey, everyone, back up!
So loud. It is so loud.
Back up!
Look at the push fest.
Yo, give him respect.
They want to have a press conference.
Down.
Yeah, all we're going to see is a sea of cameras. Let me see if I can find a better view. Give me a minute. We just got to see a cameras here. Let me see if I can find a better view.
Nonetheless, I'm thankful and we're blessed to be here right now. Be a free man talking. Thank you. All praise to God.
Please praise God.
Guys, look, guys. Guys, we can't do this. We'll just have to leave. But listen, guys, listen.
How can they organize it?
Yo, Rocky, you free. Party at Wally's, bro. Relax. Water on me. Guys, bottom line is we're grateful for the jury. They saw through this mirage of a case. He said from day one he was innocent. He turned down a plea for almost no jail time because he was innocent. And I've always said this was an extortion. The extortion played out live in color in court. You know, we've always said,
Don't laugh at those selfie sticks anymore. They're getting good videos off of them things right now.
Tyrell Efron. We've said that from day one. They should do it now. They have him admitting to perjury. They have him committing extortion. The jury saw through it and came to an enormously quick and speedy verdict, the right verdict. And we thank this jury. And again, for me, my partner Chad, we're honored to have represented this amazing family. Rocky is one of my closest friends, but he's also just a great, great person. Rihanna, they are seriously the greatest people. And I said I love them, and I really do love them. And I got emotional in my summation because I care about them. This is one of the happiest days of my life, and I'm happy for them because they've earned this and deserve it. Get this guy on. Congratulations. Thank you, bro. Okay, guys.
Oh my God.
Oh, now they're falling.
Wait. This is a camera stand.
Bodyguards can't get through because of all the cameras, and there are a lot of cameras. The media is not going to back off. They will push forward until you shut them down. Trying to get the family out. Yo, that is serious problems, man. Look at this. This is why I hate news reporters and camera people. I don't hate them. I just don't like that. There comes a point, you know. There comes a point. You're all in it for the money. We get it, but you don't have to be jerks and step on people. Now they're all checking to see who's got bruises and who's bleeding. That's what we call. We used to call that the blood shot. Did you not? We called it the blood shot because if you didn't come out of that without any blood, then you didn't fight hard enough. It is brutal, and yeah, I don't have any part of that again. Okay, so that be all, folks, on that end. Let's get back over to here because I know y'all want to hear about this. If you don't, let me take a poll real quick. Do you guys want me to read this 35-page report, or do you want to do it tomorrow? June, sunny day. Wasn't she guilty? She was found guilty, wasn't she? I could have sworn she was found. I thought we watched it. Let me go back. I think we were just waiting on sentencing. I thought she got guilty. 3 counts of life. Yeah, that's what the jury came back with. Yeah, 3 life sentences. She ain't ever gonna see the daylight again. Now was that with or without parole? Because everybody thought in the beginning that it was with parole, with the possibility of parole, and she'd be 51 years old, but the judge had the final say on that, and so but yeah, we followed that trial. We sure did. We followed that trial. Oh, okay, here's some more. Let me get here's another.
I didn't realize how athletic he was. He in a single week.
Yeah, we had all that information. Thank you, June. Kind of you.
That was
Why is there no sound on their end?
that was happening.
Okay, let's get that.
You know, there was a moment where
They knocked over the stand. They knocked over the stand.
it's a little different than it was 5 minutes ago.
Wait.
Oh, that was nuts. I didn't realize how athletic he was. He in a single week went over the jury box, but I mean the spectator row. Look, that was raw emotion. That was happiness. You know, there was a moment where before we heard the words from the clerk, you know, he didn't know if he was going to be spending the next 2 decades in jail or going home. And so when you hear those words, obviously, you know, I know how he was feeling. We've been in communication the last few hours, and it's a lot on the line. He has 2 little children. He's got a beautiful wife, and he's got a family. And so that was raw emotion. You guys got to see that, and you know, it was even for us. I mean, it was insane. So it was just very, very satisfying.
When you and I spoke earlier, you said there was a lot on the line, when coming to this verdict. Now that everything's over with, what's next for ASAP? What's next for the whole family now that they can get past this?
Well, they promised their third kid would be named ASAP Joe. So that's as far as I know. What's next is they're going to move on. I mean, they have a lot of great things professionally to do. Rocky's really at the height of his career. He's worked with Gucci, he's worked with Puma, he's got a lot of things going. Obviously, Rihanna is on top of the world, and they have two beautiful, beautiful children, and they have a family. And you saw them come together. I took offense to the prosecutor Lewin saying that they manufactured some sort of appearance of a family in his summation. But I think the jury obviously took offense to that too. They were a family, and they were a family, and that's why she was here to support him, and that's why his kids came. He doesn't know when he's going to see them again, and if this didn't go well for him, not that I thought it wasn't going to, so it was just beautiful to see.
You always have
we do. We work hard. And these trials are hard, and they tax us, and you don't sleep. But at the end of the day, this is what it's all about. That's why I went to law school. That's why he went to law school. So you see this, and it makes it all worthwhile.
And you saw his reaction. Talk to me about his demeanor, leading up to when that verdict came in.
Dude, he was way calmer than I was. I mean, he was calming me down. So, I was more anxious and nervous. I mean, but that's always the way it is for me. When something so important is about to happen. So he was really calm, cool, and collected. At the end, obviously, when that jury started piling in, and you can't read anyone's faces. There was a tension that he said, "I can't breathe," and I said, "Neither can I." So that makes two of us. Chad and I've been together 22 years. I know how he feels. So it's just a moment of incredible angst. But when you have something like this happen, it makes it all worthwhile. It's great.
What do you think the key evidence was that made the jury make this decision?
The key evidence, the fact that there was no evidence. I think that was the key evidence. I think relying on Terrell Efron for any matter of importance in your life, a decision on a matter of importance in your life would not be possible for anyone with a brain. And the jury clearly understood that argument. And then when I pointed out to the jury that I got Detective Flores, their lead detective, to say without Efron's testimony, there's no evidence of a shooting one way or another. That could be or that cannot be. That really was it. I left 10 questions for John Lewin to answer. He didn't even look at one. And those were 10 important questions, including number 9, which was without Efron's testimony, as the prosecutor asked, Detective Flores acknowledged that there's not enough evidence in this case to say that definitively there was a shooting. So I was surprised he didn't touch those questions, but I knew he couldn't answer them, and that's why I put him up there. So anyway, I think that's why the jury came. And look, it was a quick verdict, right? I mean, they started almost 10 o'clock. They had a lunch break. They watched the video, and they had a verdict. So, for a basically 4-week trial, when I heard it was verdict, I felt pretty good. Not so overly confident because you just never know, but I felt pretty good.
You talked about.
I'm not leaving. I'll answer everyone's questions, so don't worry. Yeah.
You talked about your client's raw emotion. We saw it. He dove.
Yeah, that was crazy.
To hug his family. He was not the only one that had a thunderous reaction. Talk about the reaction.
Everyone.
Of public supporters of his.
Yeah. Look, I've been here for over a month, and just me walking around me. I'm not him, right? People were just wishing me luck for him. I mean, he's loved, very well loved in the city, and I think he's got a lot of fans. And that doesn't happen because he's a singer. It happens because who he is as a person. A lot of what the jury didn't hear was who ASAP really is, who ASAP Rocky is as a person. He does incredible charity work. He gives back to the community. He's become a dear friend of mine more than a client. And that's why cases like this are really difficult for me, because there's so much on the line. I mean, I care about every client I represent to the point where they become family. This was at a different level. And so I was just not prepared I would not accept any other verdict at this one.
Why was this one so different? You said you care about every client, but they were like family. What was so special about
He and I bonded over the last 3 years in a way that, and he's just a different person. I attribute that to him, the way he conducts himself, the way he's so appreciative with us, the way he is with I spent time with him and Rihanna at their house, and they're just, as humble and as can be for people with that level of success. They are really sweet, good people. And I would have been really, really hurting if this didn't go the right way. But, thank God we had a great jury.
Speaking of family, do you think the jury seeing ASAP
ASAP with Rihanna as a family man and their children helped his defense?
No, I don't think that helped his defense at all. Look, everyone knows he had Rihanna. Everyone knows he has 2 kids. Sorry. I mean, I don't think the jury's like, all right, we think he's guilty, but look at the kids. I mean, so that's, I'm glad the prosecution focused on that in their summation. We didn't. The evidence in this case was deficient. I think that they need to be going after Terrell Efron. As I've always said, he was an extortionist. He was someone who we showed committed extortion. The tape that one of you all said was really good for the prosecution that we brought in turned out not to be so good for the prosecution. It was him repeating the same story that he'd repeated from day one. But what it had on there was, 1, him committing perjury to this jury, and 2, him acknowledging he wanted $30 million and he disappeared to an island. That's called extortion.
Did we see any lawsuit, towards Relly for the extortion lawsuit?
For what? To get his $697 he has in his bank account? Even though, if you look on Instagram, he's a billionaire. But, I'm not suing Relly. I have other things in life to do. He sued us. And after today, I don't think that's going so well. So, but anyway, look, I'm just happy the jury came to the right conclusion swiftly. Yes.
So speaking of evidence, or lack of evidence, the fact that a gun was not possessed in court, did that make a difference in this verdict?
Who knows what made a difference? I mean, that jury, they're able to speak to you guys if they want to. I don't know if they're going to. Both ways the gun wasn't presented, right? Our gun, the gun that Rocky actually had, the prop, or the gun that the prosecution said he had, wasn't produced. So I think it's a wash, so to speak. I think the jurors had to go on the evidence that they had, right? They can't speculate. They had evidence in this case. Most of the incriminating evidence came from the words of someone who's, as I said, whose tongue is a stranger to the truth. Is an admitted perjurer, admitted liar. So I just don't think any jury could embrace that. And if you can't believe Terrell Efron in this case, you can't convict. It's that simple.
You can't trust the messenger. You gotta ignore the whole message. Period.
Well, if the messenger doesn't fit, you must have quit. Didn't that happen in this courtroom, something like that?
Oh, did y'all hear that? If the message doesn't fit, you have to quit. Did O.J. Simpson stab? Love it.
How did I keep at ease? He fed off my confidence, honestly. He fed off my confidence. We talked every night. Obviously, he was heavily involved with his defense. But he would follow my lead. And if I told him things were going well, he obviously didn't know this procedure, this process. But I told him things were going well, they went well. So, he was really good. He's a smart guy. His only misstep was that time he started out in the courtroom about, his personal company, which just was so irrelevant. So it was so irrelevant to the case. Obviously he was being defamed. People were using derogatory statements towards him. Relly called him every name in the book, homophobic names, all these things. And Rocky didn't move a muscle. But when something personal to him was being asked about, which irrelevant to the case, what his company was called, what the acronym for. Well, it's an acronym for his company that had to do with his family. I'm going to leave it at that, right? And he was so he didn't want that revealed nationally, publicly. It's like a private thing, the way someone doesn't want their phone number revealed. So he, after the witness had already answered, he said, "Don't say," which caused me to heel kick him in the ankle. So the second time you heard from Rocky was a yelp. So it was, "Don't say ow," but the ow was from me. Don't say it was from him. But it was irrelevant to this case. But again, the prosecution focused on that. They focused on Rihanna and the kids. They focused on a lemon. They focused on a dog. They focused on a donut. We focused our summation on the facts. And, I guess the jury saw it our way. Yeah, I think that was a great bonding experience for them personally. I mean, I've known them for a while. Rihanna is an amazing woman, strong woman. And she obviously was there to support him. She'd always been in touch with me throughout the process to make sure things were going well and privately wanted reassurance. But she was here. Wild Horse, Rocky did not want her here. I will tell you that. I think I said it to you in the beginning. He did not want her here. He wanted to shield her from this. Wild Horses couldn't keep her away. So, you go through something like this as a family, it brings you closer. It's a bonding experience. And they're just two special people. So I can't imagine this has been anything but a life-altering experience for them.
How does it feel to get a public win after Donald Trump fired you?
Whoa!
So do you know your facts? No, he didn't fire me. I resigned from the case. Oh, okay. Well, he didn't fire me. I'm not here for that. I was invited to the inauguration also, dude, but I don't know what you're talking about. But so I'm not going to answer questions about other cases in my career. But that's a good question. You must be a good journalist.
I appreciate it.
Well, clearly they weren't receptive to his message, right? Well, clearly they weren't receptive to his message and his tactics. I mean, he treated two witnesses who came in here respecting the process, the court, were compliant witnesses, and he yelled at them for 2 hours. I had a witness abusing me, cursing at me, flexing, cursing, throwing water bottles, and I didn't lose my cool. And I don't think that's good for a jury. I don't think a jury wants to see a lawyer out of control. So
that is
I look, based on the verdict, I can only say clearly that those tactics didn't work, right? The yelling, the screaming, the constant objecting. A jury doesn't want to be kept away from the facts. And I think they want to know that the facts are, being brought to them. They won't want to be hidden from facts. So when you constantly object as a lawyer and the jury feels like you're trying to hide something from them, I think they don't like that. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know if Lewin's conduct had anything to do with it. I think the facts really governed the day and carried this verdict. So I really do, more so than any lawyer's conduct in the case. Okay, guys. Anyone else? You good? I don't want to not answer anyone's questions. You good, guys?
What do you do after a win like today?
Yeah, damn right. I think he should be prosecuted. I mean, he perjured himself a dozen times in front of this jury. Perjury is a crime. There's now evidence that he committed extortion on the record. Let's see if the DA really wants to go after a criminal. I mean, they spent all this time, all this money pursuing Rocky, someone who was acquitted and vindicated. Hopefully, they'll go pursue a real criminal, and they have the evidence to do it. It's on the record, so he should prosecute him. I hope he does. Okay, guys.
Thanks for coming back.
Thank you, guys. Thank you all very much.
That's a fucking wrap. I'm over this fucking place.
Whoa, there's a.
Yep. Say what?
There was an F-bomb dropped. Oh my gosh, that's insane. Okay, I've created the live stream for tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., 8:30 my time, 8:30 my time. Okay, guys, I was sick Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and Monday. I felt like do. And now I think my son has it. So are y'all okay? What I'll do tomorrow, I'll leave it up. I got it up. And we will read the memorandum tomorrow during the breaks while we're waiting for all of this to come up. We will do all of that tomorrow. Okay. I have been live now for 11 hours and 6 minutes. So I think it's time I hang up the shoes, go to bed, because it's going to come early tomorrow morning and it's going to be buttock cold in the morning. So I appreciate y'all. I thank you guys for hanging in. It's been a long day. We've had crazy court. We had prayer and read this morning that ended with a tiff. Judge wasn't happy, decided to delay, would not hear any more motions. It got a little crazy. I was live at 8:30 this morning. Yep. So then we go to the Rose Petal trial for Zachary Hughes, and they didn't even get a full, I think maybe right at or somewhere around an hour of testimony through the whole day. And then they decided to send the jury home because there's some legal battles they had to fight. I'm like, oh my gosh, what's going on in that case? And then we come over to the Sementilli trial. We watched some of that, and then we watched this. So it has been a crazy day. We do have some little shockers coming in with the Karen Reed trial. There's going to be a lot of filings and a lot of stuff coming through. So all my little document fairies, thank you so very much. We will go through this tomorrow. I will read through it tomorrow early morning while we're waiting for court during the break. So we'll get it in. Okay. For all my favorite peoples, thank you so much. Oh, I think I want to show you that one. Thank you so much for your support. I really do appreciate y'all. That is my, I've got some new cute Heidi the Highlanders and the Hey, whatever. I forgot it. I'll have to remember it. Okay, guys. With that, y'all have a great evening. Thank you again. Y'all are super amazing. And I couldn't do this without you. So let's see you tomorrow and have a fabulous evening. And we'll rock it again tomorrow. Hey, Mish. That's it. Hey, Mish. You're going to have to remind me a little bit. Hello, it just take a while for me to get it, but I love it. Hamish, the Highlander, and Heidi, the Highlander. So we'll have to get them out, put them up. Oh, there's the hard one, the ceramic ones. That's Hamish. That's Haley. So anyway, thank you again for all your love and support. We'll see you again in the morning with a cup of coffee and bells on. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.